Light thief. I never thought that I'd be one of those people sharing a weird story on the internet, but here I am. I guess I need to get this off my chest, and maybe someone out there has experienced something similar. This happened about 3 months ago, and I still can't shake the feeling that what I saw was real. I'm a wildlife biologist specializing in large mammals, particularly deer populations in the Pacific Northwest. My job often takes me into remote areas for days at a time, tracking migration patterns and monitoring overall herd health. It's not glamorous work, but I love it. There's something about being alone in the wilderness that speaks to my soul. This particular trip was supposed to be routine. I was heading into a section of old-growth forest that hadn't been thoroughly surveyed in years. The area was difficult to access, requiring a grueling hike through dense underbrush and overfallen logs. I packed enough supplies for a week, including my usual gear: GPS, radio, camera traps, and various data collection tools. The first 2 days were uneventful. I set up my base camp near a small clearing and spent my time hiking predetermined routes, noting signs of deer activity, and setting up camera traps at strategic locations. The forest was unusually quiet, even for this remote area. I chalked it up to the unseasonably warm weather we'd been having. On the third night, things changed. I was in my tent, reviewing the day's data on my laptop, when I heard it. A low rumbling sound that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. At first, I thought it might be distant thunder, but the sky had been clear all day. The sound grew louder, and I felt a vibration in the ground beneath me. Curious and a bit unnerved, I unzipped my tent and stepped outside. The forest was bathed in moonlight, casting long shadows between the trees. That's when I saw movement at the edge of the clearing. Something large was moving through the underbrush, far too big to be a deer, or even a bear. My heart raced as I fumbled for my flashlight. I knew I should probably stay in my tent, but professional curiosity got the better of me. As I swept the beam across the tree line, I caught a glimpse of something. It was tall, at least 8 feet, with a broad, hunched silhouette. The light reflected off 2 eyes that seemed to glow with an inner fire. For a moment, we stared at each other. I could hear my own ragged breathing in the silence. Then, without warning, it moved. The creature crossed the clearing in 3 enormous strides, covering ground faster than anything I'd ever seen. As it passed by my tent, I caught a whiff of musky, earthy scent that reminded me of wet fur and decaying leaves. I'd like to say I acted bravely, but the truth is I panicked. I scrambled back into my tent, zipping it shut, as if that flimsy barrier could protect me from whatever was out there, and I spent the rest of the night huddled in my sleeping bag. I strained my ears for any sound of the creature's return. When morning came, I cautiously emerged from my tent. The clearing looked undisturbed, but as I investigated further, I found enormous footprints pressed into the earth near the tree line. They were unlike anything I'd ever seen before, roughly humanoid in shape, but way too large, and with strange protrusions that looked almost like claws. I spent the next hour photographing and measuring the prints, my scientific mind warring with the part of me that wanted to pack up and get the hell out of there. In the end, curiosity won out. I decided to stay and continue my work, but I could never shake the feeling of being watched. Over the next few days, I caught fleeting glimpses of the creature, always at a distance, always just out of reach of my camera. I heard that rumbling sound a few more times, usually at night. Once, I woke to find my camp had been disturbed. Nothing was damaged, but things had been moved around, as if something had been curiously examining my equipment. On my last night in the forest, I had my closest encounter yet. I was sitting by my campfire, eating a lackluster dinner of rehydrated camping food, when I felt that now familiar vibration in the ground. I slowly turned my head, and there it was, standing at the edge of the firelight. I could finally see it clearly. The creature was massive, covered in shaggy, dark fur that seemed to absorb the light around it. Its face was a strange mix of ape-like and something else entirely, with a pronounced brow and a broad, flat nose. But it was the eyes that held me transfixed, deep-set and intelligent. They regarded me with what I can only describe as cautious curiosity. We stayed like that for what felt like hours, but was probably only a few minutes. I didn't dare move, afraid of breaking whatever spell had brought this impossible being into my camp. Eventually, it let out a low, rumbling sound. Not quite a growl, but more like deep exhalation, and slowly backed away into the darkness. The next morning, I packed up my camp, albeit with shaking hands. As much as the scientist in me wanted to stay and study this incredible creature, I knew I was out of my depth. I hiked out of the forest faster than I'd ever moved in my life, and I was just frantically trying to figure out what had happened. My mind was racing with questions and theories. I've spent the months since then trying to make sense of what I saw. I've pored over cryptozoology forums, read every Bigfoot encounter story I could find, and even reached out to a few researchers in the field. Nothing quite matches what I experienced. I haven't told anybody at work about this. I'm not ready to risk my professional reputation on a story that sounds like something out of a campfire tale. But I know what I saw, and I can't just pretend it didn't happen. I'm planning to go back to that forest soon, and this time I'll be better prepared. More cameras, better audio equipment, maybe even a thermal imaging device if I can get my hands on one. I don't know if I'll find anything, but I have to try. Whatever that creature was, it deserves to be studied and understood, not dismissed as a myth or a legend. To anyone reading this who might have had a similar experience, you're not alone and you're not crazy. There are things out there that defy our current understanding of the natural world. All we can do is keep our minds open and keep searching for the truth. I'm currently 17, and I believe this first encounter took place when I was 13 to 15. It happened sometime in between 8th and 9th grade where I'm from. I remember it clearly. I was just waking up from a nap in my dad's room and looked out his window at our front lawn and street. It was the middle of a clear and sunny day, so there's no way it was just the shadow of a cloud. On the other side of our street, a man was jogging, except nobody was there. It was like a shadow of somebody. Like, I'm sure you all know how shadows stretch and shrink depending on where the light's coming from, right? But this shadow didn't. It was as if there was an invisible wall there and a person in front of it. Except there wasn't. It was the perfect outline of a man. I could see straight through it, and whatever it jogged by was changed to the mutish gray color that the shadows are. I saw my neighbor's lawn, a tree, the bottom of my neighbor's fence, and many other things, as this thing passed it. I rubbed my eyes a few times just to see if maybe I was seeing something weird or had film on my eyes or something, but no. This weird shadow guy was there, just taking a leisurely jog through the neighborhood. I watched him for a while, completely bewildered. The weird shadow guy didn't really move in regular time. It was almost like he was jogging in slow motion. He would bound up kind of slowly and then come back down just as slowly. almost like gravity affected him indifferently, or not at all. After that, I went out to my living room to check if I was just seeing things or maybe there was something on the window. But nope, the guy was still there, or the shadow was, still jogging at the same pace. That's all that really happened the first time I saw him. The second time, it was a bit more interesting. I'm not too sure how old I was the second time I saw the shadow guy, but it was a similar situation. I was waking up from a nap in my living room and happened to look out our large rectangular window, which looks out onto the front lawn and street. There he was again, still at the same pace, with the same figure, translucency, and color. This time, I made the mistake of going over to my door and opening it to get a better look at him. I took a step out onto my front step and immediately realized I had made a mistake. He slowly turned toward me and began jogging at me at the same pace in my direction. Almost instantly, I got an uneasy and scared feeling in my stomach, went back inside and closed the door. He turned back to the direction he'd been going in before and continued at the same pace down the street. Afterward, I could feel my heart beating in my chest and I was breathing heavily. I'm not too sure what would have happened if I had stayed outside, but believe me when I say I'm glad I didn't stick around to find out. I'm sure it wouldn't have been good. I did a little bit of digging on my area, Ellicott City, and I couldn't find anything on people that had died while jogging in and around my neighborhood, so I'm stumped. I do remember something I read in a book one time, though. Keep in mind, it definitely wasn't a non-fiction book, as when I did read for fun, I wasn't really into those. What it was called, I can't quite remember, but I do recall the description of it. It was something about shadows and spirits that walk down streets and roads. If you're on the road with it, you're supposed to either cross the street to the other side, or run away from it, but I can't remember which. If you let it run through you, it's supposed to steal your soul or something like that. Whether that's an actual description of something or just something made up that was in a book, I don't know. But I thought it was weird how it almost perfectly described what I'd seen. Like, it was almost too similar to just be a coincidence, but I don't know. Since the second sighting, I haven't witnessed him. But I have seen something else. My house was built in 1963, and before we moved in, I heard from my mom that an old couple had lived in the house and that one of them had died inside. There are a lot of things that have happened to my sister and I that could be considered paranormal, but I'll just describe the few that I remember the most clearly. It was the middle of the night and I had woken up for whatever reason. For less than a second, I saw an old lady. The lady was sort of hunched forward and facing away from me. She turned in my direction very quickly, before disappearing completely. She had white hair in patches, was very skinny, and was decomposing in several places, so much so that I could see bone. But her most prominent feature was her jaw. It was detached from one side of her face and hanging off the other. Despite her mouth and face decomposing to the point where discolored flesh was hanging off her face, her teeth were perfectly white and intact. After that, I just lay awake for a while staring at where she'd just been. Nothing. I thought I saw an outline, but I wasn't too sure. That was all I saw of her. I haven't seen her since that time, but I still think about it every now and then. It was definitely weird. This next one is actually kind of funny. It's in the same house, but this time I was in my room at night. I was awake and on my phone, and the door was open a crack. All of a sudden, it opens all the way, kind of slowly, and hits my wall. From the hallway, I hear footsteps walk up to my bed and turn around, but nothing is there. All I say is, "Why you gotta creep me out like that? It's not cool." And I heard footsteps leave the room and the door closed. It happened a few more times, but at differing points in the day, before I realized that all of these incidents had a commonality. My door was either open a crack or all the way, and everyone had to be asleep or I had to be home alone. So I started closing my door all the way, and it stopped. I haven't really heard from this thing since, so I hope whatever it was found its peace. At least this one was a pretty chill ghost. I talked to my sister about it. She says that some similarly weird stuff has happened to her since we moved in as well. This one actually happened this morning, right after I woke up. I kept trying to close my eyes to go back to sleep, but I kept hearing a tapping on my pillow. I couldn't feel it, but I heard it every single time I closed my eyes. It continued until my mom came in and opened my door to let me know she was going somewhere. After that, the tapping stopped. So if I'm not crazy, either there's a new ghost or spirit that came in after one of my parents opened my door to check on me during the night, or it's the same one and it just got stuck after coming in during the same occurrence. If it's the same one, I'm really sorry it hasn't found its peace yet. If it's a new one, well, hope you like my house, I guess. When this happened to me, I was so young that I actually don't remember all of it, but I have heard all of it secondhand so many times that I know the story. The last time it happened with this particular ghost is actually my earliest memory. So when I was little, the very first house I lived in as a baby was this old 18th century townhouse that my parents rented from the local doctor. Suffice it to say, that place was super haunted. It's a story for another day, but 3 years ago, they finally sealed the upper floors off entirely, and the doctor told my mom that nobody will ever set foot up there again. The bottom floor is now the GP office and waiting room. All of this aside, growing up in that environment left me with a major sensitivity to spirits that is kind of still active sometimes, even though I'm 25 now. But when I was a kid, I terrified my entire extended family with the things that I would come out and say at random. Anyway, one of the more popular stories that my parents like to tell at barbecues and parties, and really to anybody who will listen, happened when I was 2, and my mom wanted to pop in to visit her grandfather's grave. Her family is from a village about a 20-minute drive away, and there are 2 graveyards, the new one and the old one. My grandfather is buried in the old one in the old family plot. This graveyard has since been locked, and you have to get a key from the priest to get in. So, being 2, I wasn't overly interested in sitting down by a graveside to pray with my parents, and they were happy enough to let me wander so long as I stayed in their sight, and luckily for them, I didn't go far. I bolted down the path and stopped about halfway back among the tombstones, where I started to sort of sway on the spot and dance as much as a 2-year-old is capable of. My parents watched me for a few minutes, but didn't think much of it, and then told me that we were leaving. My dad picked me up and we headed for the gate, but just before we left, I turned over his shoulder, looked around, and smiled and waved at something. They obviously didn't really think it was anything to be concerned about, because a week later they went back. My grandfather had died the day before their wedding 4 years earlier, and Mom had been very close to him, so they visited fairly often. This time, when we went in, I didn't even wait for permission, and ran back down to the same graveside where I began swaying on the spot again, looking up over the grave in the air, as if something was suspended there. It's probably worth describing the grave, but there really isn't much to describe. It was a very small patch of earth that didn't even have a border, fairly overgrown, and with a totally rusted small iron cross at the head of it. There was no nameplate, no indication of who was buried there, and it clearly wasn't a recent grave. Keep in mind, literally nobody is buried in this cemetery anymore, except a couple more of my family members who went into the family plot. At this point, my parents are creeped out. My dad, who swears blind that he doesn't believe in ghosts and never will, came down to ask me what I was doing. I explained that I was dancing. He asked me why, and I pointed above the iron cross and, in the jumbled English of a toddler, said, "The boy is singing and he wants me to dance." My dad picked me up, ran past my mother, and got into the car to wait for Mom. They went to my great-grandmother's house across the street and told her the whole story, but they all agreed it sounded a bit more ridiculous the more they thought about it, and since I was only 2, it was probably just me playing a game with myself to keep myself entertained. So they went back. They entered through different gates. They went over the wall. No matter what they did to try to confuse 2-year-old me, I always went back to the same grave. And once again, there was nothing special about it. It wasn't beautiful or impressive. There was no reason for a 2-year-old to be so drawn to this little patch of earth. But I always went straight there. I always danced while he sang to me, and I always waved to him before I left, regardless of which side we left from or which winding pathway they took out of there. They brought other family members with them as witnesses. They had family friends question me about it, and I always told the same story. My earliest memory is of my grandmother sitting me down on the cemetery wall while I was trying to dance as instructed, while my parents looked at me, totally scared, and asked me to describe him or tell her what his name was. I don't think I answered her, but I remember finding the looks on their faces just so unbelievably funny because they were so afraid of my friend, who only wanted to sing to me. What I didn't know was that my great-grandmother had told the priest, brought him in there to show him the grave, and asked if there was any way to know who was buried in the little unmarked plot. He went off and checked the burial records, and, sure enough, 5-year-old Robert, the blacksmith's son, had died of tuberculosis nearly a century earlier and lay there, marked only by the little iron cross that his father had made for him. Funny enough, my great-grandmother knew the blacksmith. He was their next-door neighbor, but he was an old man when she was a little girl, so she never knew the boy. My parents stopped bringing me to see my friend after that. We only went into the cemetery for funerals. We also moved out of the doctor's house, but it was a few years before I stopped being a creepy little kid that terrified anybody that spoke to me. I actually did go back a couple of years ago, and I brought a friend of mine visiting Europe from Boston. She told me when we met that she could speak to ghosts, and after a couple of weeks, I started divulging the hundreds of stories I have from childhood. She asked if she could come to the cemetery with me. Since the gate was locked, we had to hop the wall, but once we were inside, she pointed clean across the top of the headstones and said, "Hey, is it that one over there?" pointing at its location. I nodded and she started walking toward it and stopped right at the iron cross. "It's this one, right?" I nodded. "I swear this is totally real." She stood there for a second, and then she started backing away. I didn't have to ask her why. It was in the middle of December, and yet the air seemed to fizzle and get really hot. The hair on the back of my neck stood on end, and the pressure that built up in my head made it feel like my scalp would split open. She told me she wanted to leave, but I was already running out of there at that point, and we vaulted the wall like Olympians. I don't know what happened that day, since I'm not a child anymore and didn't really see anything, but I couldn't shake the feeling afterward that my little friend there felt like I had brought her with me so that I could impress her. and that he didn't like that. Not at all. The lake at Camp Pinewood. I've never believed in cryptids or monsters. I was always the skeptic, the one who rolled my eyes at ghost stories and urban legends. But after what happened at Camp Pinewood last summer, I'm not so sure anymore. I have spent months trying to rationalize it, but I can't shake the feeling that what I saw was real. I was a counselor at Camp Pinewood, a pretty standard summer camp nestled in the mountains of upstate New York, name changed for privacy. The camp sat on the shores of what we'll call Lake Mist, a decent-sized body of water surrounded by dense forest. It was my third summer working there, and I thought I knew every inch of those woods. The campers arrived in early June, and for the first few weeks everything was normal. We did all the usual camp activities: hiking, canoeing, archery, campfires with s'mores. The kids loved it, and I was having a great time too. But then things changed. It began with the fish. The lake had always been great for fishing, but suddenly the fish population seemed to vanish overnight. Kids who had been reeling in trout left and right were now coming back empty-handed. At first, we thought it was just a temporary thing. Maybe the fish had moved to a different part of the lake. But after a week with 0 catches, we knew something was off. Then came the fog. Now, misty mornings weren't unusual for Lake Mist, that's why I called it that, but this was different. This fog was thick, almost opaque, and it didn't burn off as the day went on. It clung to the lake like a blanket, obscuring the water from view. The strange part was, it never seemed to reach the shore. It was like an invisible wall kept it contained to the lake itself. The other counselors and I were concerned, but we tried not to let on to the campers. We modified our activities, focusing more on land-based stuff and less on the lake. But kids are perceptive, and they started to ask questions. Why couldn't we go swimming anymore? What was wrong with the lake? Why aren't we catching fish? We gave them vague answers about water quality and safety precautions, but I could tell they weren't buying it. Rumors started to spread among the campers. Some said the lake was cursed. Others claimed they had seen strange shapes moving in the fog. I dismissed it all as typical camp gossip, until the night that everything changed. It was about 2 weeks after the fog first appeared. I was on night patrol, making my rounds to make sure all the campers were in their cabins. As I walked along the lakeshore, I heard a sound that made me freeze in my tracks. It was a low, rumbling noise, almost like a whale song, but wrong somehow. Distorted. It echoed across the water, muffled by the fog, but still clearly audible. I stood there, my heart pounding, straining my eyes to see through the mist. And then I saw it. A shape emerged from the fog, just for a moment. It was massive, easily the size of a school bus. I caught a glimpse of a long serpentine neck, a body that seemed to undulate as it moved, and eyes, huge glowing eyes that shone through the mist like searchlights. I wanted to run, to scream, to do anything, but I was frozen in place. The thing, whatever it was, slipped back into the fog as quickly as it had appeared. The strange call echoed once more across the lake, and then everything was silent. I don't know how long I stood there, trying to process what I'd seen. It felt like hours, but it was probably just a few minutes. When I finally snapped out of it, I ran back to the main lodge and woke up Greg, the head counselor. Greg listened to my story with grave expression. When I finished, he sighed heavily and said, "I was hoping it wouldn't come to this." He explained that there had always been legends about Lake Mist. Stories passed down for generations. They spoke of a creature that lived in the depths, a guardian of the lake of sorts, that emerged only in times of great change or danger. The last reported sighting had been in the 1930s, just before a massive earthquake hit the region. Greg had always dismissed the stories as just local folklore, but now he wasn't so sure. He made me promise not to tell anyone else what I'd seen, especially not the campers. We had already decided to end camp season early due to the poor weather conditions, and the kids were set to leave in a few days. Those last days at camp were surreal. I went through the motions, helping the kids pack and keeping them entertained, all while my mind was reeling from what I'd witnessed. I kept stealing glances at the lake, half expecting to see that massive shape emerge again, but the fog remained as impenetrable as ever. The day the campers left was bittersweet. On one hand, I was relieved to be getting them away from whatever it was. On the other, I was terrified of being left behind with it. A small team of us stayed behind to close up the camp for the season. That night, after everyone else had gone to bed, I snuck out to the lake shore one last time. The fog had started to recede, and for the first time in weeks, I could see the surface of the water. It was as still as glass, reflecting the starry sky above. As I stood there, I heard that haunting call once more, but it was different this time. It sounded almost mournful. I watched as ripples spread across the lake's surface, emanating from a point far out in the center. And then, slowly, the water began to clear. It was as if a veil was being lifted, the murkiness that had plagued the lake for weeks suddenly dissipating. By morning, lake mist was back to normal. The fish returned, the water was clear, and there was no sign of the dense fog that had shrouded it for so long. If it weren't for the weeks of evidence and my vivid memory of that night, I might have thought that I had imagined the whole thing. I left camp that day, and I haven't been back since. I've done some research into local legends and cryptids, trying to find anything that matches what I saw. There are stories of lake monsters all over the world, Nessie, Champ, Ogopogo, but none of them quite fit. Whatever lives in that lake seems to be something unique, something that doesn't want to be found. I've thought about reporting what I saw, but who would believe me? A giant creature living in a lake that can somehow control the weather and make itself invisible? It sounds crazy to me, and I'm the one who saw it. So, I've kept quiet, carrying this secret with me, but I needed to tell someone, even if it was just strangers on the internet. I don't know if I'll ever fully understand what happened out there, or if I'll ever see the creature again. Part of me hopes I don't. As far as it being a guardian, or some kind of harbinger of doom, nothing bad ever really happened after that. Maybe something would have if the kids had stayed, I don't know. But, to this day, whenever I see a lake shrouded in mist, I can't help but wonder, what's hiding beneath the surface? The Watcher on the Steeple by Olivia Kay. I've lived in this town my entire life, and there's not much that surprises me anymore. But what happened that night? It still haunts me, even now, years later. It was a Friday, the kind of late autumn night where the air feels crisp and sharp, but the stars are still so bright they hurt to look at. I had just finished a long shift at the diner, and I was on my way home, walking down Main Street like I always did. The streets were quiet. No late-night drivers, no teenagers hanging out in front of the 24-hour gas station. Just the wind rustling through the trees, carrying that earthy smell of the season. I had taken this walk 1,000 times before, but tonight felt different. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone, or something, was watching me. I tried to ignore it, convincing myself that it was just my mind playing tricks on me after a long day of greasy plates and cheap coffee. The church sat at the far end of Main Street. It was old, at least 100 years, and the steeple had always seemed like a silent guardian, watching over the town from its towering height. That night, I found myself stopping at the corner across from it. I don't know why. Maybe I was just tired. Maybe it was the strange quiet of the evening, but I stared at that steeple for longer than I meant to. And that's when something caught my eye. Movement. At first, I thought it was just the light playing tricks on me, some weird shadow playing on the side of the steeple. But then, I saw the shape clearly. A large, winged creature perched atop the spire. It was like it had been waiting for me to look up. I froze, my body locking in place as I struggled to make sense of what I was seeing. The creature was massive, larger than any bird or bat I had ever encountered. Its wings were dark and leathery, stretching out far from its body, and they moved slightly, almost like it was testing the air. Its silhouette was jagged and sharp, like it was formed out of the night itself. But what really made my stomach drop, what turned my blood to ice, were its eyes. They were glowing a deep, intense red, like two embers just burning in the dark, and it cast this sickly light across its face. I could feel those eyes on me, even from across the street. I didn't blink. I didn't dare to move. It felt like doing so would break some unspoken rule. It didn't seem real. It seemed like some twisted hallucination of shadow and my imagination, but it was there. It was so real that I could hear the rustle of its wings and feel the air shift around me. I wanted to look away. I wanted to run, scream, do anything to break the stillness of that moment. But my feet felt rooted to the ground, my mind trapped in some sort of trance. I watched as the creature shifted, its wings folding against its back, its head tilting like it was studying me in return. The red eyes never left mine. Minutes passed, maybe only a few seconds, but time seemed to stretch out in that terrifying stillness. I could feel the weight of its gaze like a physical thing pressing down on me. The longer I stood there, the more I realized something. The creature wasn't just watching me. It was waiting for something. It was waiting for me to do something. I couldn't tell what, but every instinct in me screamed to run, to turn away and forget that this ever happened. But still, I couldn't. Suddenly, the silence was broken by a noise, a sharp, unsettling screech that sent a chill down my spine. The creature spread its wings wide, and for a moment I thought it was going to come right at me. But instead, it leapt from the steeple, swooping down just far enough that I could see the outline of its body more clearly. I could hear its wings beating the air, the sound loud and disturbing, like something unnatural was forcing the air apart. I wanted to move, but still I was frozen. No matter what I did, I couldn't break out of it. The creature flew low, swooping in a circle around the church, those red eyes flickering in and out of the night. It didn't seem to care that I was watching, as if my presence wasn't even worth acknowledging. And then, just as quickly as it had appeared, it vanished into the night. The sky, which had once seemed so clear, now felt heavy, oppressive, as if something ancient had passed through and left its mark. For a long time I stood there, staring at the spot where it had been. My heart pounded in my chest, my breaths coming in almost gasps. I don't know how long I stayed there. It could have been seconds, it could have been minutes. But eventually, I was able to break out of it, and I stumbled backwards, my feet finally obeying that primal urge to get as far away as possible. I don't remember much after that. I just ran. My legs felt like jelly. My mind was too jumbled to make sense of anything that had just happened. The night was still and silent, but it felt different now, like something had shifted. I didn't dare look back as I bolted down the street, not until I reached my apartment, my hands shaking as I locked the door behind me. That was 3 years ago, and I've never been able to shake the memory of that creature. I never told anybody what I saw. I mean, who would believe me? I barely believe it myself. But every time I walk past that church, I glance up at the steeple, half expecting to see those red eyes staring back at me from the darkness. I've tried to rationalize it. Maybe I was just exhausted. Maybe I had imagined it. But the thing is, I know that I didn't. I know what I saw, and I don't think I'll ever be able to forget it. I try not to walk down that street anymore, and I definitely don't go out at night unless I absolutely have to. Because if there's one thing I learned that night, it's that there is something out there that I don't think we were meant to see. I don't know why I'm sharing this now. Maybe I think if I write it down, if I finally tell someone, it'll stop feeling so real. Maybe somebody out there will understand, or maybe they'll have seen it too. I don't know. But if you ever find yourself walking through a quiet town at night, and you catch something you know shouldn't be there, don't look too long. Trust me. Back in 2013, when I was 28, I was traveling through Jujuy, a remote northwestern province of Argentina, for school. We traveled through a few remote villages along the Andes Basin, which consisted of crazy dramatic rock formations. The first village was called Purmamarca. The place we stayed at did not have electricity. It only had cold running water and no Wi-Fi. I must admit it was pretty awesome living off the grid and actually conversing with friends and telling stories by the fire. Now, fast forward 2 days. We arrive at the village of Tilcara, a couple hours north. The hostel we stayed at was quite a bit more modern, yet still pretty rustic. Tilcara was yet another beautiful dust bowl of a village, surrounded by colorful dramatic mountains and alien geography. When I say alien geography, I literally felt like we were on another planet while driving through it. This place did have TV, Wi-Fi, and warm water. We did a lot of exploring that day, hung out with llamas, visited ruins, things like that. That night, we had a traditional Argentine asado with our group around the fire in the common area, outside. My roommates, 2 girls from Illinois and 1 girl from Germany, all turned in early for the night at around 11. I stayed out for about an hour afterward, hanging out with my teachers and talking. They were drinking Fernet, a nasty, minty Argentine drink that I had tried previously and will never touch again. The following day was going to be a long one, since we were hiking up a mountain, so I did not partake in libations. I started getting tired, so I decided to turn in as well. My roommates were all laying down watching TV, and as soon as I got in, I got ready for bed. Shortly after, we all decided to call it a night. I fell right asleep. Later, I randomly woke up because I had to pee, and I checked my phone. It was 5:37 a.m. As I set my phone back on the nightstand, I suddenly felt something staring at me from behind. The pull of the gaze was so strong I could feel it through the blanket. It was almost like a magnetic energy. I could feel anger and negativity emanating from it. I felt frozen in place for a few seconds. I managed to turn and peek over the blanket to see a dark figure standing at the right corner of the end of my bed. The figure was about 6 feet tall with really broad shoulders. I couldn't make out any distinguishable features like eyes, etc. Its body was black, but seemed to consist of static. The static was like that of a TV channel, where the signal is out. Black and dark gray instead of black and white, and it moved a lot slower. It just stood there, not budging at all. I laid there for what seemed like an eternity, frozen, too scared to move. Suddenly, I felt the same pull from my left side. I turned, and I saw a similar figure, but slightly shorter, standing at the foot of the German girl's bed. The one and only small window in our room was above our bed, casting light straight ahead, so I know it was not a trick of the light. Multiple times I have thought maybe I was dreaming, but I couldn't have felt more awake. If I was dreaming, it was the most realistic lucid dream I have ever had. I laid there staring at both figures, casting my gaze from left to right, until I did what any normal person would try to do to protect themselves from scary things at night. I pulled the covers over my head. I'm not sure why I was not more proactive, considering the fact that there were two strange beings in the room. But I didn't budge. I waited for what seemed like another eternity. The entire time I had to pee like a racehorse. Eventually, the presence of whatever beings were in the room gradually faded, and the embarrassment of possibly peeing the bed forced me to peek up from the covers to see if the figures were still there. They were gone. I waited for a few seconds to see if they were somewhere else in the room, but when I didn't see anything, I got up, raced to the bathroom, and turned on the light. I peed while peeking my head out the door to make sure nothing was there, and afterward I ran to the bed, hid under the covers, and fell asleep with the light still on. The next day, I woke up and still considered that maybe the entire thing was just a weird, bad dream. The two girls in the bed across from me asked why the light was left on in the bathroom, and I proceeded to tell them what had happened. The German girl was taking a shower at the time. Their response was to laugh at me and jokingly ask me what kind of drugs I was on and how much I had to drink. Granted, I was not much of a drinker. I hadn't had anything to drink that night. But I could see how they came to that conclusion, considering that I was hanging out a little later with people who were drinking. After the German girl got out of the shower, the other two girls, who were still laughing at me, told her about how I had seen a ghost last night. Her face instantly drained of color. She looked over at me and said, "You saw them too?" I asked her what she had seen and where, and she said that she saw two guys in our room and pointed out the exact locations where I had seen them. I asked her what she did, and she said that she saw them and then tried to just go back to sleep because she was so scared. The general consensus of the girls in our room was that the two men in our group creepily came into our room last night, but I didn't believe that. The body shapes and sizes were not consistent, either of them, and I just couldn't see them doing that in general. But who knows? I told my teachers and the hostel owner of my experiences. The teachers also laughed, but the hostel owner brushed it off and said that it was quite normal and that people saw things there all the time. Just another night in Tilcara. Apparently, that region is quite popular for UFOs and is also on an indigenous burial ground. So, they may have been aliens or angry native spirits or something else. It wasn't so much that I could see these beings, but I could feel them. Their presence was one of the strongest things I've ever felt in my life. I felt them before I saw them. If I was ever skeptical of otherworldly beings before, this experience completely changed my mind. Whatever they were, I have zero doubt that they were something from beyond. Beyond where? I have no idea. What's really weird is that when I returned to the United States, I found myself often waking up at 5:37 a.m., multiple times a week. I had never had this happen before that. To this day, it still happens. The Cold Room by GGL. It was a typical summer evening, warm and humid, with the kind of heat that sticks to your skin. I had been out most of the day, running errands and catching up with friends. When I got back home, I was ready to relax, maybe watch a movie, and just unwind after the long day. But when I stepped into the house, something felt off. The air inside the house was warm, just like it should be, except for one place, the basement. It was freezing. I paused as soon as I stepped down the stairs, feeling a chill that seemed out of place given how hot it was outside. The basement door was open, and I could feel the cold air seeping through the cracks in the wooden frame. I've been down there plenty of times before, in all seasons, but this was different. It felt like stepping into a completely different environment. I stood at the top of the stairs for a moment, confused. The house was warm. The AC was running, as it always did in summer, but I hadn't been down to the basement for a few days. The odd thing was, the air in the basement didn't feel like regular cold air. It wasn't just cool or chilly. It felt unnaturally cold, like something wasn't right. The kind of cold that seeps into your bones and leaves you with goosebumps. I hesitated for a moment. The basement was always a little cold, but not like this. There was no reason for it to be so cold. No reason at all. The thermostat was set to a comfortable temperature. The furnace hadn't been running. In fact, no one had been down there for days. Curious and honestly a bit unsettled, I decided to check it out. Maybe the AC vent had gone out of whack. Maybe the pipes under the floor were leaking cold water, or there was some draft I hadn't noticed before. Whatever the reason, I figured I could figure it out. So I walked down the stairs, pulling the sleeve of my shirt over my hands to protect myself from the chill. The moment I reached the bottom, I could see my breath. I wasn't imagining it. The air was visibly cold, and the floorboards creaked under my feet as I walked into the center of the room. My breath came out in small clouds, and the temperature felt more like a freezer than a basement. My heart started to race. The basement itself was dark, the only light coming from a single bulb hanging above me, casting long shadows across the walls. Still, it seemed like something was dampening the light. I stood there trying to make sense of what I was feeling, my eyes scanning the room. There was nothing out of the ordinary. No pipes frozen over, no window open, nothing to explain the sudden drop in temperature. I walked over to the far corner where I kept a pile of old boxes and was met with an even sharper chill. I wrapped my arms around myself, feeling my teeth start to chatter. This wasn't right. I looked around for any obvious causes, maybe a broken window, a cracked wall, something that could let in cold air, but nothing. It was as if the cold had seeped in from nowhere. There was no source for it, no explanation. And that's when I noticed something that made my skin crawl. The old door to the storage room, one that had been locked for months, was slightly ajar. I hadn't opened it recently. In fact, I'd almost forgotten about the space until now. It was just a small, cluttered room in the back corner of the basement, where I kept old furniture and boxes of things I would never need. The door hadn't been open in weeks, but now it was. Just a crack, but enough to make me nervous. I stood there for a few moments, debating whether I should investigate. It was probably nothing. The door must have just shifted on its own. But the chill, The strange, unnatural cold that filled the room seemed to be coming from that direction. I took a hesitant step toward the door. With each step, the cold intensified. The air felt heavier, and my breath came out more visibly now, like I was walking deeper into some kind of freezing fog. By the time I was standing in front of the door, I was shivering uncontrollably. The cold was unlike anything I had ever felt before, as if it wasn't even air anymore, just a heavy, biting chill that seemed to pierce through my bones. I reached out to touch the handle, and for a moment, I thought about turning back. Maybe this was a sign that I shouldn't be down here. But curiosity won out. I pulled the door open just enough to peek inside. The room was dark, the only light coming from the bulb above me. I could make out the vague outlines of old boxes and furniture stacked high against the walls. But there, in the farthest corner, was something strange. There was a dark shape near the back of the room, too far away for me to make out, but the chill in the air seemed to be coming from it, a shadow that didn't belong. I stepped inside, the cold now biting at my skin, making me feel like I was going numb. The room was even colder than the rest of the basement, if that was even possible. The hairs on my neck stood up. Something was definitely wrong now. I started to move toward the shape, slowly, my eyes adjusting to the darkness. The more I moved, the colder it got, until the point where I couldn't stand it anymore. My fingers felt stiff, my teeth were clattering together, and I was desperately trying to focus on what was in front of me. And then, I saw it. In the corner of the room was a small, old chair, covered with a dusty sheet. But beneath it, I noticed something else. A dark stain on the floor, like something had been spilled there long ago and never cleaned. It looked wet, as though it was still damp. The cold seemed to radiate from the spot, surrounding me. I reached out to touch it, not sure what I was hoping to find. And that's when I heard it. A low, almost imperceptible sound, like the faintest whisper just at the edge of hearing. I spun around, my heart racing, but there was nothing there. The air was still, and the cold had become unbearable. I couldn't stand it any longer. I backed out of the room, slammed the door shut, and bolted back up the stairs. I haven't been back down to the basement since. I don't know what happened, or what that cold was. I don't know if I was just imagining it. I know I wasn't. Or if there was something else in that room with me. But I've never felt anything like it in my life. And every time I think about that dark, cold spot in the basement, I get the feeling that whatever it was, it's still there. I saw something over the fields. So this happened 3 years ago, and I still think about it pretty much daily. I've never posted about it anywhere because honestly, who's gonna believe this crap? But I keep seeing posts about weird encounters and figured maybe someone else has experienced something similar. I was driving back to Chicago from visiting my sister in Omaha. I took I-80 through Iowa like always. But around Council Bluffs, the interstate was completely screwed due to construction. GPS kept rerouting me through these old back roads that I'd never been on. If you know how it is in Iowa, then you know, once you get off the main highways, it's just endless corn and soybeans with maybe a farmhouse every few miles, at least in the area that I was in. It was late September, probably around 9 p.m. I still had maybe 2 hours left to drive, and I was getting tired. The construction detour had already added an hour to my trip. I remember being pissed because I had to work the next morning and I was going to be exhausted. I was somewhere between nowhere and nothing. I couldn't even tell you what county. The GPS said I was on County Road something or other, but there weren't any signs. Just this narrow 2-lane road, cutting straight through cornfields that stretched to the horizon. The corn was tall, maybe 8 feet, and it created these walls on both sides of the road. Then my phone died. It wasn't just a low battery, it was completely dead, which I thought was weird because I had plugged it into the car charger the whole time, and it had been at like 60% when I last checked. I tried the charger, tried turning it back on, nothing. My car's built-in GPS was one of those ancient things that barely worked on a good day, so I was basically flying blind. I figured I'd keep driving straight until I hit something recognizable. Rural Iowa roads usually connect to other roads eventually, right? But I drove for maybe 20 minutes without seeing a single intersection, driveway, or farmhouse. Just corn. The road was in decent shape, but there were no mile markers, no signs, nothing. Then I noticed the silence. I had the radio on, but it was just static across every station. Even the really powerful ones from Des Moines and Cedar Rapids that usually come in clear. Dead air. I turned it off, and that's when I realized how quiet everything was. No wind, no insects, nothing. In Iowa farm country in September, you should at least hear crickets. Maybe some cattle lowing in the distance. This was like someone had hit a mute button on the entire world. I slowed down and rolled the other window down to listen better. The only sound was my engine and tires on asphalt. Even that seemed muffled somehow. That's when I saw the light. At first I thought it was just another car coming up behind me. Single headlight. Maybe a motorcycle? But when I checked the rearview mirror, the light was way too bright and too high up, like 20 feet above the road. It was keeping pace with me, maybe a quarter-mile back. I sped up to maybe 65 on this little country road, which was probably stupid, but I just wanted to see what would happen. The light kept the same distance. I slowed down to 40. Same thing. It was definitely following me. The light wasn't white like a headlight, or yellow like a streetlight. It was this pale blue color that hurt to look directly at. And it didn't cast light on anything around it, which didn't make any sense. A light that bright should have been illuminating the corn, the road, something. But it was like the light just stopped existing a few feet from the source. I drove for maybe another 10 minutes with this thing following me. My hands were sweating and I was starting to get that sick feeling in your stomach when you know something is really wrong. I kept thinking maybe it was a helicopter, but there was no sound, not even the thrum of rotors in the distance. Then the road started to curve slightly to the left, and I lost sight of the light for maybe 30 seconds. When the road straightened out again and I could see behind me clearly, it was gone. I thought maybe I'd lost whatever it was, but then I noticed something ahead. The corn on the right side of the road was bent over in this perfect circle, maybe 50 feet across. It wasn't cut down, it was just pushed flat, like something heavy had pressed down on it from above. And in the center of the circle, there was that same pale blue light, but dimmer now, like it was farther away. I should have stopped. Part of me wanted to, but a bigger part of me was screaming to get the hell out of there. I kept driving, but I couldn't help staring at that circle as I passed it. The light seemed to pulse gently, and I swear I could see shapes moving around it. Not animal shapes. They were too tall, too thin. About a mile past the circle, I hit a T intersection with a bigger road that had actual road signs. County Road F31, which meant that I was near Walnut. I'd been through Walnut before on other trips. I turned right toward I-80, and within 15 minutes I was back on the interstate with normal traffic, and then my phone mysteriously started working again. I checked the time when my phone came back on. I'd been on those back roads for almost 2 hours, but it felt like maybe 30-45 minutes. And according to the GPS, the route that I'd taken didn't exist. When I pulled up the map later, there was no connecting road from where I'd started to where I'd ended up. It was just empty farmland. I've driven I-80 through Iowa maybe a dozen times since then, and I've never seen that construction zone or those detour signs. I've looked up that circle in the corn, too, searched for news reports about crop circles near Walnut, but never found anything. I know that there are people who think every single crop circle is fake just because some are, but this didn't look like the faked ones, at least from what I could see. It really looked like something had landed there. It was just the strangest thing. The weird part, though, the part that really freaks me out to this day, is my car's odometer. When I got home and I was unloading my stuff, I noticed it had only added about 30 miles from my sister's place. But Omaha to Chicago is 470 miles. I should have been at least 400 miles further along on the odometer. I still take I-80 through Iowa whenever I visit my sister, but I make sure to leave during daylight now, and I keep my phone fully charged. I haven't seen anything like that since, but sometimes when I'm driving through the rural stretches, I get this feeling like something is watching from just beyond the corn. Anyway, that's my story. I still don't know what I saw out there, but I know that it happened. Everything happened this summer when I was working and living in the Chicago area. I don't know much about spirits or paranormal events, so I'll give you the facts of what happened, and you can come to your own conclusions. In the first few weeks of my new job, I met this really great guy. We'll call him Paul. We hit it off immediately, and one day he suggested that we go hiking in the woods. I'm originally from Russia, so I was practically raised in the woods. I spent half of my childhood in them, and I was really excited about his proposal. As we're hiking, it starts raining, like pouring rain. I've never seen anything like it. We go deeper and deeper into the forest until there are no more paths, and we're practically treading swamp water. All this time, we're just talking about random stuff and getting to know each other, while not really paying attention to the surroundings. There's no one around since we've gone pretty deep into the woods already, and it was pouring buckets. Eventually, we stumble on the skeleton of a teepee, just the bare wooden structure of it, and thought that it was pretty cool, so we kept going in that direction. Suddenly, we both hear someone crying. It sounded like a baby. It is a forest, so lots of animals can imitate that sound, like deer, cubs, etc. And the cry sounded distant anyway, so we thought nothing of it and walked forward. Within seconds, we heard this thing right next to us, which seemed strange, since it sounded so far away at first. It was so loud now that it could have been a few feet away. We start looking all around, even looking up into the trees, and absolutely nothing was there. It was a pretty weird situation, so we kind of speed walked in the other direction. As soon as we stopped for a break, the sound starts up right next to us again. It was like something was telling us to book it, so we did. We ran faster than what was probably safe in that kind of weather, half looking at Google Maps and half relying on memory. we made it back to the entrance of the woods. Both of us agreed that what happened was pretty weird and decided to look into the history of the place. Immediately, websites like Most Haunted Forests in Illinois started to pop up. Turns out that the place was the site of ancient Native American burial grounds. Not surprising, since a lot of tribes used to live in various parts of Illinois. And apparently, it's where 3 young boys were brutally murdered and left naked in a ditch. Pretty dark stuff. Paul and I went back, and I kind of forgot about the incident, until one evening after work he tells me that he can't stop thinking about the cry, and he wants to go back to see what was there. Naturally, I think it's a stupid idea, especially because it was already dark out. But then Paul's friend Ryan joins him for kicks, and since I'm worried for both of their safety, 20-something fresh out of college dudes can be very dumb, I come along, thinking that at least I could try to keep them out of trouble. So we hop in the car and we drive over there. Traffic is insane, and my friend takes a wrong turn, so we get there at around 11 p.m. We get out and head into the forest. Now there's no streetlights anywhere near us, except right at the edge of the road, and flashlights can only do so much, so our visibility is pretty bad. We eventually get to a small wooden bridge that leads us across the river, into the actually deep part of the forest. As soon as we cross, I start feeling uneasy. We weren't supposed to be in the woods that late in the first place, but this was a deeper feeling of guilt, like we were intruding or disturbing something that was there. Ryan, who's been leading the way and feeling all confident and cocky, saying that there's nothing out here, stops all of a sudden. On the other side of the bridge, the 3 of us were hit with this feeling of dread and panic, one that I've never felt before in any forest, and I've been to lots, both in the day and at night. We all exchange nervous looks, and suddenly, we hear crunching, coming toward us from the dark. The feeling at this point gets so intense that Ryan, confidently walking ahead seconds ago, now looks uneasy and says, "I think we should go back." We all slowly turn around and start speed walking toward the bridge. No one talks until we get to the other side, and Ryan says, I was just nervous because, it might have been a homeless person and I didn't want to deal with that." Right. Eventually, we get to the road where our car was parked, along the side, and that's when I see a girl, maybe in her early 20s, just walking along the highway. She was wearing very little clothing and looked a little strange. Her walk wasn't a drunk one, she just seemed to be almost, I don't know the right word for it, but vibrating? Undulating? I'm not sure. But there wasn't a building around for miles, just straight road. My stepdad is Malaysian, and he's told me a bunch of ghost stories about young ghost women on the side of the road killing drivers. But I was willing to risk it, because I didn't want to leave this girl all alone, ghost or no ghost, so I convinced Paul to slow down a bit when we got to her. I called out to her from the passenger window, asking if she needed help. The girl slowly turns around, and with the creepiest, slowest smile spreading across her lips, she nods. I was hit with that same feeling that I had gotten back there in the forest, and almost regretted slowing down. But whatever, my sense of wanting to help that girl was greater than whatever weird stuff I was feeling. And if I died, well, at least I'd have a clean conscience. She gets in the back of the car, right behind my seat and next to Ryan, and he just starts to chat her up, flirting, asking her where she's from and what she's doing. Typical. All this time, I'm turned halfway around keeping an eye on her because I feel like as soon as I turn around and face the road, something bad is going to happen. She's keeping steady eye contact with me the entire time, even when Ryan is talking to her, with that slow, creepy smile, while slightly undulating. I still don't know what to call it, but it seemed snake-like. Ryan asks her where she's coming from, and she says, "Oh, just around." He asks if she's coming from a bar, and she nods her head yes, except There's not a single bar anywhere even close, not for miles and miles. She said she was walking home and gives Paul an address, which is 15 minutes away by car along nothing but forest. My eyes literally hurt from keeping eye contact with her, and she just keeps smiling and undulating and giving off this feeling of dread. This feeling just keeps increasing, so eventually, we drop her off at her street. There are lots of old-looking, smaller houses there. When I turn back to look at her a second later, she's completely gone. I couldn't sleep that night. I kept imagining her creeping up the stairs, her smiling face undulating from the shadows. I grew up in an apartment complex for the first 6 or so years of my life. It's been a long time, so I don't really truly remember it. But I know I used to live in an apartment complex near a mire. Well, we ended up moving into my grandmother's house with her after my grandfather passed away, and there were some disturbances I remember at my young age. The first time I ever had something paranormal happen was when I was helping my mom and grandma clean out my grandpa's old room so that my mother and I could use it as our room. I was really afraid to be alone as a kid, so I slept in my mom's room. They had had separate rooms, so my grandma had converted one of the living rooms into her bedroom. Well, one day we were taking a break from cleaning out the room, and we were laughing out in my grandma's room. I can't remember exactly why, but my mom asked me to go to my grandpa's room to grab something she had forgotten. It might have been a drink. Anyway, as I'm walking toward his room, I hear the most ghostly moan I've ever heard in my life. It almost sounded like something straight out of Scooby-Doo. I ran back to my mom and grandma, and they said that I was just being silly. A typical answer that a child would get from adults after telling a story like that. And my mom was an atheist who tried to explain and debunk everything she could. On occasion, I would hear stuff. I would see shadows. I would sense that somebody was watching me, but I was never really truly bothered by anything. My grandma would have liked to think that it was my grandpa messing around, but I was never really sure. I just knew that stuff was happening that I couldn't explain, and I didn't like it. As a kid, I loved horror games. I loved watching scary movies and stuff like Ghost Hunters, which did scare me and keep me up some nights. But it was always interesting to me, because I truly believed my house was haunted. I liked to pretend that it wasn't though, so I could sleep at night. My mom died on November 5th of 2006, and ever since that day, things got weird, and the feelings of being watched and noises and shadows increased, but nothing super significant. I always thought it was due to the fact that my grandma had like 6 cats. One night in particular that I remember was when my friend came over to spend the night. We played video games, and he in particular loved to talk to me about his dreams because they were so creative and vivid. I mean, they could have been comic books. Well, we went to sleep, and before that I closed my bedroom door because one of the cats would come into the room all the time and wake us up by licking plastic stuff for like an hour straight. Almost suddenly, out of a dead sleep, I woke up. No reason behind it, I just did. I was drawn to look at the bedroom door, and it slowly opens. An almost pitch black cloud hovers into my room and stays close to the ceiling. As this is happening, my friend is yelling in his sleep, "No, stop." And at this time, not only am I scared beyond belief, but I have the strangest, eeriest feeling that I've ever had in my life. I was so scared, but also simultaneously so tired that I covered my face with my blanket and eventually just passed out. I woke up the next day and everything seemed normal. I asked my friend about last night, and he said that he didn't see, feel, or hear anything. But when I asked him about his dream, he said, "I actually can't remember it." That struck me as absolutely wild, because this guy would always tell me about how cool his dreams were. He seemed to remember them all. There were other things that I can't remember. My dad said one night he was intoxicated and opened his door to go upstairs and grab some food out of the fridge, when he says he ran into my mom as he walked out of the door, and he kind of stumbled back and looked, but then nobody was there. From his face when he tells this story, you can tell how sobering of an experience this had to have been. All of us, however, would occasionally hear my mom's voice calling out to us when she hadn't. And personally, I would just freeze and look in every direction to try to find where it had come from. But sometimes she wasn't even in the house. Fast forward to about 2013, a year or so before I eventually moved out. My grandmother's health and brain were deteriorating rapidly, until she finally called 911 and went into the ER, where she was diagnosed with brain and lung cancer, almost identical to what my mom had when she passed. After what I think was like a month, she ended up passing away, and ever since that day, the house was not the same. It was odd before then, but after that, it went from like level 20 to 100. Stuff was being knocked over, voices were echoing from the hallways in the basement, loud voices talking from other rooms when you were alone in the house, people coughing right into your ear, shadows walking down the hall, doors being slammed in the basement. The list goes on and on. I had a friend move into my house that always told me that when he went downstairs to take a shower, somebody would shake the bathroom door handle while he was in there. He said he would open it multiple times to find nobody on the other side. He was still trying to figure out how I was doing it. Until one day he realized that I wasn't, because I had another friend of mine come over to my house because he wanted help dyeing his hair black. I was in that phase already, so I helped him. He went downstairs to take a shower, and when he came back upstairs, my buddy and I were playing a video game. He walks in and says, "How the hell did you guys get up here so fast without making a noise?" We were really puzzled, until he told us that somebody had kept shaking the door handle. My friend went pale and told him exactly what had been happening to him. At that point, we were all scared and left the house for a bit. He stopped coming over as much, and honestly, I don't blame him. He vowed to never shower at my house again. Between hearing doors in the basement, seeing shadows, stuff like that, my dad kept telling me how when he was home by himself, he would just hear my mom and grandma screaming his name from other parts of the house, which drove him back to alcoholism. Then one morning, I woke up to find my grandma's last cat that we had died. That was shortly before we moved out. When I say these encounters intensified, I mean it. All of my friends that came over just said that the house didn't feel right. It wasn't welcoming. We would always hear voices or cats meowing, even though at that point all the cats had passed and nobody would be there. I would go into my basement before work and open all of the doors, and when I'd get home, I'd go check and find that pretty much all of them were closed when nobody could have possibly been in the house. And this is just all my perspective. My friends, and my roommate especially, had their own crazy stories that still get me to this day, no matter how many times I hear them. Ever since I moved out into a new apartment, now a trailer, I haven't experienced anything else. It's been a nice change of pace, and I hope to never experience anything of that kind, ever again.
This story might be a bit long, but it's something that happened to me years ago, and I'm still very curious about what it could have been. When I was about 13, I was in a relationship with a girl that I visited pretty frequently, almost every day after school if I could. Due to me visiting her so often, I got to know her and her family, as well as her home. They were very kind people, but just a little off. At the time, I wasn't a very religious person. However, my girlfriend and her family were Satanists. When I first heard that, I thought it was a joke, but soon I realized that they were being serious. I wasn't too surprised or bothered by it. She later told me that the house was haunted, and me, being the biggest skeptic, kind of just brushed it off and showed interest so we could keep talking. After a while, I started to notice things in the house that were a little bit unsettling, but I was quick to dismiss them. I figured anything had a logical explanation behind it, so why try to claim that it was something paranormal? At first it started with small tapping sounds. To be honest, at this time, I thought it was just the house settling or creaking due to the wind. We live in Florida, so it wasn't too hard to believe that some weather could have caused the house to make noises. That's what I believed, since it was the most logical explanation. That was until we heard scratching, coming from inside her closet. We thought it was her cat at first, especially because he would constantly bring her into the room and she liked to explore. We also thought maybe she had snuck in and we had closed the door on her, oblivious, and it took her until just that moment to try to get out. Obviously, we got up and opened the closet door, but nothing was there. This was very peculiar, but I shrugged it off and figured that maybe it was a mouse or a rat in the walls. She pointed out, though, that there were scratch marks all over the closet. They weren't high up. If anything, they were about level with a common cat or a small dog. But like I said, the cat wasn't in the closet. It wasn't even in the room. Needless to say, I was weirded out. I wasn't scared, but I was starting to believe that something wasn't right. I don't know exactly what was wrong, but I was starting to feel off after this. Weeks go by and even months go by. Some minor things keep happening. Mostly just the scratching, which has pretty much torn up the paint in the closet entirely at this point. But also other things like the cat acting strangely, and a weird sense of unease when you're in certain parts of the house, particularly the restroom, the garage, and the master bedroom. I just assumed that it all had a rational explanation, of course. I wasn't sure of what it was, but I was stubborn and dumb. One day, though, something was especially creepy. So creepy, to me in fact, that I had actually started to question whether or not there are such things as gods, demons, ghosts, etc. Something that will stick with me forever. One day, my girlfriend had invited me over, so I asked my mom and she dropped me off. I noticed that there weren't any cars in her driveway, which wasn't really weird since her family did work often or were out shopping a lot. My girlfriend opens the door after I knock and lets me in. First thing we did was head to her room to watch Third Rock from the Sun. While we're sitting in there, we make some small talk and go to the kitchen to grab some food. And then we go back to her room to keep watching TV. At some point, though, hours later, we end up shutting off the TV and just start talking. Out of nowhere, though, we hear her older sister yell her name from right outside her door. We assumed they were finally home from wherever they went, and we went out there to check up on them. Weirdly enough, though, we didn't see her. We checked everywhere around the house and didn't see her at all. We even yelled back but got no response. We chalked it up to us maybe hearing something else and just assuming that that's what we had heard instead. Like maybe there was a noise and we thought we heard her name. Like I said, stubborn and dumb. We head back to the bedroom and sit down, but this time we leave her bedroom door open, just in case her sister really did call for her, and attempted to do it again. After a few moments, we hear her sister call for her name again. However, this time it didn't seem like it came from behind the door. It sounded as if the entire house had called her name. Not only was it so loud and so clear, but it didn't change its tone or pitch. It sounded like it was a repeated audio recording from the last time she had called for her. Once again, we quickly bolt up and search around the house as fast as possible. We thought if it was her sister trying to play some kind of prank, we would find her, but we didn't see her. We couldn't even trace where the sound had come from, so we checked in all the areas where somebody could easily hide. Being dumb, we once again said it was probably nothing to worry about. About an hour or so goes by and we hear her dad's truck start to pull up to the house. We check out the window to watch them, and the rear passenger door opens. It's her sister. We were baffled, to say the least, and wondered when and how she had left so quickly. We met them at the door and asked her what it was that she had kept calling for, and how she'd gotten out and ended up with her family. She looked at us with confusion and concern. What she and her dad told us makes me anxious to this very day. She said that she'd been gone since 6 in the morning doing some shopping. We immediately tried calling her bluff, but her dad doubled down and seemed to get a little bit annoyed by this and told us that they were indeed out shopping all day. Right after he told us this, we told her sister that we had heard something that sounded exactly like her voice calling for my girlfriend, and we tried finding whatever it was, but we came up with nothing. Something about this must have really alerted and worried her sister, because after we told her this, she immediately went pale and looked sick. She told me that she would like to speak to my girlfriend in private real quick and brought her to the back porch. I went back to my girlfriend's room and just sat on her bed waiting for her to come back. After about 5 or 10 minutes, she came back and looked a little concerned, while also downplaying what had just happened. I asked her if everything was all right. She said, "Yeah, she asked if we had gone into her room. I told her I did and she got mad. She told me though that if we ever hear her voice while she's not home, to not go in her room. I guess right above her bed is an attic, and she told me how one time she was sleeping, she'd woken up in the middle of the night and saw the attic right above her bed was cracked open, and she saw her own face staring back at her from inside the attic." This story is entirely true and something that has stuck with me for years. I'm 24 now, and though it's been a little over 10 years, it still feels like it happened yesterday.
The Thing in the High Desert by Elias B. I moved to Gallup, New Mexico about 6 months ago for a civil engineering gig. If you're not familiar with the area, it's right on the edge of the Navajo Nation. The landscape is absolutely incredible. Massive red mesas, high desert plateaus, and skies that feel too big for the earth. But there's also a specific energy out here that you just don't find in the suburbs of Chicago. People keep to themselves about certain things. You learn very quickly that there are topics you just don't bring up over a beer, especially when it comes to the local folklore. Last Thursday, I was driving back from a site inspection near Tahachi. It was late, maybe 11:30 p.m. US 491 is a long, straight stretch of asphalt that cuts through some of the most desolate terrain you can imagine. There are no streetlights. It's just your high beams and the reflective eyes of the occasional jackrabbit. I was about 20 miles north of town when I saw something in the road. I figured it was a dead elk or maybe a collapsed bale of hay that fell off a truck. I slowed my Tacoma down as I got closer. My headlights hit it, and I realized it was a coyote. But it was the biggest coyote I have ever seen in my life. I mean, it had to be about the size of a timber wolf, but the fur was patchy, like it had a really bad case of mange. The animal was hunched over something in the middle of the lane. As I pulled up, it didn't run. It didn't even flinch. I honked my horn thinking it would scatter, but instead, it slowly stood up. It didn't stand up like a dog on its hind legs either. It stood up like a man. its spine elongated with a series of wet, popping sounds that I could hear even over the idle of my engine. The front legs, or arms, I guess, dangled down, and the hands were not paws. They were long, spindly fingers with thick yellow nails. The thing turned its head to look at me. The face was the worst part. It looked like a coyote mask had been stretched over a human skull that was too wide. The eyes caught the light, but they were not green or yellow like a normal animal. They were a flat, dull orange. It didn't have a snout. It had a flattened face with a mouthful of jagged, mismatched teeth. I didn't wait to see what it was eating. I swung the truck into the opposite lane and floored it. I looked in my side mirror as I passed, and the thing was already moving. It wasn't running behind the truck either. It was keeping pace alongside my driver's side door. I was doing 60, and then 70. This thing was loping through the sagebrush and sand, matching my speed with a terrifying rhythmic bounce. Every single time its feet hit the ground, I could feel a slight vibration in the steering wheel. It looked like it was laughing. Its mouth was hanging open, and its tongue was lolling out, but it wasn't even panting. It was making a sound, like a person trying to whistle through a mouthful of pebbles. I reached 85 miles per hour. The Tacoma was shaking. The thing finally started to pull ahead of me. It didn't try to ram the truck. It just veered back onto the asphalt about 50 yards in front of me and stopped dead. I slammed on the brakes, fishtailing slightly. The smell hit the cabin through the vents. It smelled like wet dog, copper, and old grease. The creature stood there in the middle of the road, silhouetted by my high beams. It reached up with one of those long-fingered hands and started scratching at its own chest. It was tearing strips of its own skin off, revealing dark, corded muscle underneath. And then it spoke. It didn't howl or growl. It used my own voice. It sounded exactly like the voice memo I'd recorded for my boss earlier that afternoon. "The drainage pipe on the north side is cracked," it said. The tone was perfect. The cadence was identical to mine. I didn't stay to hear anything else. I threw the truck into reverse, swung a chaotic U-turn, and headed back toward Tahachi. I wasn't going to drive through that thing. I drove 30 miles out of my way to take the long route back to Gallup, white-knuckling the wheel the entire time. I didn't sleep that night. I mean, who could have? Every time the wind brushed a branch against my bedroom window, I jumped. The next morning, I went out to check the truck. I half expected to see scratches or blood. Instead, I found something else. Stuck to the driver's side door handle was a small tuft of gray hair, tied together with a piece of dried animal gut. There were also 4 dusty handprints on the tailgate. They weren't human, but they weren't exactly animal either. They had 5 fingers, but the thumb was located where a pinky should be on a human. I went into work and I tried to act normal, but I was a wreck. My supervisor, a guy named Mike who grew up in the area, looked at me, paused for a second, and then said, "Do you see a stray dog on the 491? I told him what happened. He didn't laugh. He didn't tell me I was crazy. He just reached into his desk and pulled out a small pouch of white ash and told me to rub it on my tires and the door frames of my house. He told me that once they have your voice, they don't stop. They like the chase. He said the fact that it left the hair on my handle meant that it was marking me for later. That was 3 days ago, and since then, things have been weird. I'll be sitting in my living room and hear my front door unlock. I'll go and check it, and it's still bolted. I've started hearing my mom's voice, calling my name from the backyard. Mom lives in Florida. Well, she did. She's been dead for 3 years. Last night, I woke up because I heard a scratching sound on the roof. It wasn't a branch. It was a rhythmic scraping, like someone was dragging a heavy bag of salt across the shingles. I stayed under the covers with my 9mm on the nightstand until the sun came up. I'm looking for a transfer back east. I don't even care if it's a pay cut. There's something in these hills that does not like outsiders, and I think I've given it a reason to follow me home. I went to a local car wash today to get the dust off the truck, and the guy working the bays absolutely refused to touch the driver's side door. He just pointed at the handle and walked away. I looked closer, and there was a faint, oily stain in the shape of a human ear right where I grabbed the handle. It won't come off with soap.
This is a very long story, but it's worth telling, and I hope I can find some answers. I live in the state of Georgia, in a rural town not too far from a major city. There's a set of woods that's behind our house, and it divides 2 neighborhoods. It's about a mile wide, if that. Strange occurrences have always surrounded these woods. Small things like random trash, tarps, etc. show up seemingly without warning. I should mention that it's more swampy marsh than woods, so it makes camping in there impossible. One night, I was taking our dog out. He stays in the back half of the house due to him not liking the other dogs. I took him out the side door and walked around the house to the fence. For some reason, when we left the house, he was absolutely terrified. He didn't want to go out. Very unusual for a dog who's quick to snatch someone's soul if prompted. Not thinking about it, we pushed onward. After he tinkled, we walked back. This is when I noticed it, or rather heard it, the crunching of leaves. At first I thought it was one of the dozen cats on our property, until I realized that it was matching my steps. If I walked, it would walk. If I stopped, it stopped. There's a small clearing between the woods where one of the sheds is, and that's when we saw it. My dog was the first to see something, and then I saw some creature of some kind. It was taller than the shed, so maybe a good 8 feet tall, and it darted across the clearing at a crazy fast speed. My dog, who again isn't scared of anything, bolts so fast that I dropped his leash. He ran in the door, whining. I was quickly behind him. Once we were inside, I bolted the door, and I ran to tell my girlfriend what had happened. She immediately wanted to investigate, saying that it was probably a woodland creature. Armed with 2 flashlights, we went out the front door. As we walked toward the wood line, we could hear something moving around. It sounded maybe 200 yards away. As we scanned with our flashlights, we saw nothing, but kept hearing it. Then we heard it get closer and closer, until it was maybe 20 feet away. But still, nothing. No eyes, not even an animal call. Just rustling. My girlfriend, now scared, heads for the house. I decided to check with the neighbors to see if maybe one of their many dogs had gotten out. When I arrived at his house, my neighbor, who we'll call Dave, explained that all his dogs were accounted for, but he was curious, so he came to investigate. This is when I noticed that whatever this thing was had followed me along the wood line to Dave's house and was now behind his house. Gun in hand, we went into the backyard scanning for something. We could hear it rustling, or maybe running, about 100 yards away in the thick, swampy woods. Way too thick for a person to walk in, let alone run in. And then, it stopped. It was dead silent. Scanning and on edge, we hear and see nothing. And then, bam! All of a sudden, it was 5 feet in front of us, sprinting at me.
It slammed the fence so hard that it rocked it back and forth. Dave, scared shitless, shot randomly at, well, nothing. We never saw it. We never heard it get close to us. Again, as I mentioned, the woods are thick. Too thick to run in, so what teleported silently in front of us and slammed into the gate? Spooked, we were about to run. But then, we heard it. It was human in nature, but not English. A language. Sounded alien-like, but not a known language, that's for sure. Dave, a hunter for the last 40 years, still to this day cannot explain what that was. Anyway, after we heard that, we bolted. He covered me and I ran to the house. Not 10 minutes later, we both hear a loud explosion coming from the woods. It shook our houses and flickered our power. I ran outside to see what it was, and of course, nothing. But when Dave came out and confirmed that he felt the same thing, we were both once again terrified. Moments later, a few strangers from the neighborhood came driving down to our cul-de-sac, and they all agreed that the blast sound that they heard came from behind our house. 911 was called, and the 2 police officers interviewed us separately. Our stories matched. The responding officers refused to go anywhere near those woods. They took the report and left. To this day, we're still not sure what that encounter was. Also, Dave doesn't go outside at night anymore. That's how bad it spooked him. The next night, earlier in the day, my mother-in-law and a police officer for a town 40 minutes away installed 2 motion-activated trail cams along the wood's edge. They were brand new. Keep that in mind. Thinking maybe we would see something, we waited for nightfall. Later that evening, I went outside to feed our outdoor cats. That's when I heard it again. Rustling. This time, not taking any chances, I ran inside and told everyone what I heard. They all piled by the back door and urged me to go out there and look. Reluctantly, I agreed. I took my flashlight and walked to the edge of the woods. Knowing that there was a trail cam covering this area, I figured if it got me, it would be on camera and my sacrifice wouldn't be for nothing. As I got to the wood's edge, I could still hear it rustling. I'm shaking at this point because I could tell it was maybe less than 15 yards in front of me. Everyone at the door was just watching me and could hear this thing. And then it was quiet. For a moment, it was gone. Or so I thought. Just as I'm scanning with my flashlight, trying desperately to see a normal woodland creature so I can laugh this whole thing off, boom, something fell out of a tree and hit the ground so hard that it shook the soil beneath my feet. It was so close that I was sure it was going to lunge out of the brush and snag me. I dropped my flashlight and ran the 100 yards back to the house in what felt like 2 seconds. I just kept screaming, "Get in the house! Get the F in the house!" as everyone was already scampering inside. They had heard and felt the thud too. Our neighbor Dave called my mother-in-law to ask what that loud crash was. For him to have heard it from well over 700 yards away is insane to me. Once the adrenaline died down, we realized that this happened right next to the trail cam. Problem solved, right? We got the evidence of this thing. The next morning, we checked the SD cards on the trail cam. Both of the cams had videos up until 11:47 p.m. The rest is corrupted. They were brand new trail cameras and brand new SD cards. We reset everything and set them back up, and to this day, we've still never encountered the creature again or caught anything on camera. All my life, my mom has always unwillingly been a magnet for paranormal activity. She never spoke of it. She thought of it as a curse that plagued her. Once at around 2 a.m, I found her sitting at the dining room table, sitting stock still, smoking cigarette after cigarette, staring into the living room with all the lights off. The cigarette smoke was settling at about the halfway point in the room, so it looked like a low, stagnant cloud, adding to the suddenly alarming feeling of the space. I called out to her, but she didn't respond. She just sat there, the ember of the Marlboro brightening with every drag. You could hear the crisp sound of the burning tobacco as she inhaled. I just stood there, arms crossed, chilled from the night air, looking at her in confusion. Mom? Mom, are you okay? She just sat there, silent, stoic, staring at nothing. Another drag. And then, finally, she said something. They just walk through. They just walk through here. I don't know where they're going. I scanned the room, goosebumps shivering up my arms. Who, Mom? Who walks through? Nothing. I was young and fairly creeped out, so I just backed up slowly and quietly went back to bed, closing and locking my bedroom door. The next morning, I asked her what that was all about, and she acted like it was nothing. Like I'd had some bad dream and thought it was real. She completely played it off like I was the crazy one to think that she would ever do something like that. And then she said, "You know I quit smoking 6 months ago." Stuff like that happened all the time. These little incidents that she was part of but would never acknowledge after they happened. I know she had some gift or power or something, but she never actually told me about it. I think because she hoped whatever it was wouldn't find an attachment to her sons. It did anyway. It was my first year back from college. I was asleep in my bed, briefs only, the morning sunlight streaming into my room and waking me from my dreams. It was warm and bright. I can still feel the way the sun felt on my skin that morning as I lay on my stomach, blankets thrown asunder by the vigorous sleeper that I was. The day was going to be beautiful, and I was thinking about what I'd do first after breakfast. I was facing the wall opposite the doorway of my room, staring at the Cocoon movie poster that I loved so much, when I heard my bedroom door creak open. Mom checking on me before she headed to work. Only, suddenly, something felt off. I could hear the door opening. I knew the sound of that door as well as I knew every creak and groan of the house that I'd grown up in. I knew what it sounded like when it was opened all the way, but it didn't open all the way. It stopped suddenly. It was like the minute that I recognized something was off, the door just stopped moving. Like lightning, a wave of terror rushed through my body, washing through me like an icy wave. I was fully awake instantly and paralyzed with fear. Completely paralyzed. It wasn't my mom. I knew it. Whatever it was not my mom. I couldn't move, I couldn't yell, I just lay there, completely terrified. Then it started moving toward me. I could hear the steps on the carpet. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it would burst. I was so scared that tears started streaming from my eyes. I could feel it stop, hovering over me, looking down. I kept praying that it wouldn't touch me. Please don't touch me. I could feel it reaching out, its arms extending, moving to rest a hand on the small of my back. I managed to close my eyes and decided that I was not going to let this happen. I was going to count to 3 and gather all of my strength and jump up and scream. I was going to break this paralysis. As I made this decision, I felt the arm stop. It stopped right over my body. I felt the presence freeze. So I gathered all my energy and I tried to count to 3 and move, but I was still so scared that nothing happened. I barely moved an inch. I closed my eyes again and focused harder than I ever have on anything in my life, and managed to roll myself off the bed and squeak out a meager yelp. It was enough, though. I hit the ground hard, breathing heavily and sweating from either fear or the suddenly hot sunlight streaming through my window. My bedroom door was closed. There was nothing around me. The presence was gone. I threw open the door and ran up the stairs to the living room where my mom was getting ready to go to work. "You're up." I was just about to go down there and say good morning. Bright, cheery, like nothing had happened. "You weren't just in my room, checking on me or something?" I said, wiping sweat from my forehead, completely confused. She gave me an odd look. "No, and for God's sake, put some clothes on. I'll see you tonight." After that, she was gone. That was the first time. But since then, it's followed me everywhere I go. I don't feel it all the time. Sometimes years go by, but it always comes back. I don't know if I will ever find out what it is. My mom passed 2 years ago. With her gone, I can only hope that she tries to protect me from whatever this is. This isn't the only experience I've had either. It's just the one that profoundly affected me. At first I thought it was a sleep issue, but the problem is, I was awake the whole time. I remember seeing the wall, the poster, the bright room, feeling the sheets beneath me, the smell of the fabric softener. I'm no fool. The first thought I had was that it was a dream. But I was going through the logic of what was happening to me, and I knew that it wasn't. That, coupled with our family's history, my mom's experiences, my experiences, I knew something was happening. We traveled everywhere, all over the world and the country. I think we picked up something, somewhere, and I think my mom knew it. This wasn't the first thing that happened, it was just the biggest. One day, I'll tell you about our house on Park Place in Florida. That is where I began to think that my mom had secrets she didn't want to share. But I guess some secrets I'll never know. The face at my window. I've never told this story outside of my immediate family. They always dismissed it as a nightmare or an overactive imagination. But I know what I saw that night in 1994. I was 11 years old, and it changed me forever. We lived in rural Ohio, about an hour outside of Columbus. Our house was pretty isolated. The nearest neighbors were half a mile away at least, and our backyard backed up to a cornfield. My bedroom was on the second floor, with a large window that faced that field. It was mid-August, one of those sticky hot Ohio nights where the air feels like soup. I remember it was a Wednesday because I'd been allowed to stay up and watch the X-Files for the first time, much to my mother's disapproval. I went to bed around 10:30, but it was too hot to sleep. I just lay there, watching the corn stalks sway in the darkness. The first thing I noticed was how the crickets suddenly went silent. In Ohio in August, that's just not normal. The silence was so complete that it felt like a physical presence. Then came the lights. It started as a soft blue glow, like someone was shining a filtered flashlight through my window. I remember thinking it was probably my older brother trying to scare me after watching that show. But then the light changed. It started pulsing in a rhythm that made my teeth hurt and my vision blur. The color shifted from blue to a sickly green-white that made everything in my room look like I'd never seen it before. It all just looked wrong somehow. I wanted to call out for my parents, but I couldn't move. It wasn't just fear. It felt like something was physically holding me down. The air had become thick, like trying to breathe underwater. My alarm clock was flashing random numbers, and I could hear a low humming that seemed to be coming from inside my head. That's when I saw it. A face right outside my window. My second-story window. And I need to be clear here, this was not a human face. The shape was all wrong. It was too long, too angular. The eyes were huge, but not like in the movies or drawings that you see. They weren't black. They were silvery, like mercury, with vertical pupils that kept changing size as I watched. There was barely any nose, just 2 small slits. And the mouth was just a thin line that wrapped almost all the way around its head. The skin was what really got me. It wasn't gray or green like Hollywood shows you. It was almost translucent, like you could see the shadows of things moving underneath it. And it had this pattern, like a fingerprint but geometric, that seemed to shift and move when you looked at it directly. It just studied me. For what felt like hours but was probably only minutes, it stayed there, unblinking, head tilted at an angle that should have been impossible for anything with a spine. I could see more shapes moving in the darkness behind it, but my eyes couldn't, or wouldn't, focus on them. Then it pressed its hand against glass. The fingers were too long, too jointed, like someone had taken a human hand and added extra knuckles. Where it touched the window, frost started forming, in the middle of an Ohio August. I must have fainted, because the next thing I remember was my mom shaking me awake. It was morning. I was on the floor by my bed, and my window was wide open, something my parents always kept locked because of my sleepwalking. Of course, normal me, in the daylight, wouldn't just walk out of a second-story window. But when you're sleepwalking, you don't exactly make logical choices. There was a perfect handprint of frost on the outside of the glass, slowly melting in the morning sun. By the time my parents came to look, it was gone. In the field behind our house, they found a perfect circle of flattened corn, about 30 feet in diameter. The stalks weren't broken. They were bent at exact 90-degree angles, all pointing clockwise. My dad said it was probably teenagers or wind damage. The local paper blamed it on pranks inspired by the X-Files. I know what everybody says. Oh, it's been proven that they're all a hoax. Whatever. You clearly haven't seen one. I have. And that crop circle, or whatever you want to call it, wasn't done by any human. It wasn't just a prank. I don't know what those other ones were, but this was something. It was just something. We moved to Columbus the next year. My parents always said it was for my dad's job, but he was a farmer, so I always wondered if maybe it had something to do with how I refused to sleep in that room again. I spent the rest of that year on the couch in our living room, jumping at every sound. I'm 41 now. I have a successful career, a family, a normal life. But I still can't sleep in a room with uncovered windows. My husband installed blackout curtains in our bedroom because I had a panic attack when he suggested sleeping without them. My kids think it's weird that we don't have any windows in our bedroom that face outside. They're all either covered or they look into the enclosed sunroom. Sometimes when I'm up late working, I'll catch a reflection in my computer screen that looks like that geometric pattern I saw on its skin. Or I'll hear that humming, just at the edge of my hearing. And sometimes in my dreams, I still see that face, pressed against my window, studying me with those liquid mercury eyes. The worst part? Last month, my 11-year-old daughter, to whom I have never shared this story, complained about weird lights outside her window. Apparently, she had opened her curtain in the middle of the night. I made her switch rooms with her brother the next day. His room doesn't have any windows. A lot of people have told me, oh, you had sleep paralysis, or you were just a little girl who got scared by an alien show. I had been scared by things in my childhood before, and I think they're funny now when I look back on nightmares or even vivid hallucinations that I've had in sleep paralysis that definitely did come from movies. This wasn't that. I'm not a little girl anymore, and I know what I saw. Whether you want to believe it or not, well, that's up to you.
The Fourth Floor Never Sleeps by Anonymous. I've been working nights at St. Mary's Hospital here in Tucson for about 6 years now. You get used to the weird stuff pretty quickly on this job. The sounds, the shadows, the way elevator doors sometimes open onto empty floors. Most of it you can explain away. Equipment settling, HVAC systems cycling, your brain playing tricks when you're running on 3 hours of sleep and too much coffee. But what happened last Tuesday night was different. I was covering the 4th floor that shift. 4th floor is where we keep the long-term care patients, people who aren't getting better, just waiting. It's quieter than the other floors, which sounds nice until you realize that quiet in a hospital is never actually quiet. There's always something beeping, humming, clicking, always someone coughing or calling out. The silence between those sounds is what gets to you. Around 2 a.m., I was doing my rounds when I noticed room 412 was dark. Not unusual. Mr. Henley, we'll call him, in that room had been declining for weeks, mostly slept through the night. But as I walked past, I heard talking. Low voices like two people having a conversation. I stopped. Henley lived alone, no family that ever visited. The day shift nurses said that he rarely spoke anymore, just stared at the ceiling most of the time. I pressed my ear to the door. "Should have been here sooner," a woman's voice was saying, soft, with maybe a slight accent I couldn't place. "I know," came a man's voice. Definitely not Henley. This voice was younger and clearer. I knocked and pushed the door open. "Mr. Henley? Everything okay?" The room was empty except for Henley, who was lying in bed exactly like always. Eyes closed, breathing shallow but steady. The monitors showed his usual readings. No one else in the room. No visitor sign-in sheets that have been filled out. "Mr. Henley?" I said again, checking his vitals. Normal for him. I looked around the room. Everything was empty. There was nowhere for two people to hide. I went back to the nurse's station and checked the visitor log. Nothing. I asked Jerry, the security guard, if he had seen anybody go up to 4. He'd been at the main desk all night and said nobody had come or gone. 20 minutes later, I'm restocking supplies when I hear it again. Same room, same two voices, having what sounded like a different conversation this time. "Never got to tell him," the woman was saying. "He knows," the man replied. "He's always known." I walked over faster this time, my sneakers squeaking on the linoleum. I pushed the door open without knocking. Again, just Henley, but this time he was awake, staring at the ceiling with this expression I'd never seen before. He looked peaceful, like he was listening to nice music I couldn't hear. "Mr. Henley," I said, "are you feeling all right?" He turned his head toward me, which was unusual. He hadn't been very responsive lately. His eyes were clearer than they'd been in weeks. "They're here," he said. First words I'd heard from him in days. "Who's here, Mr. Henley?" He smiled, actually smiled, which I don't think I'd ever seen, and looked back at the ceiling. "My Sarah, my boy, Tommy."
I felt something cold run down my spine. I'd read his chart when he was admitted months ago. His wife had died in a car accident 15 years back, and his son had died in Afghanistan years prior. He had no living relatives. "Mr. Henley, I don't see anyone in the room." "Oh, they're waiting for me," he said, still smiling. "Sarah says it's time." I stayed with him for a few more minutes, but he didn't say anything else. He just kept looking up at the ceiling like he was watching a movie I couldn't see. His vitals were stable, so I left him alone. The rest of my shift was normal. No more voices from 412. When I checked on Henley around 5 a.m., he was sleeping peacefully. I mentioned it to the day shift nurse when she came in, Maria. She's been at St. Mary's longer than anyone and knows all the stories. When I told her about the voices, she got this look. "Room 412, she said. "Well, that's where Mrs. Patterson died last month. She kept talking about her husband coming to visit her the night before she passed, and, he's been dead for 3 years. I asked her if she'd ever heard unexplained voices in that room. "Honey, I've been working here for 22 years. 4th floor has always been active, especially when someone's getting ready to go. Family comes back for them, I think, even if they've been gone a while." That afternoon, I got a call from the hospital. Mr. Henley had passed around 2 p.m. Peaceful, they said, went in his sleep. I wasn't scheduled to work that night, but I kept thinking about what Maria had said, about family coming back. I'd never really believed in all that stuff before, but those voices I heard were real. I heard them clear as day, having conversations that made perfect sense if you assumed they were talking to someone who was dying. The thing that gets me is Henley's expression when he said they were here. He looked happier than I'd ever seen him, not scared or confused like patients usually are when they're hallucinating. He looked like someone who'd been waiting alone for a very long time and finally wasn't anymore. I don't know what I believe about ghosts or the afterlife or any of that, but I know what I heard, and I know Henley wasn't talking to himself or having some kind of episode. Those were real conversations with real people, even if I couldn't see them. Maria told me later that room 412 has been empty since Henley passed. No new patients assigned yet. But she said the night shift nurses have been hearing voices again. Different voices this time, but the same pattern. Like people talking to someone who's getting ready to leave. I'm not scheduled for 4th floor again until next week. Part of me wants to avoid it, but another part is curious. If that room really is some kind of gateway, I guess, then maybe there's more to this job than just monitoring vitals and dispensing meds. Maybe sometimes we get to witness something that's actually beautiful, even if we can't fully understand it. I still don't know what to make of it all, but I do know that Mr. Henley died the way everyone should, surrounded by the people who loved him most, even if they'd been gone for years. And that, at least, has got to count for something. The key in the wall. I work in renovation and restoration, mostly old buildings around western Pennsylvania. They're always the kind with uneven floors and hidden rooms and weird wiring. They usually have layers of wallpaper that look like tree rings when you pull them back. You get used to strange finds. Love letters, receipts from the 40s, fake walls, even the occasional firearm somebody forgot about decades ago. But nothing has ever stuck with me like the key did. This happened 4 years ago at a Victorian boarding house outside Meadville. 3 stories, steep roofline, narrow hallways, and that heavy wooden smell that old houses get when the air doesn't circulate right. The owners wanted to turn it into student housing, so our crew was hired to open up walls, reinforce joists, and rework the attic. The key turned up on the second week. We'd started demo on the third-floor hallway, a cramped stretch between the attic stairs and a row of tiny bedrooms. I was cutting out a section of plaster near a corner where the wall bowed outward. When the chunk fell away, something metallic clattered onto the floorboards. It was a small brass key, heavy for its size, smooth from age, with a single loop on the top and teeth that didn't match any modern lock. It was the kind of key you might expect for a jewelry box or an old trunk, but certainly not a door. The strange part was where it came from. That section of wall had lathe behind it, solid wooden strips. There was no cavity where the key could have sat, no space between beams. It had been buried inside the plaster itself, like someone had hid it there while the wall was still wet. I should have handed it to the project manager, but instead, I put it in my pocket. Later that afternoon, while everyone else was downstairs hauling out debris, I stayed back to finish sweeping the hall. The floor was clean, the air still. Dust hung in the sunlight coming through a single narrow window. I remember feeling watched, but old houses do that. Too many corners, too many shadows. The key tugged at my attention, and for reasons I still can't explain, I pulled it out and held it up to the light. The brass looked darker, almost warm. I turned it over in my hand, expecting the usual reflective gleam, but the surface felt dull, like it absorbed the light instead of reflecting it. And then something clicked, something behind me. I spun around, but there was nobody there. But halfway down the hall, a door I knew was stuck shut sat slightly open. We had tried opening that room earlier in the week, and the latch hadn't budged. Now it gaped an inch, just enough to reveal darkness inside. I should have called for someone, but I didn't. Instead, I walked toward the door. Every step felt heavier than it should have. It was like the air thickened around me, and when I reached the doorway, I pushed it open with my foot. The room was empty except for old water stains on the ceiling and a broken dresser. The window was painted shut. I turned to leave, and I felt something pass behind me. It felt like a weight shifting through space, brushing the back of my neck without touching it. I froze and listened. The house creaked, like it always did, but this was different. Someone shouted my name from downstairs, and whatever pressure stood behind me vanished. I backed out, shut the door hard, and stuffed the key deep into my pocket. That night, I heard voices. Not at home, but at work. I would come in early the next morning to avoid questions about the key, and when I did, the house was empty except for me. As I climbed the stairs, these faint voices drifted down from the third floor. It wasn't a conversation, and it certainly wasn't English. It was like threading sounds, rising and falling, weaving through each other with no clear pattern. I waited at the second floor landing, listening. The whispers stopped, followed by soft, deliberate footsteps. They moved past the top of the stairs, across the third floor hall, and then faded. I should have left, but instead, I went up. The hallway sat quiet and bright in the morning sun. There were no footprints in the dust that we hadn't swept yet, so no one was hiding in the rooms, and nothing was out of place, except the key. I had left it in my toolbox the night before, but now it sat in the center of the hall, teeth pointed toward me. I didn't touch it at first. Something in me understood that picking it up again meant inviting whatever followed it. But leaving it there felt worse almost, like waiting for something else to make the next move. So I reached down. The metal burned cold. The door beside me, another stuck one, creaked open. Just a sliver. Just enough. Inside the room, shadows gathered in the corner. Not shapes or figures, more like darkness folding into itself, stretching upward as if trying to take form. The air wavered around it, bending the sunlight the same way heat bends pavement. I stepped back, ready to bolt, but the shadow did not advance. It only leaned, heavy and slow, as if smelling the air that I had stirred. I threw the key into the room and ran. We were pulled from the project 3 days later. Not because of me, because tenants, temporary ones staying in the finished rooms downstairs, had started disappearing. A man renting the basement suite didn't show up for work. A student staying in one of the front rooms left her things neatly folded on the bed and vanished. There were no signs of forced entry, no camera footage of anyone entering or leaving. The owners shut the place down. Police did a sweep. When they questioned us, I of course did not mention the key. I didn't mention the door that opened itself, and I definitely didn't mention the shadow that tried to stand on its own legs. The building sits empty now, supposedly waiting for a new investor, but everyone local knows it's dead space. Windows are boarded up and the yard is overgrown and the mail piles out of the box. A few weeks ago, though, I drove past it at dusk. Maybe it was habit or curiosity or just stupidity. There was a light that glowed in the third-floor hallway. Just one. The thing about that, though, is that the place has no power. I didn't stop, or check, or look twice. But as I drove off, I caught a glimpse of movement in the attic window. A figure, barely there, leaning forward against the glass, as if watching the road. Almost like it was waiting for someone to come back with its key. The unmoving figure. I've posted this in a couple other places, but I figured this community might have some insight. This happened to me about 6 months ago in Shenandoah National Park in Virginia. I was doing a solo overnight on the Old Rag Mountain Trail. I wouldn't call it remote by Appalachian standards, but it was mid-February and the park was pretty dead. It was an overcast day. The temperature hovered around freezing the whole time, and it was just that gray winter weather that kind of keeps most people inside. It was perfect for me because I really prefer hiking without the crowds. The plan was to take the ridge trail up to the summit and then loop back down via the saddle trail and spend the night at one of the backcountry sites. I had done this route maybe a dozen times over the years. I know it like the back of my hand. The rock scramble near the summit can be pretty tricky, especially in the winter, but I had micro spikes and I honestly wasn't too worried about it. Everything was normal until about halfway up the ridge trail, maybe 3 miles in or so. I was taking a water break when I noticed something off to my left, maybe 50, 60 yards into the woods. At first, I thought it was just a tree trunk or some kind of weird rock formation. But I looked again and realized, no, it was a person. It was a man standing completely motionless between 2 large oaks. He was facing my direction, just staring. He wore dark clothing, kind of like black or dark brown, a jacket and pants, no hat or visible pack or gear. From that distance, I couldn't make out any facial features, not clearly anyway, but I could tell he was looking directly at me. My first thought was maybe he was another hiker who'd gone off trail to take a leak or something and was waiting for me to pass. I realized that he probably thought I was staring at him, so I gave a little wave and called out, "Morning, how's it going?" You know, standard trail greeting. No response. He didn't wave back, or really move at all. He just stood there. I figured maybe he hadn't heard me or he was dealing with some kind of emergency, so then I got concerned and started walking toward him through the trees. I thought maybe he needed help. The undergrowth wasn't too thick in that area. It was mostly bare hardwoods with some scattered mountain laurel, so it wasn't difficult to navigate off the main trail. But the weirdest part is that as I got closer, maybe within 30 yards, I started to get this overwhelming feeling that I should not approach this person. It wasn't like a rational safety concern, but like something deep inside me was screaming not to get closer. I don't know if primal fear is what I was feeling, but it's the closest approximation that I've ever felt. I stopped dead in my tracks, but I called out again. "Hey, are you okay? Do you need help?" Nothing. The person hadn't moved a muscle the entire time I'd been watching or walking, not to shift their weight or turn their head, not even the little subtle movements that you would expect someone just standing around to make. It was like a mannequin. I took a few more steps, and that's when I noticed something that absolutely made my skin crawl. The guy was not wearing winter gear. It was maybe 30 degrees Fahrenheit out with a decent wind, but he was dressed like it was a mild spring day. No hat, no gloves, a jacket that looked way too thin for the conditions. But he wasn't shivering or showing a single sign that he was cold, and he absolutely should have been. At this point, I was maybe 20 yards away and I could see him more clearly. He was average height and average build, nothing really special about him. But there was something really weird about his posture. People don't stand that still, especially not in cold weather. Even when you're trying to be motionless, there are those little tiny micro movements, like a shift in your balance or breathing that moves your shoulders. This guy had none of that. I pulled out my phone to call emergency services, thinking he was having some kind of medical episode. But of course, there was no signal. Never is in that part of the park. So I decided to get a little closer and see if I could figure out what was wrong. But as soon as I took another step forward, every instinct I had that had been screaming before was now absolutely shouting to stop. This clearly was not a person in distress. This was something else entirely. It looked like a person, but it just wasn't right. The way he was standing, what he was wearing, the complete lack of movement, none of it was normal, and none of it seemed human. I backed away slowly, keeping my eyes on this thing, and returned to the trail. I figured I'd hike out and report it to the park rangers and let them deal with whatever was going on. But when I got back to the trail and looked toward where the man had been standing, no prizes for guessing, I couldn't see him anymore. I thought maybe from my angle the trees were blocking him, so I moved a few yards up and down the trail trying to get a clear line of sight. I even walked back into the woods to the exact spot where I'd seen him. There was no one there. There were no footprints in the leaf litter. There was no sign that anyone had ever been there at all. I spent probably 10 minutes searching that area, thinking maybe he walked deeper into the woods or collapsed behind a tree or something. But nothing. It was like he'd never been there in the first place. The rest of the hike was blessedly uneventful, but I just could not shake the feeling that I was being watched. Every shadow between trees looked like it was a person. Every time I stopped to rest, I found myself scanning the forest for figures. I ended up cutting my trip short and hiking out the same day instead of camping overnight. I did report it to the rangers when I got back to my car. Told them I'd seen somebody who might have been in distress, but couldn't locate them when I went to help. They took down my information and said they would send somebody to check the area, but I never heard back about whether they found anything. I've been back to Shenandoah several times since then, but I stick to the main trails and I don't wander into the woods to investigate anything. I've never seen anything like that figure again, which is probably for the best. But the thing that still bugs me is how normal it all seemed at first. He just looked like a regular guy standing in the woods. But the more I think about it, the more convinced I become that whatever I saw was not human. It was just wearing one.
This story happened many years ago, around the months of June and July. My family and I often go up and vacation at a cabin in Yungaburra, Cairns, Australia during the winter. We do this as we miss the cold days that we would get from our hometown of Toowoomba during the winter, as Cairns is tropical, so it's summer 24/7. Yungaburra is a very, very small town that resides on top of a hill. It's one of those towns that if you blink, you'll miss it. However, it's quaint and friendly. It's historical, with about 150 or more years of heritage. As usual with rich heritage and small towns, local folk legends from over the years accumulated. One of these legends ended up coming true. We rented this cabin that was on the brink of bushlands, and it was next door to an old farmhouse that has quite a bit of land, including some of the bushland the cabin backed onto. To get to the cabin, you had to walk up a somewhat steep dirt road that also leads to the aforementioned farmhouse. The dirt road also had a medium-sized pond that ran along it. This dirt road came off one of the main streets of Yungaburra. Anyway, on our last night staying there, I went to the pub to see one of my good friends who lives in Yungaburra. I had to drive early the next morning, so I didn't have a drop of alcohol. He, on the other hand, did not have anywhere to drive the next morning, so he pretty much drained the pub. It got to about 11:30, and I decided that I'd better get back to the cabin to go to sleep. The cabin was only a 15-minute walk, so after saying my goodbyes, I started to walk back. As I was walking, I realized that not driving was a dumb idea, as it was about 5 Celsius or 41 degrees Fahrenheit. I had a very thin jumper on, and that was it. As I continued to walk on, it grew colder, and I started to shiver big time. I finally reached the entrance to my driveway, and God did it look ominous. There were no street lights leading along the dirt road, so it was pitch black. I decided to get out my phone and turn the flashlight on. It was at this point that I knew something was very wrong. After I turned my flashlight on, fog started to roll in. At first, it was only light fog, but it continued and developed into heavy fog, and then it surpassed heavy fog, and then I could barely see my shoes below me. All I could see was white in front of me. I said to myself, well, here we fucking go. Something's about to happen. Get it over and done with. My flashlight was now rendered superfluous. I decided to stop walking as I knew that there was a steep ditch with a pond at the bottom, and the last thing I wanted was to fall into it. As I stood there, only getting colder and even more terrified, I saw a lantern in the distance, a small amber light coming down the driveway. Then I heard, "Son, is that you? Come here out of the fog, follow the lamp." It was my mom. I couldn't yet see her, so instead I followed the light. I continued to follow it for about 3 minutes, safely walking up the dirt driveway. I saw the light climb up the steps and I heard the door open, so I knew that I was near the cabin. Then the light went out. I continued to walk in the direction that I had seen it last. I was calling out for my mom to turn it back on, and there was no reply. I finally ran into a wooden guardrail, literally, and some steps. I walked up the steps, and instantly my knees felt weak. They had turned to jelly. I wasn't home. I was on the doorstep of the old abandoned farmhouse. The door was there, swaying open in the gentle wind, making a sinister creaking noise along with it. There are 3 things you do in this type of situation. The 3 F's, if you will. Flight, fight, or freeze, and I was frozen to the core. I didn't know what to do. I couldn't turn around and find my way back. I was definitely not stepping foot inside that house. I was stuck. I then heard a voice coming from inside the house. "My son, welcome home. Nasty weather, hmm?" The voice no longer sounded like my mom's. It had a prominent British accent. It was then that I realized I would rather be out in the fog than standing on the doorstep of this house. I quickly walked down the stairs. I heard the voice now yelling, "My son, where are you going?" I started to sprint, but as I was running, I smashed my foot and leg against some sort of stone and fell flat onto the ground. It took a chunk out of my knee, and I had cuts all along my hands. I still have some scars from it. I turned around and realized that I had not tripped over a stone. Well, not any stone. I had tripped over a tombstone. At this point, I screamed, got up, and started to run even more. I was screaming for my parents and started to slow down to a jog. I stopped. I thought that I got far enough away from the house. Until little amber lights, at least 6 of them, started to surround me. They started to come closer. I found a gap between them and ran for it. Yet again, I felt like I was sprinting for my life. It was like I was in a race, but the medal at the end was just my life. Before I knew it, slam, I ran straight into a wall with my head being the contact point. I blacked out, and from what I can remember, I was woken up by my dad, who heard something smack into the cabin. Apparently, when he went out to get me, he saw one little amber light flickering near the farmhouse through all the fog. That was the end of my night, and any vacation near that cabin. We decided not to leave early the next morning to give me some time to rest. This also gave me time to ring up my friend so he could come over, and perhaps give me some insight into what I had experienced and what my dad saw. He and I sat out on the patio. I could see the farmhouse only about 500 meters away. It looked old and desolate. This is the folk legend, according to him. Apparently, back when the small town was first being founded, that farmhouse was one of the first ones built, late 19th century, during the 1910s or something. A well-known mother, Anne was her name, had let her son play with some of his mates down on the main stretch of town one day. It started to get late, and as it got later, Anne grew more worried. Then heavy fog started to roll in. She decided to get her kerosene lamp and go looking for him. As she walked down, she could hear his footsteps, and she told him to follow the lamp. When she made her way back to the house, she was not accompanied by her son. It wasn't until the next morning that they found him dead in the bottom of the pond. He had hit his head hard and died instantly. The grave is apparently that of her son's. The mother apparently searches for her son on winter nights and lures males from the pub on late, cold, dark nights, mistaking them for her own lost son. The Yungaburra fog is one of the scariest things I've ever experienced. I've gotten used to generic things, stuff moving, stuff missing, shadows, all that sort of thing. So I wanted to share something truly unique that happened to me.
The Tall Man in the Corner by Elena R. I took a job as a night shift archivist for a small historical society in Old Town Albuquerque. It's an old 3-story building made of Tirone, which is basically just thick sawed bricks. The place is packed with uncatalogued documents from the 1800s. I'm usually the only one in the building from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. I've always been a night owl and an introvert, and I like the quiet, so I didn't think twice about the isolation. The 3rd floor is the attic. It's a cramped space with low, sloping ceilings and exposed cedar beams. That's where they keep the overflow. Mostly boxes of ledgers and old photographs, that haven't been touched in decades. The air up there is different. It's dry, but it feels heavy, like you're walking through invisible cobwebs. The first time I saw one of them was about 3 weeks into the job. I was sitting at my scanning station near the back window. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw a silhouette standing by the stairs. It was tall, maybe 6.5 feet, and it was perfectly flat. It looked like a hole cut out of the world. It didn't have any features, no clothes, no face. It was just a void in the shape of a man. I turned my head to look at it directly, and it vanished. I told myself it was just eye strain. When you spend 8 hours a night looking at high-contrast black and white documents, your retinas do weird things. I drank some coffee and went back to work. A few nights later, I was up in the attic, looking for a specific box of land deeds. The lighting up there is terrible. Just a few bare bulbs hanging from the rafters. I was reaching for a box on a high shelf when I felt a sudden drop in temperature. It wasn't just a chill. It felt like the heat was being sucked out of my skin. I looked toward the corner of the room. There were 3 of them. They weren't just standing there either. They were leaning at these weird tilted angles, like they were peering around invisible corners. They were darker than the shadows in the room. Even with the light bulbs on, these things stayed blacker than black. One of them started to move. It glided across the floorboards without making a sound. It moved with a jittery frame-by-frame motion, a little bit like stop-motion animation. It stopped about 5 feet away from me. I could see the edges of its form flickering, like a flame in a vacuum. I wanted to scream, but I didn't. My throat felt like it had been filled with cold sand. I just backed away toward the ladder. As I moved, the other 2 shadows started to uncurl from the corners. I don't know how else to put it. They were long and spindly. Their arms reached way down past where their knees should be. I made it to the 2nd floor and locked the attic hatch. I sat in the break room with all the lights on until the sun came up. I didn't tell my boss. She's a no-nonsense academic who already thinks I'm too imaginative just because I like sci-fi novels. The next night, I brought a high-lumen tactical flashlight. I figured if they were made of shadow, enough light would disperse them. I was wrong. This time, I was in the basement, filing some oversized maps. I heard a sound like dry leaves skittering across the floor. I whipped my light around. One of the shadow figures was pressed against the wall. When the beam hit it, though, it didn't disappear. The shadow, or whatever it was, cast its own shadow. I mean, just think about that for a second. A shadow casting a shadow. It looked like a 3-dimensional object made of solidified smoke. It raised a hand and pointed at the floor. And then it did something that still keeps me up at night. It stepped off the wall. It became a physical presence in the room. I could hear its feet hitting the concrete, like a soft, wet thud. It started walking toward me. As it moved, the lights in the basement began to dim. It wasn't like a power surge, but more like the darkness itself was spreading out from the entity and swallowing the light. I backed up into a row of metal shelving. The thing stopped a few inches from my face. I couldn't see eyes, but I still felt it staring at me. It smelled like dry rot and old stagnant air. It leaned in, and I heard a sound like 1,000 whispers happening at once. It wasn't words, more like a vibration that I felt in my teeth. I swung my heavy flashlight at it. The light passed right through it, but I felt a resistance, like swinging a stick through thick molasses. The figure shivered and retreated back into the wall, flattening itself out until it was just a smudge on the stone. I quit the next morning. I didn't even go back for my personal stuff. I asked them to mail it to me. I'm working at a library now in the Northeast Heights. It's a modern building with huge windows and lots of natural light. But I've noticed something. Even in the middle of a sunny afternoon, the shadows in the corners of my vision seem to be leaning. Last night, I was at home in my apartment. I was brushing my teeth and I looked at the shadow I cast on the shower curtain. My shadow didn't move when I did. It stayed perfectly still for 3 seconds after I brushed my hair back, and then it slowly raised its hand and pointed toward the front door. I've started sleeping with the lights on, but it doesn't help. The shadows just get sharper. I think once you notice them, they notice you back. You know, like that old saying, I can't remember who said it, but when you look into the void looks back at you. Maybe it's abyss. I don't know. You probably know the one. Anyway, it's like a door opens in your brain, and you can't shut it. I saw an old man sitting on a bench today in Nob Hill, and his shadow was a head taller than he was, and it had 6 fingers. He didn't seem to notice. I'm thinking about moving to Arizona, somewhere with even more sun, but I have a feeling the desert is just full of these things. They've been here longer than the buildings, longer than the bricks, maybe longer than the mountains. They're just part of the architecture of the place. And maybe if you never notice them, you never notice them. Maybe you can just blissfully go about your business. But something tells me I don't have that luxury anymore. I stayed in a guest house in Chiang Mai that had too many doors, by Tommy L. I was backpacking through Southeast Asia last spring and spent about 2 weeks in northern Thailand. Chiang Mai is a pretty standard stop on the tourist trail. Temples, night markets, good food, all of that. I'd been staying in hostels mostly, but I was getting tired of the party atmosphere, and I wanted somewhere quieter to work on some freelance stuff I'd been putting off. I found this guest house on a booking site that looked perfect. Old teak building in the old city area, family run, cheap but not sketchy cheap. The photos showed a traditional Thai house with a small courtyard and maybe 6 rooms total. The reviews were mostly positive aside from a few complaints about the Wi-Fi. I booked 3 nights. The place was harder to find than I had expected. The address took me down this narrow soi. It means like alley or small street. That got quieter the farther in that I went. Lots of walls and gates, not much foot traffic. I almost turned back thinking that I had the wrong street when I saw the sign. It was a small wooden thing with the guest house name carved in English and Thai. The gate was open. I went into the courtyard and it matched the photos. Nice wooden structure with plants everywhere, and that specific smell that old teak houses have. There was a woman sitting at a small desk near the entrance. She was maybe 60, didn't smile much. I told her I had a reservation, and she checked her book, nodded, and took my passport to photocopy. She handed me a key and told me I was in room 4 upstairs and that it was the last door on the left. And then she said something in Thai that I didn't catch. I asked her to repeat it in English. She looked at me for a second and said to make sure I locked my door at night. I figured she meant for security, and I thanked her. The room was basic but clean. Double bed, small bathroom, a desk and chair. One window looked out over the courtyard. The door had a good lock, the kind with a deadbolt. I dropped my bag, showered, and went out to get dinner. When I came back around 9, it was fully dark. The courtyard had a few lights, but the upstairs hallway was dim. Just one weak bulb at the far end. I walked to my room, and that's when I noticed something odd. There were more doors than there should have been. I'd counted when I first arrived without really thinking about it. It's an old habit I have, and I don't really know where I picked it up. My room was, like she said, the 4th door. But now I was looking at the hallway, and I could see 5 doors on this side, maybe 6. The light was bad enough that I couldn't be sure, but I definitely remembered there only being 4. I told myself I had just miscounted earlier, and that I was tired and hadn't been paying close attention. But then I remembered she said, 4th door, last door on the left. Or did she? I couldn't remember anything anymore. I figured I was just tired. I went into my room, and I did lock the door like the woman had said. I worked on my laptop for a couple of hours. Around 11, I heard footsteps in the hallway. Not unusual in a guest house. Someone going to the bathroom or coming back late. But the footsteps went back and forth, same section of hallway over and over, walking from one end to the other, and then back. The floorboards creaked with every step. After maybe 20 minutes of this, I got annoyed, and I opened my door to ask whoever it was to keep it down. The hallway was empty. The footsteps had stopped the second I opened the door. I looked both ways, checked the bathroom at the end of the hall, but nobody was there. All the other doors were closed. I went back to my room and locked the door again. The footsteps started up maybe 5 minutes later. I put in my earbuds and tried to ignore it. I woke up around 3 because someone was knocking on my door. Soft knocking, like someone tapping with their fingernails. I lay there listening to it. Tap, tap, tap. Pause. Tap, tap, tap. I didn't get up or even ask who it was. The knocking continued for a while and then stopped. In the morning, I went downstairs and the woman was at her desk again. I asked her about the other guests and said that somebody had been knocking on my door in the middle of the night. She looked at me, waited for a second, and then said that I was the only guest currently staying there. The guest house was entirely empty, except for me. Now, a normal, sane person would have left right there, but I'd already paid for 3 nights, and I really didn't want to lose the money. I told myself it was fine. Old buildings make noise, all that crap. I figured maybe I had dreamed the knocking. It's amazing what you can convince yourself of when you want it to be true. That second night, I counted the doors before I went to my room, very carefully. There were 7 doors in the upstairs hallway. My room was still the 4th one, but it was no longer the last one on the left. There were now 3 doors past it instead of none. I knew that was wrong. I'd walked this hallway multiple times the day before. I went into my room and pushed the desk against the door. The lock was fine, but I wanted the extra barrier. I didn't sleep much. Kept hearing things. Footsteps and voices speaking in Thai, too quietly to make out words. At one point, I heard what sounded like a child crying very far away. When morning came, I packed my stuff and went downstairs. The woman was there like always. I told her I needed to leave early, that something had come up. She didn't ask any questions, and she refunded me for the 3rd night without argument. She didn't even look surprised, almost bored, like this was something that happened all the time. As I was walking out, she muttered something to me in Thai. I don't speak much Thai, but I caught one word because I had learned it from signs around temples. P. It means ghost. I stayed at a hostel near the night market for the rest of my time in Chiang Mai. I looked up the guest house later, out of curiosity. The reviews that I found from after my stay mentioned strange sounds. doors that shouldn't be there, and feeling watched. One person said they had asked the owner about the building's history and had been told that it used to be something else before it was a guest house, but the owner wouldn't say what. I still don't know how many rooms that place actually had. I'm not sure that the number ever stays consistent. The Mysterious Cabin by Almost Amico. Labor Day of 2015, my mother, my wife, 3 children, and I went to a very remote cabin that we rented out. It was an old fire watchman station or something like that, so it had the cabin and 3 other sheds and shops. I'll try to keep it short, but this is a bizarre story. We unpacked, settled into the cabin, and then decided to walk a couple hundred yards down to the river, barefoot, and in sandals with shorts for all of us. We got down to the pebbled shore and were playing and throwing rocks, stuff like that, when I realized there were these 1-foot-long snakes everywhere. My wife, my mom, and I yanked up the 3 kids and hurried off. After reaching a safe distance, I went back with a water bottle and caught one in it to see what it was. Turns out we were in a nest of diamondback rattlesnakes. If one of those things had latched onto one of my kids, they surely would have died. We were about 3 hours away from any medical facility. We got back to the cabin, and my mom and I went for a hike or walk alone while my wife calmed the kiddos and fed them lunch. Upon returning about 15 minutes later, all 3 of my kids and my wife were inside with the doors and windows all closed up, even though we had everything opened previously to cool the place off. We went inside to hear all 4 of them start yelling about a bear that was about 150 yards from the cabin, huffing and puffing at my wife and kids on the front porch, eating. It was down by the river, another 30 yards or so down the hill, that it poked its head up and over from. A few hours went by, and in that time, an ATV passed by 3 times, with 2 inbred-looking people on it, and each time they stopped in front of the gate onto the property and stared at us or the cabin. Keep in mind, we were 2 hours into the wilderness in Idaho, with no sight of a person the whole entire trip except them. We decided it was bedtime for the kiddos, since it was pitch black out. Within 10 minutes, our son, who was 5 at the time, went from being perfectly fine, active, and talkative, to having a fever of over 103 degrees Fahrenheit, slightly foaming at the mouth, and being completely unresponsive. That was it. We were leaving immediately to seek medical attention. I opened the front door of the cabin to start loading the 2 cars, by the light of one porch bulb and the headlights on the cars, which were both parked facing the gate. And that's when all 3 adults heard about 4 to 6 large, heavy animals running all around the cabin and property. There was one on the right side of the house, when exiting, that I could hear pacing back and forth and breathing heavily. I made everybody stay inside and close the door every time I went outside to transfer stuff to the cars, about 4 to 5 trips. I had a stick and a big pot that I was smacking as hard and loud as I could on each trip, and I was yelling loudly at random. As soon as I was done loading, I took each kid out individually and loaded them up between the 2 cars. Then I escorted my mom out, and then my wife. My wife and I were in the lead car, so we pulled out of the gate, and for some reason I felt that I needed to close the gate. I got out of my vehicle and walked behind it and my mom's car by about 15 feet to close the gate. Now this gate was literally a log that slid from one post to the other. It offered 0 protection or barrier between me and the animals out there. Right as I went to turn around, I heard loud, padded footsteps walking up to me, directly in front of me, no more than 10 feet away. Then, I saw eyes shimmering from the moonlight as the deepest, scariest growl I've ever heard in my life rang out. I turned and ran so fast I swear I must have jumped from where I was to the driver's seat of my car, some 30 feet behind me, and as I landed in my seat, I slammed it and drove. I spun out and we got out of there. It gets even weirder and scarier, though. About 15 minutes down the road, we were still panicking about our unresponsive son, and we both kept having this horrible, evil doom feeling, like a shadow over us. I looked down and realized I still had that baby rattlesnake in the water bottle in my cup holder. I grabbed it and threw it out the window immediately. Not even 2 minutes later, we heard our son softly crying. We realized he was finally responsive, and he started saying something along the lines of, "Why are we leaving? What's going on?" He was crying because he was sad to leave. He couldn't remember anything from the last hour. Quick backstory. My mother was about 58 years old at the time. She's been a staunch Jehovah's Witness my entire life, plus many more years beforehand, and she is the last person in the world to believe in signs, evil spirits, omens, anything like that. But the next day, my mom broke down really bad, sobbing her eyes out, hardly able to talk. She confessed to my wife that the night before we left, she'd had a nightmare in which we went on the camping trip, came across snakes, a bear, and a pack of wolves. She said she knew a lot of bad things happened at that outpost and that it was full of evil. Most of all, she said, "One of your kids died." I swear on my life to this very day, if I asked her who and how, she will immediately start crying and refuses to tell me or anyone. She lives her life now with a guilt that she willingly ignored her nightmare and put us into that situation, nearly taking out one of her grandkids in the process. But she doesn't deserve to feel that. Who would know? I know this all sounds crazy, but a week later on the local news, there were reports of a wolf pack in that area. Wolves and bears don't really coexist in harmony, but as far as I know, they do share territories and kind of respect each other. This outpost station was about 1.5 hours into the wilderness from Loman Banks, Idaho, if you want to verify the animals actually exist there. Sadly, I grew up in the mountains for the most of my pre- and early teen years, as did my wife until she was 10 years old. I even have a half sleeve of the wilderness and trees on my left arm. But with that said, we don't even go to the mountains anymore. Thanks for hearing everything out, and I'll leave this too. I don't care if you believe me. This story is very real to my family, and I swear, that night changed a lot of things for us going forward. The cabin that wasn't there. I went backpacking with 2 friends last summer in western Montana, near an area that's popular with hikers, but still remote enough that you can go all day without seeing another person. We planned a 3-night loop through one of the valleys off the main trail. Nothing hardcore, just enough to feel like we had earned our freeze-dried dinners. The cabin was not supposed to exist. That's the part that still sits wrong with me after all this time. On the second afternoon, we were cutting through a stretch of thick pine where the tree line opened into this narrow valley. The place looked completely untouched. No fire rings or old foundations. Nothing to suggest anyone had ever stayed there. It felt almost too quiet, the way large empty places sometimes do. We were debating where to set up camp when my buddy Matt pointed and said, "How old do you think that place is?" I thought he meant a tree or a rock formation, but then I followed where he was pointing. There was a cabin tucked right against the rise of the valley wall. Small, maybe one room, with a slanted roof and a stone chimney. It was weathered in the way buildings get when the sun has bleached one side lighter than the other. It wasn't rotting, it was just there. None of us had seen it on the map. We had 2 phones, a GPS unit, and a paper map from the ranger station. Nothing showed a structure anywhere near where we stood. The whole valley was marked as unmaintained wilderness. We stood there for a minute, quiet, the way you do when your brain tries to reconcile something that shouldn't be real. We walked up slowly. There were no tracks around it, no path leading to the porch. The grass was long and untouched. That's one of the details that really bothers me. The grass was bent in places but not flattened, like something had brushed past it, not walked through it. I knocked on the door mostly out of habit, not expecting anything really, and got nothing back. The latch was one of those old iron kinds. It lifted too easily. The door swung open without a sound. Inside, the air was warm. It wasn't hot or stuffy, just recently used kind of warm. A small fire pit sat at the center of the room, with stones arranged carefully. Embers glowed a soft orange in the ashes. Not a raging fire, just enough that someone had banked them to last a while. Next to it, on a low wooden table, were 2 mugs. One was half full of tea, still faintly steaming, like it had been left minutes ago. The other had a wet tea bag draped over the rim. The beds, there were 2 narrow bunks, were unmade. Not in a messy way, but more like somebody got up for a moment and had planned to return. I didn't want to touch anything. None of us did. We stood close to each other, taking everything in, trying to figure out what would explain this. Hikers? Hunters? Maybe someone who lived off-grid? Except the place didn't feel lived in. It was like it had been staged to look lived in, but it just didn't feel like it. There were no food supplies or bags or boots drying by the fire, no tools, just the mugs and the embers and the bunks. The longer we stood there, the more wrong the cabin felt. It was like we were intruding into a room that we shouldn't be in, even though no one was home. Eventually we backed out. We didn't talk much around the fire that night. The whole thing sat on my nerves, like we'd wandered into someone else's unfinished moment. I kept replaying the tea in my head, still warm and steeping. Whoever had been there couldn't have gone far. But there were no tracks. There was no trail. There was nothing leading in or out. We decided the next morning to loop back to where the ranger station early. It was only about a day's hike away from where we were, and it felt like the right move. Matt said he wanted to tell someone because, quote, somebody's living out there and it's weird they're not on the map. He didn't say the rest, but I think we all felt it. It was beyond weird. It was completely wrong. You know that uncanny valley feeling when you look at someone or a drawing of someone and it's just off? That's exactly how this whole thing felt. It truly felt like somebody had set the whole place up to look like someone lived in it, but forgot all the important details that any normal person would know to include. We reached the station around mid-afternoon and told the ranger about the cabin. At first he thought we meant an old trapper shack or hunting blind, but once we described the chimney and the bunks and the layout, he shook his head. "There's nothing like that in the valley," he said. "Hasn't been anything built out there since, the 50s. We insisted. He finally agreed to hike out with us the next morning to check, even though he seemed more irritated than concerned. I think he assumed that we stumbled across some old ruins and we were exaggerating things. We led him back through the tree line to the clearing. But I bet you know what comes next. The clearing wasn't a clearing anymore. The valley looked the same in shape and in terrain and in everything except the spot where the cabin had been was nothing but tall grass and undisturbed earth. There were no foundation stones or ash pit or chimney rubble, no signs of a fire. The ground didn't even look turned. It truly was like the place had never existed. The ranger looked at us with that pitying expression people get when they're way too polite to tell you that you're lying or crazy. He made a couple of notes in his pocketbook anyway, probably just to humor us, and told us that if we remembered the coordinates to stop by before we left the area. And then he hiked out ahead of us, clearly done with the whole conversation. I'm pretty sure that note said something like, "Two batshit hikers," something to tell the guys later. We walked the valley twice more just to be sure, but nothing. There wasn't a single sign. Even the grass where the porch had stood, long, unbroken, swaying in the breeze like nothing had ever been there. On the last night of the trip, I kept thinking about those half-finished mugs, the warmth in the air, the embers that had not fully died. I know what I saw. We all know what we saw. But the weirdest detail hit me a few days later when I was unpacking at home. The cabin had smelled clean and light, almost like early spring air. It didn't smell earthy, or stale, or abandoned. A friend asked me if maybe we had stumbled onto some kind of historical reconstruction or a field lab. But those leave gear and signs and footprints. Something. This cabin had left nothing, except for the sense that someone should have been there, that someone had just stepped out for a moment and expected to return. Whoever they were, they didn't. And I still think about this. If the cabin could be there one day and gone the next, then maybe it wasn't a place that someone lived at all. Maybe it was a place that someone got stuck. And maybe we can get stuck too. The mist in the Smokies. I'm probably going to sound completely insane posting this, but I just need to get it out there. It's been eating at me for like 3 months now. This happened in February on the Cataract Falls Trail, near Elkmont in the Smokies. I know. Who the hell goes night hiking in February in Tennessee? But I work third shift, and my sleep schedule is completely backwards anyway. Plus, the trail is only about 2.5 miles round trip, and I'd already done it maybe a dozen times during the daylight. I figured it would be a nice way to clear my head after a rough week. I started the hike at about 11 p.m. on a Tuesday. No moon, but I had a decent headlamp, and the trail is pretty well marked. The temperature was maybe 35 degrees Fahrenheit. Not terrible for winter hiking. The plan was simple. Get to the waterfall, take a break, and hike back to my car. Everything was normal for the first hour or so. I saw a few deer, heard some owls, typical mountain night sounds. I made it to the falls right on schedule, sat on the usual rock outcropping, and ate a granola bar. That's when I noticed the fog starting to roll in. At first, it looked normal. Just low clouds moving through the valleys, like you see all the time in the Smokies. But as I watched it, something started to feel really off about the way it was moving. It was too fast. And also, it just seemed like it had, intention. Like it was flowing uphill in places where it should have been settling into the low spots. I figured I should probably head back before visibility got too bad. I started down the return trail with my headlamp cutting through patches of mist that were getting thicker by the minute. About 10 minutes into the hike back, the fog got seriously dense. I'm talking can't see your hand in front of your face thick. My headlamp beam was basically useless, just a lit-up wall of white about 3 feet ahead of me. But here's the weird part. I wasn't really worried about getting lost. I could still feel the trail under my feet. Solid packed dirt, occasional roots and rocks in all the familiar places. I knew this path well enough to navigate it mostly by feel, if I had to. The fog felt strange, though. Not cold and damp like normal mountain mist. It was almost warm, and it had this weird electrical feeling to it. You know when you rub a balloon on your hair and you feel that static charge? The hair on my arms was standing up inside my jacket, just like that. I kept walking, following what I was sure was the trail. I lost track of time completely. It could have been 20 minutes, it could have been 2 hours. The fog seemed to be moving around me, swirling in patterns that didn't match any wind I could feel. Sometimes I would catch glimpses of shapes in the mist that looked almost like people, but when I would stop and stare, there wouldn't be anything there. Then, the fog suddenly just lifted, like someone had thrown a switch. 1 second, I couldn't see anything. The next, I was standing in clear mountain air, under a sky full of stars. The problem was, I had no idea where the hell I was. I was definitely still in the mountains. I could see the familiar ridgelines of the Smokies around me. But I was standing in the middle of what looked like an old logging road, not the Cataract Falls Trail. And according to my phone's GPS, I was about 8 miles southeast of where I'd started, near the Oconaluftee River. 8 miles, in what felt like maybe an hour tops of walking through fog. I tried retracing my steps, but I couldn't find any trail that led back the way I'd come. The logging road that I was on wasn't even on my GPS app. It just showed a blank green space. My phone said that it was 4:17 a.m., which means I'd somehow lost about 4 hours. I had to call a buddy to come pick me up. It took him 2 hours to find me, even with GPS coordinates, because the logging road was so overgrown and unmarked. When he finally did show up, the first thing he said was that I looked like I'd been sleepwalking. Apparently, I was just standing there staring off into space when his headlights hit me. We drove back to get my car from the Cataract Falls trailhead. It was exactly where I'd left it, completely normal, no signs that anything weird had happened there. My friend kept telling me I had some kind of episode, hypothermia or dehydration causing confusion and memory loss, but I felt physically fine. I had no headache, no dizziness, no signs of exposure. Plus, I'd only been out there for like 5 total hours, hardly enough time for serious hypothermia in 35-degree weather when I was well dressed. The park rangers I talked to the next day were polite, but clearly thought I'd just gotten turned around in a normal fog and wandered off trail. Happens all the time, they said. People think they know where they are in the fog, but it can be disorienting. Yeah, I know that. But I know that trail. I've hiked it in rain, snow, early morning, late evening. I've never gotten lost. I've never even taken a wrong turn. And there's no way you can accidentally hike 8 miles through trackless forest in a few hours without realizing it. The thing that bothers me more than anything is the missing time. I have no memory of those hours between entering the fog and it suddenly clearing. Not even fragments or impressions. Just a complete blank. I've been back to both areas since then. The original trail and the logging road where I ended up. During daylight and with other people. Everything looks normal. The Cataract Falls Trail is exactly as I remember it. The logging road is just an abandoned Forest Service road that dead ends after about a mile. But I measured the distance between them, on Google Earth. It's 7.8 miles of mostly trackless mountain forest. Even if I had somehow followed deer paths and creek beds the whole way, it should have taken me at least 6 hours of hard hiking in the daylight, not 4 hours stumbling through fog so thick that I couldn't see my own feet. I still go night hiking sometimes, but not in the Smokies, and definitely not when there's any chance of fog. The cabin on Black Pine Ridge. I never meant to push that far. Henry and I had been following elk sign most of the day, each hoof print pulling us deeper into the country, where the trees crowded too close and the slope never seemed to give. The ridge was called Black Pine, though I didn't know it at the time. It didn't appear on any of the neat trail maps that they sell in the gear shops. That probably should have been warning enough. By late afternoon, the compass needle spun uselessly, circling like it couldn't make up its mind. Every game trail petered out in brambles or stone. The woods felt older and heavier, as though we'd slipped into some corner that didn't much like being found. The light drained faster there too, even though the sun was still above the peaks. That was when we saw the cabin. It sat in a shallow clearing, logs weathered to the color of old bone, roof sagging as if a snow load had caved it decades ago. The windows were black holes, the door half rotted, hanging limp from its hinges. Everything about it shouted abandonment. But when I pushed the door with the butt of my rifle, the smell that seeped out wasn't dead wood or mildew. It was warm. Wood smoke, faint but real. Inside, dust lay thick enough to hold a boot print, but there were none, only the soft, undisturbed film of decades. The rafters sagged, rot gnawed at the corners. In the hearth, and beneath the crumbled gray drift of ash, a coal glowed red, just alive enough to pulse like an eye refusing to shut. Henry stared at it a long while. "Gotta be squatters," he whispered, but he sounded as unconvinced as I was. There was no gear, no bedrolls or wood stacked, no prints but ours. Just 2 chairs set by the fire, one a little farther back, the other nearer, angled almost toward where we stood. We should have left then. But the ridge was thick with dark, and neither of us wanted to stumble blind back the way we'd come. Shelter, after all, was shelter. So we spread our bedrolls against the wall, ate jerky without much appetite for it, and told ourselves it was just a cabin with a coal left burning by someone careless. I woke after midnight to the cold. The fire was out, nothing left but a faint glow where ash hit embers. But the door stood open a hand's width, letting in a thread of pine-scented night. My mouth went dry when I turned toward the chairs. The nearer one had shifted. It now sat a foot closer to where we lay. I nudged Henry awake. He swore he hadn't moved a thing. We closed the door, shoved it hard into the frame, and tried to believe that we had just been careless. Sleep came again, though restless. The second night it happened worse. I woke with the sense of being studied, as though some patience in the dark had finally leaned close. The fire had smoldered back to life. No wood, no fresh fuel, just ash that breathed like it wasn't done with us. The nearer chair sat closer still. Too close. And the door yawned wide, not cracked this time, but fully open. I didn't wake Henry right away. I sat there in my bag, heart hammering, and watched that empty chair. I don't know what I expected to see. Someone easing into it, something standing behind it. But the longer I looked, the more I felt the shape of the room was wrong. It wasn't emptiness anymore. It was presence. By dawn, I had made up my mind. We were leaving. Henry did not argue. We packed quickly, shouldered our rifles, and found a game trail that bent down the slope. The compass was useless, spinning its lazy circles. So we trusted the sun and kept going, pushing through scrub until our arms were striped with scratches. By noon, we stumbled into a clearing. The same clearing. The same cabin slouched against the ridge, the same blind windows, the same door, ajar like it had been expecting us. Smoke, thin and colorless, rose from its chimney. Henry cursed loud enough to wake the mountain. We picked a different line, hacking straight down the slope, refusing the trails altogether. For hours we fought through brambles and stone. By the time we broke through into another open patch, sweat burning our eyes, our packs heavy, I almost laughed from relief, until I saw the cabin again. Same angle, same clearing, as though the mountain had turned us in its palm and set us right back where it wanted us. That was when the fear settled deep. We were not lost. We were kept. We tried again, each time taking a different way, north, then east, then west. Each time we circled back, always the same clearing. Always the same cabin. By late light, we gave up. The forest had made its decision. We went inside. The fire smoldered in the hearth again, though we'd seen it dead when we left that morning. The nearer chair had shifted farther forward, so close now it might as well have been waiting at the edge of where our bedrolls had been. Henry wouldn't look at it. He sat against the wall and muttered under his breath, like prayer or cursing, couldn't tell which. I lay down, staring at the door. I thought if it opened, I'd know. But when sleep dragged me under, I dreamed of nothing but the scrape of wood on wood, the slow drag of a chair's legs inching closer, closer. I woke with the dawn light angling through broken planks. The chair sat flush against my bedroll, the seat empty, the fire pulsing faintly. Henry would not speak. He just stared at the door, wide-eyed, as if waiting for something to walk in. We left again that morning, though I already knew it was pointless. The ridge does not let go. The trails only loop you back. The forest holds what it chooses. Somehow or another, we got out. Probably because the forest was done toying with us. But that cabin is still there. I can feel it. Sometimes when I close my eyes, I smell wood smoke. I hear the faint rasp of wood shifting on wood, and I know the chair has not stopped moving. It's still inching forward, night after night, toward the place where I sleep.
This is an experience that I had almost an entire year ago. My mother is a traveling nurse, and she often gets assignments in Alaska and other less populated states, so I usually travel 3 to 4 times a year to go see her. This was my first time going to see her in Alaska. She was staying in Fairbanks for 3 months. While she was at work, I would take her rental car and explore Fairbanks and the neighboring areas and towns. Side note, Alaska is very sparsely populated, and towns of just 1,000 or more are considered somewhat large. One particular day, I decided to make the long day trip to Denali State Park via Alaska Highway 3, or Parks Highway, as it is often called. It's a long, windy stretch of road,
connecting Fairbanks to the outskirts of Anchorage, Alaska's largest city. Along the highway from Fairbanks to Denali State Park, you pass through 3 to 4 towns, the largest of those being Nenana, which only has a population of 365. Once you get out of Fairbanks, it gets really lonely. I remember driving 40 to 50 miles without passing another car. You can kind of get mesmerized by the beauty of the landscape and the snowy, icy mountains surrounding you, and forget that you're in the middle of nowhere. Quality phone signal is few and far between when you're driving through this area. It was a weekday and off-tourist season in Alaska, so most of the vehicles I passed were log trucks or semis, and the occasional regular motorist. It was early April, and there was still heavy packed snow on the sides of the roads and in the forest and valley, but the roads were completely clear. From Fairbanks to Denali National Park, it's a 4 to 5 hour drive, depending on road conditions. My main goal was to see Mount McKinley, the tallest mountain in North America. I hadn't really researched much of how to see it, and it was harder to see it in April than the summer months. There's a road that leads into the national park, where you can see a view of Mount McKinley, but I had passed it not knowing whether the road conditions were good. I had looked on Google Maps, and it showed that there was something like a scenic view or overlook that you see on American interstates sometimes. I assumed that you may be able to see Mount McKinley from there. If you go on Google Maps, it is across from Byers Lake Campground. The campground appeared to be closed or desolate, but there were no gates or anything stopping me from entering the area. It was at this point that I completely lost cell reception, and the GPS on my phone wasn't working. As I pulled into the campground area, there was probably 16 to 24 inches of snow on some of the roads there. Some of the roads had been plowed, so I assumed that there had to be people visiting, but there wasn't a single car or person in sight. There are a bunch of winding roads that almost resemble a maze and lead to dead ends at this campground. Now, for the entire 4+ hours I had been driving, not once did I have any uneasy or bad feelings. When I'm usually in desolate areas, especially the desert, I have really bad vibes, but it wasn't like this in Alaska for some reason. That changed about 30 seconds into entering the campground area. Maybe it was the fact that I was turning into some abandoned campground, or the fact that I completely lost cell reception, but something just didn't sit right with me. Nevertheless, I was determined to see Mount McKinley, and I was trying to focus on that and find a good place to take some cool pictures. I drove down these winding roads and hit dead ends, and then suddenly it started to get really cloudy. I was getting more frustrated at not finding an area to take some pictures. And then I realized that I was lost. It's not far at all from the main highway, but nonetheless, I was lost. I started to get really confused on where exactly I was, and my GPS wasn't working. I started to panic a little. I made my way down this dirt road to the lake, and there was a large opening. My bad feelings went away temporarily because the view was beautiful. The lake was completely frozen, and behind it in the background was a small, snowy mountain. The scene was just something straight out of a National Geographic magazine, so I stepped out to take some pictures. I stood there for a few minutes, just admiring the beauty of the Alaskan wilderness, and I was looking at my pictures to see if they were any good, when I heard this scream in the distance. It was a close scream, but yet it sounded muffled, almost like something was able to control the volume of their voice to make it seem far away, when in reality it was close. My heart started racing as I looked around to try to figure out what it was. Everything in my body was telling me to book it for the car and find a way out, but I just stood there, confused and kind of scared. I felt like I was being watched, and all the hairs stood up on my arm. I was wondering if it was a bobcat or a mountain lion, because they are often mistaken for women screaming. I'm aware of this. I looked out on the far side of the lake, and I see this person wearing a light orange jacket and jeans. They had a green beanie on their head. I waved at them, and they waved back immediately. At first, I was super relieved. There was somebody else out here with me. But then, this overwhelming feeling of dread and terror entered my body. I was wearing a light orange jacket, jeans, and a green beanie. The person had brown skin like me. I'm half Filipino and half white. I couldn't make out facial features, but I felt like I could see the black hair sticking out from under their beanie, which is the color of my hair. I just stood there for a couple of seconds, frozen in shock and fear. I raised my arm, and the person raised theirs. I waved with my other hand, and they did. I noped right out of there. I hightailed it up to the hill to my car and basically did a donut in the snow, spinning my tires trying to get out of there. I started panicking, and I was trying to find the exit. I saw a sign that was almost completely covered to the top in snow, but it had an arrow pointing to the left, and that was good enough for me. I came out to the first part of the campground. It was a bathroom facility and office, and had a veterans memorial statue. There was this white owl just perched on top of it, staring at me, with its head just sideways, like bending over. I found the way out and sped the entire way back to Fairbanks, checking my rearview mirror every 10 seconds. I really don't know what to make of the situation. As I entered civilization, I calmed back down, and I didn't really have any other weird experiences in Alaska or anywhere else since then. I've considered the thought of it being a skinwalker, or an aswang, which is a Filipino shapeshifter in folklore. One of my friends said I probably survived a 411 case, which wouldn't be surprising to me because there have been many of those in Alaska.
The Buoy That Shouldn't Be There by Daniel R. So I've been working on lobster boats in Maine for about 15 years now. After a while, you just get used to the ocean and how it feels, the way it smells, the routine. You kind of start trusting the sea more than people sometimes. But every now and then, something happens out there that just doesn't make sense. This was in late 2021. I was out by myself at night, about 12 miles from Matinicus Island. It was late fall, really cold but calm, and the ocean was super flat. I had some music playing low, and my coffee was already cold. At around 2:30 in the morning, I saw a buoy up ahead. It wasn't one of ours, but that happens a lot. This one was flashing red, like the solar lights we use now, but the blinking was weird and slow, not the normal pattern. Also, it was in a spot where there shouldn't be any buoys at all. That area is just open water, no traps or anything. I figured maybe some weekend guy had set buoys without logging coordinates, so I moved the Millie Ray closer to check. That was my boat. I just thought maybe someone new put out buoys and forgot to log them, so I went closer in the boat to check. When I got about 100 yards away, it suddenly got really quiet. The water was just still, and all I could hear was my engine. The lights were a mixture of yellow and red, almost syrupy. It reflected across the surface without shimmer. Usually the rough water breaks up light, but here it lay straight. Perfect. Like a path. The light made it harder to see out the windows. When I looked at my mirrored image, it was a little off, like it was slow or something. I figured maybe I was just tired. When I turned the motor off, it got even quieter. There were no birds or water sounds. Nothing.
You don't notice how noisy the ocean is until it just stops. The buoy bobbed without moving, like it was fixed to something solid below, tethered to stone rather than rope. I coasted closer, maybe 50 feet off, and realized it wasn't riding any regular current. Its base floated too high. It looked exactly like a working buoy, except it cast no shadow, and no visible anchor line ran beneath it. That's when the radio flared, a hard crackle, like when lightning hits near, except there wasn't a cloud. The channel display lit up, numbers spinning, then stopped dead on 16, the Coast Guard's distress frequency. A voice, faint, came through. Just one line, clipped by static. "Keep your depth." Then nothing. I flicked the headset off immediately. The gauge lights were fluctuating. Depth finder jumping between 30 and 200 feet, which made zero sense for where I was. I grabbed the spotlight and hit the buoy. The second that light hit, everything went to hell. The water between us, roughly 10 yards wide, looked like it inverted. Surface reflections fell downward, as if the light dove under rather than scattering out. That's the closest I can describe it. The buoy's light went from dim to blinding, and my instruments flashed overload warnings. Every circuit screamed like feedback from invisible speakers. The whole boat shook really hard, so much that the fuel gauge needle jumped. I almost fell over. And then it just went totally dark. The engine shut off on its own, and the buoy was gone. Just gone. I just drifted there for maybe 5 minutes until the generator started up again. When it did, the clock on the panel said 4:11 a.m., but my watch still said 2:36. When I checked the radar, everything displayed normal except my position. The GPS logged me 6 miles east of my original coordinates, closer to the shelf line than I'd ever dared to go in that rig. I hauled anchor and peeled straight back toward Rockland Harbor. Halfway in, another boat called over the radio, a guy from Booth Bay who'd launched at dusk that same night. He said something that spun my stomach, asked if I'd switched off my marker beacon because he'd seen a stationary red light out in open water around 2:45, same position where I'd seen the buoy. He said the glow looked heavy, used that exact phrase. I didn't tell him what really happened. I just said it was probably wind drift or something and left it at that. When I docked that morning, the engine temperature gauge caught my eye. The log showed a spike to 73 degrees Celsius right before the shutdown, which shouldn't be possible unless the boat was running at full throttle, which obviously it wasn't. I cleaned the hull that weekend and found something unusual near the bow. It wasn't damage exactly, just a ring of lighter paint, a perfect circle about a foot wide, as if the ocean had bleached it in the night. I didn't say anything to the owner. I just logged my hours and kept going. But for months after, I kept seeing red flashes out on the water when I was driving along the coast. Maybe they were just navigation lights. Maybe I was just seeing things. Every lobsterman I know has stories about weird calm spots where the water just goes still, the light looks wrong, and the electronics mess up. Most people say you shouldn't go after lights that don't move right, especially red ones. They say it means there's something old down there that doesn't want to be found. 2 summers later, when I was doing maintenance on the Millie Ray, I checked the transponder data. The night all that happened, the location beacon said the boat was inland for 40 minutes around midnight, right in the middle of some woods, miles from the ocean. The mechanic just shrugged when he saw it. He said GPS glitches happen all the time. Maybe he's right. But what sticks with me is that sometimes, on still mornings before dawn, when I'm up with my coffee, I still see that same weird red color out past the headlands. It's not just the color of light. It's like something glowing from beneath. I've told myself not to go back there a bunch of times. Even if I did, I don't think I'd find that buoy again. I'm not sure it was ever really there. Whatever that light was, I don't think boats like mine are supposed to mess with it.
I'm 18 now, but from the ages of 3 to 11, my family and I lived in a large 4-bedroom Victorian home. It wasn't really the location you would expect a haunted house to be in. We were right next to a busy street, in a row of other houses, all very old though. The house had 3 floors, as the attic had been converted into 2 bedrooms, and a large walk-in storage cupboard separated the 2 rooms. I lived with my 3 older half-siblings, and so it was very common for us to swap rooms every few months. I'd slept in every room, my parents' room quite often as I was terrified every night, the large room opposite theirs, and the 2 attic rooms. Each one seemed to have its own different type of horror. For the first few years, I was too terrified to sleep on my own. I barely slept, and when I did, I suffered from terrible nightmares, so I would sleep in a camp bed in my parents' room. That was where I had my first encounter with sleep paralysis. I couldn't have been older than 6, but I still remember it vividly. A small boy with a paper bag over his head seemed to emerge from the wall next to my mother's side of the bed, and slowly but surely walked around their bed toward me. I remember looking to my side, and there was what I can only describe as a tall black stick figure, like one of those drawings, who was looking above me. I couldn't move. I was sweating profusely, but I knew that I was awake. The next thing I knew, he was crouching down to me, and the boy had reached the foot of my bed. It was at that moment that I managed to let out a scream. I have never had anything as vivid as that happen again, but I will never forget it. When I was 7 or 8, I started wanting to have my own room. I did a lot of reading to distract myself from the fear, and often I would stay up until the early hours of the morning reading, too terrified to sleep, waking up in the morning with my book still in my arms. I was given one of the attic rooms. By that point, my older sister had the room opposite mine, but she had gone off to university, so I was alone up there. I would never dare sleep without the light on, and to be honest, old habits never die, as even now I still sleep with a light on, unless I'm with my boyfriend. Most nights would be me reading in bed as long as I could, until I just had to close my eyes. It was then that the voices would start up, like there was a couple arguing in the hall. On some of the worst nights, I swore that I could hear breathing coming from under my bed. It got to a point where I was so scared I had to have my dog and cat sleep in my room with me. But they couldn't settle. My dog would just keep crying, and my cat was constantly spooked. They hated being in there, so I had no choice but to remain alone. The night terrors continued. I'd wake up and I just couldn't stand to be in the room anymore. So I'd creep down to the 2nd floor and sleep outside my parents' door. I don't know how I even functioned with so little sleep. Most times I couldn't have sleepovers, as my friends would complain of being scared and hearing things. My siblings had similar experiences. When my sister had her friends over, often her friend would recount waking up in the night, and my sister was sitting up in bed, still asleep, but talking to the dark corner of the room. My brother would have his covers pulled off of him at night, and my other sister recalled her toes being pinched while she slept. Everyone had their own experiences in that house, even non-believers. My dad recounted being locked out from the outside of the house when he went to the garden, even though he was the only one home, and seeing a dark shadow glide next to the door as he struggled to open it. There were times I would be sitting outside my parents' room at 3 in the morning,
and I would hear the cutlery drawer downstairs being shaken, the TV being turned on for a split second, then turned off, even though I knew that everyone was asleep. I couldn't do anything in that house without the feeling that I was being watched. If I was alone in the house, I would stay out in the garden the whole time, but even then I felt extremely uneasy. I would sit on my trampoline and feel a pair of eyes watch me from the living room window that looked out onto the garden. Our elderly neighbor told my father the backstory of the house, when my dad would sometimes recount the strange occurrences going on. He told us years before we moved in, there lived a very reclusive middle-aged woman, known to be very cold and unwelcoming. She didn't leave often, only to go to work as a gym teacher. She was known to be sadistic. He mentioned something extremely chilling, though, which was that she had confided in him once that she lived in fear of the house, and that she refused to go into the attic because it terrified her. She died several years before we moved. One of the most chilling things was that once she passed, the house was completely renovated. The attics turned into rooms, as I mentioned. The flower beds that Mrs. Evans had taken so much pride in were torn up, and everything changed. The work was mostly done by one man, who had been hired to do so by the local council, who inherited the house, as Mrs. Evans had no family to speak of. Just days after he'd finished up the renovation, his daughter died in a freak lightning accident. I personally have no idea if it was related, but it's terribly unfortunate either way. But the neighbors seemed to think that whatever was in that house certainly did not take kindly to it being changed, and decided to take revenge. That's just hearsay, mind you, but it's a little chilling nonetheless. I do believe that there were several entities in that house, including possibly Mrs. Evans herself, but the strongest resided in the attic. I felt things up there that I have never since encountered. A genuine feeling of something evil, something that wants to hurt you. I can't even recall how many times people were seemingly pushed when going down the stairs from the attic, or whenever my cat, who was usually the loveliest boy, was near those stairs, he would viciously attack you with no explanation for the outburst. The whole house had its moments. It was in a constant state of darkness and bitter cold. But the attic? I don't even have the words to describe what that was. We finally moved when I was 11, and as if by magic, the nightmares disappeared. I could finally sleep easily. We've moved several times since then, and I have never encountered a house like that again. Honestly, I haven't had any paranormal experiences at all that I can think of since being in that house, but that is fine with me. It was enough for a lifetime. I do think it will always be with me, though. Sometimes I'll have the most vivid dreams that I'm back there, and I'm so glad to be there, almost as though the house in the attic is calling me back. I have so many stories of creepy things happening, so much so that I'd have to talk for hours to tell them all. But I think it's more than enough for now.
The Scratching Walls by Bethany O. It started a few months ago, just after we moved into the house. The first time I heard it, I thought it was just the house settling. Old homes creak and groan, right? But the sound kept coming back, every night, like clockwork. It started as faint scratches, so soft that I wasn't even sure I'd heard it. I thought it might have been some small animal, maybe a mouse or a squirrel, stuck somewhere in the walls. I didn't think much of it at first, but the sound began to grow more pronounced over the next few nights. It wasn't just a little scratching either.
It sounded like something was actively scratching at the walls. Sharp, frantic, almost like claws dragging across the drywall. At first, I thought it might just be some animal trying to make its way through the walls, so I called pest control. They did their inspection, checked all the possible entry points for rodents, but they found nothing. No holes, no signs of animals. The scratching continued, though, every night like clockwork. The first time that it really freaked me out was when it happened during the day. I was in the kitchen making lunch, and I heard it again, just like I had at night, scratching from the walls. I froze, knife in hand, and glanced over at the basement door. The basement door is old and creaky, and I kept it locked just to be safe. I thought maybe I had left the door slightly ajar, but when I went to check, there was nothing. The basement was empty. I didn't know what to make of it. Was it the house? The pipes? Something that could be explained away? I didn't want to jump to conclusions, but after a few more nights of hearing the scratching, sharp and consistent, that same thing trying to claw its way out, I couldn't ignore it anymore. One night, I decided to stay up and figure it out. I had been hearing the noise again, around midnight. It was louder now, almost like it was directly behind the walls in the basement. I grabbed a flashlight and went down, determined to find the source. The air in the basement felt cold, a stark contrast to the rest of the house. The basement was pretty typical, nothing out of the ordinary, just a few boxes, shelves, and some unused furniture. The light from the flashlight flickered a little as I shined it around the walls. I checked the walls carefully, tapping on them, but nothing. I ran my fingers along the seams and edges of the drywall, convinced that maybe I would find something, some hidden crack or hole, but the walls were solid. There was nothing to suggest any kind of creature or anything out of the ordinary. Still, the scratching continued, echoing through the space louder than before. I took a deep breath and listened carefully. It sounded almost like it was coming from behind the walls, where the pipes were. I felt around the space, inspecting every nook and cranny, but I couldn't find anything. No loose pipes, no cracks. I turned back to leave, but just as I was about to head up the stairs, I heard something that sent a chill down my spine. A heavy thud, like something had bumped against the basement door. My heart raced. I turned around quickly, shining the flashlight in every corner. But, again, nothing. Just the echo of silence. I stood there for a minute, trying to shake off the feeling that I was being watched. I didn't want to overreact, but I couldn't explain the thud. And I certainly couldn't explain the scratching. The next few nights were the same. The scratching got louder and faster, almost frantic, like something was trapped inside the walls. It was driving me mad. I would check the basement every night, and each time, the scratching would stop as soon as I turned on the lights. I started to wonder if I was just losing my mind, if it was all in my head, some kind of stress reaction. But no, it was real. It was happening. My husband confirmed it. Finally, I decided to try something different. I called a contractor. I told him that I thought something was living inside the walls and that I wanted to make sure there were no hidden pests or anything strange going on. He came over one afternoon and took a look at the basement. He tapped around the walls and checked for cracks or any sign of vermin, but once again he found nothing. His suggestion was that it was just the house settling, the sound of old wood shifting. and perhaps pipes making noise from the temperature changes. But even he seemed kind of unnerved. When he left, he mentioned that he didn't hear anything himself, but he did give me his card and told me to call in case I heard it again. And then, one night, I heard it. The loudest scratching yet. It was so distinct, so close, that I almost thought it was coming from inside the room with me. I immediately grabbed the flashlight and rushed down to the basement again. I was determined to figure this out once and for all. I shined the light on the walls and froze. There, at the far end of the basement, was something that hadn't been there before. A deep gouge, a scratch mark, stretching from the floor almost to the ceiling. It looked fresh, almost like it had been done in the past few hours. I was shaking as I moved toward it. I ran my fingers over it, but the wall was solid, unbroken. I quickly ran upstairs and locked the basement door, hoping that somehow I had misunderstood everything, that this wasn't as ominous as I thought. The scratching has only grown louder since then. I no longer feel comfortable being in the house at night, and whenever I hear the noise, I can't help but feel like something's watching me from behind those walls. No one can explain it. I've had pest control, the same contractor back out, other contractors out, and they've all said the same thing. Nothing is there. But every night, like clockwork, I hear it, scratching. And sometimes I feel like the walls themselves are closing in. I don't know what's behind them, but I've stopped checking, because something is there, and I'm not sure I want to know what it is.
Home Invasion and Occult by a now deleted user, posted to r/Let's Not Meet. So first of all, let me tell you that this story began in March of 2017. I am a 19-year-old male. My family and I moved into this house in March of 2017. I was really excited because this house was huge and had a beautiful garden with a pool and a hot tub. I'm not bragging, but this information will be important later on. When we moved in, the real estate agent told my parents and me that there's been a series of home invasions on our street, and that our house and our neighbor's house were the only ones that hadn't been broken into yet. The first weird things started to happen in May of that same year. My room is at the patio, so when I look out of my window, I can see the patio and the hot tub. At first, I could hear the gate of our garden being opened at night. That continued for the next 10 weeks. Sometimes we would go outside in the morning, and all the lamps would be bashed in. Since this went on for 10 weeks and we never saw anybody do anything, we kind of thought maybe we had a poltergeist or something. At first we thought some burglars were opening our garden gate at night, because every morning my parents open the patio door so that our dog can go outside and do its business, while one of my parents would get dressed and go for a morning walk. We figured that the burglars were hoping for our dog to run off so they would have easy access to our home. We assumed that's why they opened the gate and did nothing else really except for the lamps. All these incidents made me and my mom feel really unsafe in our own house. All of a sudden it stopped, so we thought that the person or people or whoever did this had moved on or gotten bored. But after about 5 months, everything started all over again, but worse. In November, I woke up to footsteps outside my window, so I opened my eyes, and I really wish I hadn't done that. What I saw was about a 6'3" man standing outside my window, watching me while I was asleep. He looked so old, but so young at the same time. He had this young face,
but his haircut made him look 25 years older. At least that's what I could see in the dark. I was frozen. I couldn't move, so we just looked at each other for what felt like an eternity. Suddenly he ran off, so I took my chance and ran to my parents' room and told them everything. My dad grabbed his gun, which he kept at the home because he was worried over the past months. He's a police officer, and he ran outside. But he couldn't find the man, only a broken gate, so he called the police. The police, which were actually 2 colleagues of his, came, but they couldn't really do much, so they left rather quickly. 2 months later, I woke up to splashing sounds. I got up and looked outside my window. I noticed that the sound was coming from the pool, but I couldn't see it due to trees that were blocking my view. I kind of shrugged it off, because I thought, well, there's just something wrong with the pump, which was a pretty common occurrence, so I went back to bed. But I had a hard time falling asleep, because the sound grew louder and more intense. I got up and went into the living room, which would allow me to see the entire garden. When I looked outside, I had that same feeling that I had 2 months ago, when I spotted the guy outside my window. I looked outside and I saw the same man standing in our pool, draining our pool with a small cup. And yes, I mean exactly what I said. He was standing in our pool with a cup, throwing the pool water on the grass, cup by little cup. He had this dead stare in his eyes, like he didn't even know what he was doing. It was like he was in a trance. He noticed me watching him and just smiled at me while diving down like that was his way to escape. I woke up my dad, who immediately called the police. They left as fast as they came, since they couldn't find anything but a half-empty pool. They said he was probably homeless and just washing himself, but I'm certain that he was not just washing himself, primarily because he was fully clothed, and also because it was the same guy from before. It's now August of 2018. I noticed some weird cars standing in front of our house lately, and if somebody would spot them, they would drive off. My parents left me alone this weekend since it's my uncle's birthday. I didn't want to come along, so I just decided to stay back. I got bored all alone at this big house, so I called a couple of friends of mine to come and hang out at my place. They came at about 7 p.m., and we started to drink some wine and listen to music. Time passed and it was 11 p.m. when we heard someone knocking at the window of our living room. I thought I was just imagining the knocks, but my friends looked at me like they were about to ask if I was expecting someone else. I turned off the music to listen, but all we heard was silence. I turned on the patio lights when a girlfriend of mine yelled, "Hey, there's someone running!" I didn't see anybody, but I did hear the gate slam shut. I was worried, but I decided not to call the police. I mean, they'd never been able to do anything anyway. I was really glad that my friends drank something and had to crash at my place so that I wouldn't be alone that night. Today is Saturday, and my friends left at about 5 p.m. I was in my room when I heard something fall in my bathroom, so I got up to see what it was. When I walked toward the bathroom and was just dying inside, I saw a person right behind the door. The person didn't notice that I spotted him, so I quietly walked back to my room to get my phone to call the police and my parents. I wanted to go down to the den because the lock on my door was broken. When I passed the bathroom, I saw the person was still in there, so I opened my camera and took a picture as proof for my family and friends. When I took the photo, my dumb self didn't think about the flash. So when I took the picture, the light illuminated the entire bathroom and the door slammed shut. I thought that was my chance to abandon the house completely, so I ran right out of my house and called the police. They finally arrived, this time within 10 minutes. They went inside and came out with the same man who had been terrorizing me and my family for over a year now, half naked. The police said he was sitting in our bathtub, just staring at the drain, and he kept repeating over and over, "The cult elderly will eliminate you." Right now I'm sitting here in my room writing the story, worrying about the cult he was talking about. Are the suspicious cars in front of my house part of this cult, or was he just insane? This entire event makes no sense, and I don't know what's to come, but my family and I will move again in December. Thank God. Imaginary. This whole thing started when my 7-year-old niece, Lily, came to stay with me for the summer. I'd rarely gotten to spend a lot of time with her, so I was really excited to create a bonding experience. I've always been into the outdoors, and she loves being outside, so naturally, I figured a camping trip would be a great way to get to know her better, create some great memories, and just have an awesome time. Plus, kids are so connected these days with devices and whatnot, and let's face it, so are we adults, that I thought getting away for a while could do us both good. I had no idea, though, just how away things were about to get. We packed up my old Subaru and headed out to Glacier National Park. It's a place I've been to dozens of times, but seeing Lily's eyes light up as we drove past those snow-capped peaks made it feel brand new. The first couple of days were pretty standard camping fare. We hiked, we roasted marshmallows, and I taught Lily how to skip stones across the lake. She was having a blast, but I noticed she kept talking to someone who wasn't there. She called it Whisper. "Hey, Lily, who's Whisper?" I asked her one evening as we sat by the campfire. Lily looked up from her hot dog, her face serious. "He's my friend. He lives in the woods." I nodded, playing along. "Oh yeah? What's he like?" "Oh, he's tall, and his skin looks like tree bark. He doesn't talk much, but he's really nice." I chuckled. Kids and their imaginations, right? On the third day, we decided to hike up to a waterfall that I knew all about. It was a bit of a trek, but I figured Lily could handle it. As we walked, she kept stopping to talk to thin air. "Lily, honey, we need to keep moving if we want to reach the waterfall before lunch," I said, trying not to sound impatient. She looked at me, confused. "But Uncle Jack, Whisper says there's a better way. He knows a secret path." I sighed. "Lily, we need to stick to the trail. It's not safe to wander off." She pouted but followed along. I made a mental note to talk to her parents about this Whisper character when we got back. Maybe she needed someone to talk to about the divorce. We reached the waterfall without incident, and I have to admit it was pretty spectacular. Lily was entranced, watching the water thunder down the rocks. I was setting up our picnic when I heard her shout, "Whisper, no! You're not supposed to show yourself to grown-ups." I turned, expecting to see her talking to the air again. What I saw instead nearly gave me a heart attack. Standing next to Lily, with one long, gnarled hand on her shoulder, was something. It was tall, easily 7 feet, with limbs like tree branches and skin that looked like rough bark. Its face, if you could call it that, was a hollow in the trunk with 2 glowing points of light for eyes. I froze. Lily looked from the creature to me, her face a mix of excitement and worry. "Uncle Jack, this is Whisper. I told him not to come out, but he wanted to meet you." My mind was reeling. This couldn't be real. I was hallucinating or dreaming or something. But as I watched, the creature, Whisper, moved. It was fluid, like a tree swaying in the wind, but unmistakably deliberate. I found my voice, though it came out as a croak. "Lily, come here." Right now." She frowned. "It's okay, Uncle Jack. Whisper's my friend. He won't hurt us." The creature tilted its head, those pinpricks of light focusing in on me. Then, slowly, it raised its free hand in what I realized was a wave. I didn't know whether to wave back, run, or faint. I compromised by taking a shaky step forward. "Lily, please come here." She looked up at Whisper, then back at me. "It's okay," she said again, but this time she was talking to the creature. "Uncle Jack's nice, he just doesn't understand yet." Whisper nodded, actually nodded, and gently nudged Lily toward me. She walked over and took my hand. I pulled her close, my eyes never leaving this creature. What is he?" I managed to ask. Lily shrugged. "I don't know, he's a forest spirit. He protects the trees and animals. He says not many people can see him anymore, though." As if to demonstrate, a squirrel scampered up to Whisper and climbed onto his shoulder. The creature reached up and gently stroked its head. I felt like I was losing my mind. I mean, what in the I Am Groot was going on here? But the longer I looked at Whisper, the less terrifying he seemed. There was a gentleness to him, a quiet wisdom in those weird glowing eyes. He's real," I said, more to myself than to Lily. She grinned. "I told you." Whisper took a step toward us and I tensed, but he simply bent down and picked up a fallen leaf. With movements almost too quick to follow, he folded and twisted it, and when he held it out to me, it had become a perfectly crafted leaf boat. My hand shook as I reached out to take it. The leaf felt cool and slightly damp, undeniably real. "Thank you," I said, surprised to find that I meant it. Whisper nodded again, then looked at Lily. She cocked her head as if listening, then turned to me. "He says he has to go now. People aren't supposed to see him for too long, but he wanted you to know he's real so you wouldn't worry about me talking to him." I nodded dumbly. What else could I do? Whisper raised his hand in another wave, then simply faded. One moment he was there, the next he was gone, leaving nothing but a faint shimmer in the air. Lily squeezed my hand. "Are you okay, Uncle Jack?" I looked down at her and then at the leaf boat in my hand. "I'm not sure, kiddo. That was, pretty cool, right?" She grinned. I couldn't help but laugh. "Yeah, pretty cool, I guess. But, hey, maybe we keep this between us, okay? I don't think your parents would understand." She nodded solemnly. Whisper said the same thing. He says most grown-ups forget how to see. As we packed up our picnic and headed back down the trail, I found myself looking at the forest with new eyes. What else was out there that I had forgotten how to see? So, I'm a 23-year-old man, and I recently had an experience quite unlike any of my lifetime. I live in a community housing project. I would say it's half a hotel-motel and half apartments. It's one building with 3 floors of maybe about 20 different studio bedrooms on each floor, and 2 other buildings with the same, except those are 2 bedrooms. That's neither here nor there, I'm just trying to give some perspective. I've been staying at this place for about 8 months now. I haven't really had any problems at all. I wouldn't say this is a problem, not as of yet, but it is weird. Now, there was an old lady that stayed directly across from me. She must have had kind of a rough life, because she broke down pretty badly mentally over time. Every night since I first moved here, I would hear her screaming and yelling and cursing, literally having whole entire conversations. Now, this was weird from the start, but after a few days, I learned that she lives completely alone. I heard her literally making threats every night, sometimes crying and apologizing to someone. Now, after a while, I actually ended up getting used to this behavior. Sometimes I would actually see her in the hall. No one ever talked to her. She would point at everybody and would say the most vicious, evil things to literally everyone. Our first encounter, I was met with this same treatment. I fake smiled it off and asked how she was doing. Ever since the death of my grandmother in 2014, I, for some reason, have an extreme soft spot and instant love for old ladies. Not in a weird way, just in like a, how are you, let me help you with your bags, ma'am, kind of way. I approached this lady in a similar fashion, and she seemed like she didn't know what to do with that, and didn't know how to take it, but she never met me with the same aggression after that. Now, I have been here for 8 months, like I said. Fast forward to just several weeks ago. By this time, this lady and I have crossed paths maybe 9 to 10 times. Briefly, but a few times. We never really had a conversation at all, but I would always make sure that I spoke to her and acknowledged her. She didn't really show emotion, but a little gratitude. Now, every day, all day, she would still continue this manic-like screaming in her room. She very literally was sounding like an older, very angry, middle-aged man. Now, as I said, I was directly across from her, but we're also right dead at the end of our long, long hallway. And to make things even better, I have a 10-hour shift job that I work 4 to 5 days a week. I'm working a 5 p.m. to 4 a.m. shift. So just imagine a long day of work. You get to your home at the very end of the hall, almost isolated with this lady. At 4 a.m., we know it's very early, but very late also. It's still dark outside when I pull up to my apartments. It would be 4:30 in the morning, and this woman is still up, barking, growling, shouting, evil, haunting, and spooky stuff, sounding like a man. I swear this is absolutely not an exaggeration. Now on to the actually scary part. Right now it's 4:14 in the morning as I type this. I actually took a day off today, and I may take another just to wrap my head around what has happened in the last few days. Sunday morning, at around 6 o'clock in the morning, this woman was found dead in her room, right across from me. She wasn't killed, nobody ever came to see her or anything. She had no relationships as far as any resident here ever knew. A maintenance man would check on her at least once a day because, like me, he felt very bad for the old woman. When he checked on her this day, he had seen that she had passed and obviously reported it. She was found at 6 a.m., and they had her wrapped up and gone by 9 a.m. From what I was told, they say it was natural causes or suicide. They don't know which. Now, I spent that weekend at my girlfriend's place, so I wasn't present when whatever happened. I also had no idea that she had died. But when I returned to my apartment Sunday at 11:30 in the afternoon to noon, I walked the halls and, for the first time in 8 months, heard no screaming. Now keep in mind, I have no knowledge of what has happened as I'm walking to my door. I see absolutely no one in sight. I turn and stick my key in, and I hear a familiar voice. It's the old lady, but she looks much different. She looks cleaner and happy. Her hair wasn't all over the place from constantly running into walls, and she actually spoke clearly. She saw me and said, "Hey." I was shocked at just that simple 3-letter basic greeting from this woman. Honestly, with the events that transpired, I can't remember our exact conversation verbatim, but it was literally the happiest and best I'd ever seen her. It took me a few seconds to realize it was even her. At this point, my encounter with her was when it was approaching noon. Remember, she died at 6 a.m. But anyway, we had a brief conversation, and I said, "I'll see you later, ma'am. I'm a little tired, but you look beautiful today." She said, "I'll see you again, young man." She said this and walked back into her apartment. It was something about her. She had a certain glow to her, a certain force and energy that I had never felt before from her. But anyway, now at this time I think nothing about it, and I go into my house and shut the door to use the restroom. A lady from the rental office who I'm close with and look up to as a godmother came and knocked on my door. Her name is Miss Tate. I opened and she asked me how I was doing. I said, I'm fine, chillin', the usual. She had a very horrified look on her face and sad look. She said, have you heard about the incident? I said, no, what's going on? She says, the woman across the hall from you, she took her own life this morning. Now I look at her and say nothing for legitimately 15 seconds. I ask, are you talking about the screaming lady across the hall? She says, yes. I ask, are you sure it was her? She gives me a really confused look before quickly saying, I saw that lady with my own eyes, sweetie. I say, I saw her with my own eyes too, just 15 to 20 minutes ago. Miss Tate, I don't know if this was supposed to be a joke or whatever, but you need to give it up. She looked dumbfounded, and we nearly had a really bad argument. I said, let's go to her room right now. She repeatedly says, I'm not going, you can go all you want. She said that she was never going in that room again. Miss Tate finally cooled down and showed me all the proof and paperwork, and now I'm literally at a loss for words. I never even got to know that woman's name. Miss Tate told me that she suffered from extreme schizophrenia and dementia. Also, she had a very sad last half of her life. I'm still not entirely sure what happened to me. Can somebody please explain this to me? I want to think that there's some natural explanation to this. But if not, I guess I saw a ghost.
This happened about 2 years ago, nearing the end of September. My aunt and her friend decided to fly up to New York from Panama to enjoy a mini vacation with my parents and I. Although many strange and paranormal experiences have happened to me ever since I was little, this event stayed with me and affected me more than the other experiences. A lot of things have happened to my family members, especially my aunt and her friend, but that's for later. So it was around 10:30 at night. Keep in mind that my old neighborhood was a very calm and quiet place. Since I live near the countryside, not much action happens in the neighborhoods. The neighbors were either elderly or young couples with smaller children, none that really caused trouble around the neighborhood. There were only about 20 to 25 houses in the entire neighborhood that I lived in. The three of us decided to stay up late and watch scary movies while my parents slept upstairs in their room. My aunt's friend was sitting near the slide doors leading to the backyard, while my aunt and I were sitting in the bigger couch near the front door. I was sitting on the left side where the door faced, and my aunt sat on the right side of me, which meant I was closest to the front door. We spent about 10 minutes debating on which movie we should watch. After those 10 minutes, we finally chose to watch Odd Thomas, which wasn't really a scary movie, but it was about a guy who could see spirits and demons. We were only 2 minutes into the movie when I had the sudden urge to look at the door. I glanced back at my aunt and her friend, only to see them staring at the door as well. I looked back at the door for about 5 seconds, and then a loud bang came, then another one following after, and then a third. All 3 bangs came from the front door. It was like 5 people had just body slammed into the door 3 times. I thought it was going to fly off its frame. My first instinct was to run to the kitchen and grab a knife, but as I was about to do that, my aunt grabbed my shirt and told me to stay down. As I looked to my right, I saw my aunt's friend with her knees to her chest, rocking herself back and forth, while my aunt just kept her gaze toward the door. While all three of us kept our attention on the door, next to it there were two small rectangular windows on either side. The right window had a small curtain, and the left was being covered with a small decorative tree. The small curtain had a gap in between because it was glued onto the windows from the top area to the bottom, leaving the middle part loose. At the moment of the bangs, it caused the middle area of the curtain to puff up slowly, and then quickly press against the window, leaving it wrinkled. After that, we were all silent. All of us were terrified. My aunt denied being scared, but at that moment I could see nothing but fear in her face. I wanted to run upstairs to get my parents, but I was too afraid to go up the stairs because it was right in front of the door. All I could do was text and call them, but they were too deep in their sleep to hear the phones ring. My aunt told the two of us to calm down and dismissed it as wind. We all knew that it couldn't have been, but in order to stay calm, she made up that excuse. It was totally cliché. The next morning, I told my mother about the previous events. She brushed it off, saying that it must have been a bear or a deer, another cliché thing to say. We both went outside to inspect and found my mom's decorations near the front of the door thrown off to the side. There were no scratch marks or bumps on the door. Everything seemed normal, except her decorations laying to the side. When the three of us looked at the door, the night of the event, there wasn't anything that could have caught our attention. The woods were 40 meters away from the house, and we would have heard the trees moving with the wind if it was that, but we heard nothing. It was so strange how we all felt this sudden urge to look at the door at that time. It was like we all collectively knew that something was about to happen. The bangs were extremely loud and caused me to jump up from the couch. It couldn't have been kids playing a prank on us, because I had been living there for about 3 years, and nothing like that had ever happened. Plus, I knew the neighbors well enough to know that they would never do such a thing. There were exactly 3 bangs, one after the other, and one could have honestly caused the door to fly out of place, but thank God it didn't. What about the curtain? The only explanation that we could come up with was that the impact of the bangs created the wind, causing the curtain to react that way. But why did it inflate slowly, as if the bangs were rapid, and then suddenly cause it to go against the window so fast after they were over? My aunt thinks that the wind must have been knocked off its course, and that's why we didn't hear the trees moving. And it created huge columns of wind that must have caused the doors to move so much. The gust of wind must have gotten inside the house from the cracks of the door, leading to the curtain being puffed up. Personally, it doesn't make sense, and it sounds like total BS to me. She also mentioned that she saw a shadow outside, but she doesn't have an explanation for that. I didn't see the shadow, though. My mother came up with an excuse as well. She said it must have been a deer or a bear. But why would a deer or a bear bang their head or body into a door? Like I said previously, there were no scratch marks to prove that it was an animal. No animal could have caused those 3 loud bangs. We've had deer sightings in that neighborhood before, but none have ever exhibited that kind of strange behavior. If anything, they run away from you back into the woods. Bears are out of the question. Not once has there ever been a sighting of them around where I am. I should also mention that we had the lights from outside on, so why would an animal come that close to a house, especially a door, that's clearly being illuminated by a light? Like I said before, the animals in this area are pretty skittish and are generally out of the question. As I mentioned, my aunt along with my mother have had many unexplained experiences, and they do believe in the paranormal. I think the only reason they tried to make up an excuse for this situation was to prevent me from becoming paranoid and afraid. It's pretty late for that now, though, since I've had my fair share of experiences as well. My aunt's friend has seen some things too. My aunt told me that when her friend was younger, she suffered really badly from night terrors. She said that she saw things, demonic identities as she described them. She would wake up screaming and crying. It was traumatizing for her. Her family had always been religious, and they prayed for her every night, and slowly those things haunting her went away as she grew up. That really creeped me out, and led me to believe that she might have brought or attracted that thing to my house. Or maybe it could have been something else. Whatever it was, I hope it never happens to me again. And if you know what it was, let me know.
The key in the wall. I work in renovation and restoration, mostly old buildings around western Pennsylvania. They're always the kind with uneven floors and hidden rooms and weird wiring. They usually have layers of wallpaper that look like tree rings when you pull them back. You get used to strange finds. Love letters, receipts from the 40s, fake walls, even the occasional firearm somebody forgot about decades ago. But nothing has ever stuck with me like the key did. This happened 4 years ago at a Victorian boarding house outside Meadville. 3 stories, steep roofline, narrow hallways, and that heavy wooden smell that old houses get when the air doesn't circulate right. The owners wanted to turn it into student housing, so our crew was hired to open up walls, reinforce joists, and rework the attic. The key turned up on the 2nd week. We'd started demo on the 3rd floor hallway, a cramped stretch between the attic stairs and a row of tiny bedrooms. I was cutting out a section of plaster near a corner where the wall bowed outward. When the chunk fell away, something metallic clattered onto the floorboards. It was a small brass key, heavy for its size, smooth from age, with a single loop on the top and teeth that didn't match any modern lock. It was the kind of key you might expect for a jewelry box or an old trunk, but certainly not a door. The strange part was where it came from. That section of wall had lath behind it, solid wooden strips. There was no cavity where the key could have sat, no space between beams. It had been buried inside the plaster itself, like someone had hid it there while the wall was still wet. I should have handed it to the project manager, but instead, I put it in my pocket. Later that afternoon, while everyone else was downstairs hauling out debris, I stayed back to finish sweeping the hall. The floor was clean, the air still. Dust hung in the sunlight coming through a single narrow window. I remember feeling watched, but old houses do that. Too many corners, too many shadows. The key tugged at my attention, and for reasons I still can't explain, I pulled it out and held it up to the light. The brass looked darker, almost warm. I turned it over in my hand, expecting the usual reflective gleam, but the surface felt dull, like it absorbed the light instead of reflecting it. And then something clicked, something behind me. I spun around, but there was nobody there. But halfway down the hall, a door I knew was stuck shut sat slightly open. We had tried opening that room earlier in the week, and the latch hadn't budged. Now it gaped an inch, just enough to reveal darkness inside. I should have called for someone, but I didn't. Instead, I walked toward the door. Every step felt heavier than it should have. It was like the air thickened around me, and when I reached the doorway, I pushed it open with my foot. The room was empty except for old water stains on the ceiling and a broken dresser. The window was painted shut. I turned to leave, and I felt something pass behind me. It felt like a weight shifting through space, brushing the back of my neck without touching it. I froze and listened. The house creaked, like it always did, but this was different. Someone shouted my name from downstairs, and whatever pressure stood behind me vanished. I backed out, shut the door hard, and stuffed the key deep into my pocket. That night, I heard voices. Not at home, but at work. I would come in early the next morning to avoid questions about the key, and when I did, the house was empty except for me. As I climbed the stairs, these faint voices drifted down from the 3rd floor. It wasn't a conversation, and it certainly wasn't English. It was like threading sounds, rising and falling, weaving through each other with no clear pattern. I waited at the 2nd floor landing, listening. The whispers stopped, followed by soft footsteps. They moved past the top of the stairs, across the 3rd floor hall, and then faded. I should have left, but instead, I went up. The hallway sat quiet and bright in the morning sun. There were no footprints in the dust that we hadn't swept yet, so no one was hiding in the rooms, and nothing was out of place. Except the key. I had left it in my toolbox the night before, but now it sat in the center of the hall, teeth pointed toward me. I didn't touch it at first. Something in me understood that picking it up again meant inviting whatever followed it. But leaving it there felt worse almost, like waiting for something else to make the next move. So I reached down. The metal burned cold. The door beside me, another stuck one, creaked open. Just a sliver. Just enough. Inside the room, shadows gathered in the corner. Not shapes or figures. More like darkness folding into itself, stretching upward as if trying to take form. The air wavered around it, bending the sunlight the same way heat bends pavement. I stepped back, ready to bolt, but the shadow did not advance. It only leaned, heavy and slow, as if smelling the air that I had stirred. I threw the key into the room and ran. We were pulled from the project 3 days later. Not because of me, because tenants, temporary ones staying in the finished rooms downstairs, had started disappearing. A man renting the basement suite didn't show up for work. A student staying in one of the front rooms left her things neatly folded on the bed and vanished. There were no signs of forced entry, no camera footage of anyone entering or leaving. The owners shut the place down, police did a sweep. When they questioned us, I of course did not mention the key. I didn't mention the door that opened itself, and I definitely didn't mention the shadow that tried to stand on its own legs. The building sits empty now, supposedly waiting for a new investor, but everyone local knows it's dead space. Windows are boarded up and the yard is overgrown and the mail piles out of the box. A few weeks ago, though, I drove past it at dusk. Maybe it was habit or curiosity or just stupidity. There was a light that glowed in the 3rd floor hallway. Just one. The thing about that, though, is that the place has no power. I didn't stop, or check, or look twice. But as I drove off, I caught a glimpse of movement in the attic window. A figure, barely there, leaning forward against the glass, as if watching the road. Almost like it was waiting for someone to come back with its key.
To give a little background, I am an American expat living in Ukraine with my wife and daughter. My wife is Ukrainian, and although we live in Kiev, she's from a remote village near the Polish border, where her parents live currently. It's a tiny village, overflowing with a rich, sad history. To paint a bit of the picture, some of the houses here are decrepit beyond anything you would believe, over a century old, sunken into the ground, rife with decay.
and yet people still live in them. Well, if you can call that living anyway. Other houses are big and beautiful and built only in recent years, and there are vacant lots in between. It's a dying village in the middle of the forest, and year after year, its population gradually shrinks. The young children who grow into adults here either stay and slowly drink themselves to death, or tuck tail and run to the nearest big city as soon as age or opportunity can afford. But being so old and in the heart of Eastern Europe means that the people here have seen a lot. My wife's late grandmother would tell us her tales of the Second World War, and she'd usually begin with something like, "The Nazis were gentlemen. They gave the children candy when they would come through the village, and they always paid for everything they took." She saw the Nazis come through, and the officers made her father's home their quarters. Her father was well off and spoke German. Then she saw the SS come through and root out the Jews, killing anybody they didn't like, including her own grandmother, because she wasn't moving fast enough. In her stories, she always seemed to make a very clear distinction between the Nazis and the SS. They torched the place to the ground. At the other end of the war, it was the Soviet army that came in from the other direction, pushing their way, smelly, stinking, swearing, and stealing as they went. Then, when things finally settled, it was a face-off between the partisan freedom fighters and the KGB, and it was the civilian villagers that took the brunt end of it all. So many things have happened to this little village, and as you might imagine, such accumulated history might leave quite a spiritual impression on the place. This piques my curiosity, and so I'm always asking my wife about the supernatural activities of the village. She's a bit averse to discussing it in general, because it totally creeps her out. But there are a few things I have gleaned. 1. There is a strong belief amongst the locals in a forest being called mavki, which are allegedly the cryptic embodiment of babies who died before being baptized. You don't go into the wheat field alone in the summer, or they'll tickle you, and if you laugh, they'll kill you. Number 2. There were and are witches in the village. Think like shaman-type folks and soothsayers whom people will pay money to for fortune-telling, or to cast a hex on someone who crossed them. My wife and her family have actually had some interesting personal experiences with them. Number 3. Amongst the old motorcycles, tanks, and other artifacts of war that still get dug up on occasion, there was recently discovered a Jewish mass grave on the outskirts of the village, no doubt a remnant of the Holocaust. And finally, there are a few haunted places in the woods, and along the road in between the villages, where strange sightings have occurred, or it suddenly becomes so cold that you can see your breath, or the cars will often just stop on their own and cease to work for a few minutes. That last point is relevant to the creepiest story she's ever told me. When my wife graduated from primary school into high school, she had to start traveling to the neighboring village to attend class. It was an 8-kilometer bike ride one way, every day, rain or snow, and the road took her and many others directly through this creepy bit of darkness where cold spots appear in mid-July and cars suddenly break down without apparent reason. My wife would generally pass without incident, albeit holding her breath for those 100 or so meters. But one particular morning, she got to school and sat down with her classmates to wait for their teacher. And they waited, and waited, and waited. She never showed up. This was highly unlikely, as the teacher had a strong reputation for being very serious about her students, and not just showing up like this was extremely out of character. And so it was with this teacher the next day, and the next day, and for the remainder of the week. Well, after a week, the teacher finally reappeared. Mostly. She was more or less back to normal, but still not quite herself. She continued to leave the slightest impression of being frazzled, shaken by something, as if she had just lived through one of her life's defining before and after moments. Whenever asked, she would outright refuse and wouldn't say a word about her absence. As the rumors began to circulate, the students caught wind that indeed something had happened to her on her way home from school the night before her unexplained first absence. But no one would breathe a detail. they would just quickly change the subject, call you an idiot for asking, or saying, "No, we're not going to talk about that." And that was it. Life went on, and no one would ever talk about the strange week without the teacher. But someone had to know, and it turns out that the teacher confided in her coworker, who happened to be my wife's mother. Now keep in mind, in western Ukraine, the sun will set as early as 3:30 p.m. on the shortest day of the year, so it's not an unusual thing to be riding home from school in the dark, which is precisely what my wife had to do most of her academic year, as likewise did this teacher. Cars were not common in those early post-Soviet days, especially in a remote village such as this one. So the teacher faithfully pedaled her way to and from work every day and night, as her duties dictated. On this particular night, she was cruising along the road, and she came upon the haunted track of road. About halfway through, she suddenly felt a large weight come down and sink the rear of the bike, as though someone had suddenly sat down to hitch a ride on the rack above the rear wheel. Before she could even react, a cold, growling voice whispered in her ear, "Don't turn around." That was it. I can only imagine how I would feel if I was caught in that same situation. I would be paralyzed with fear, and autopilot would keep those pedals moving for as long as they had to. As it happened with this teacher, she did just that. She carried that nameless thing on the back of her bike until she recovered her senses enough to pray. I don't know what she prayed, but if it were me, I might be able to squeak out just a, "Please God," or "Help me, Lord," or "Make it go away." And maybe she had to say it 5 or 10 or 100 times, but she just kept pedaling and just kept praying. And then, as suddenly as it had sat down, the weight lifted. Her bike returned to normal, and I'm sure she made the rest of her way home in record time. I do not know how much of this story has been embellished over time, or how many details have been tweaked until it morphed into a local legend. But there is one thing that everyone confirms to this day. Something happened that night which freaked out an otherwise very calm and rational woman so totally and completely that she couldn't bring herself to come back to work for an entire week thereafter. And this was her explanation. To my knowledge, she had never claimed to have any kind of supernatural experience either before or after that incident. The unspoken warning. So this happened about 3 months ago. And I've never been able to make sense of it, so maybe one of you can. I've been hiking solo for years, and I've done sections of the Appalachian Trail. I've spent weeks in the Rockies, you name it. But I never had anything weird happen until this trip to the Ozarks. I was doing a 4-day backpacking loop in the Buffalo National River area, part of the Ozark National Forest. It's not the most popular spot compared to some of the bigger parks, which is exactly why I picked it. I wanted solitude. Just me in the woods for a few days to clear my head after a brutal work project. The first 2 days went fine. The weather was mild for October and the trails were in good shape. I barely saw another soul. I planned my route using some older USGS maps that I'd picked up at a garage sale, figuring they'd be fine since the main trails don't change much. That was my first mistake. On day 3, I was following what should have been the Ponca Creek Trail when I came across this trail marker that stopped me cold. It was one of those standard wooden posts you might see, well, everywhere. It was about 4 feet tall with the typical carved arrow and trail name. Except someone had gone to town on this thing. The entire surface was covered in symbols. Not graffiti, not random scratches either, but very purposeful symbols carved deep into the wood. They almost looked runic, but wrong, like someone had tried to copy ancient writing from memory and got it twisted. The original trail information was totally obliterated, and you couldn't make out a single letter of the trail name or see which direction the arrow pointed. So that was great. I stopped and studied it for a good 10 minutes. The carving work was extensive. I mean, it had to have taken somebody hours. But the symbols had a pattern, a flow to them that suggested meaning even though I couldn't read them. And, perhaps most unsettling, they were fresh. The wood inside the cuts was still pale, not weathered gray like you'd expect from something that had been there for months. That was when I noticed how quiet everything had gotten. I mean dead silence. There were no birds or insects, not even wind. Even my own footsteps seemed muffled. The forest had just stopped. I've spent enough time in the woods to know that complete silence usually means something's wrong. Predators are nearby or a storm is coming, something that puts wildlife on edge. I checked my GPS, but the signal was garbage under the canopy. My paper map showed the trail continuing straight for another 2 miles before branching off toward my planned campsite. Simple enough. I took a photo of the defaced marker, more out of curiosity than anything, and kept walking. And that's when this low-level unease began. Like when you know someone's watching you but you can't see them. I kept glancing over my shoulder and scanning the tree line, but I didn't see anything. Still, the feeling kept building. This growing certainty that I was walking into something I shouldn't. The trail itself looked fine, though. Well-maintained, clearly marked with standard blazes on the trees. But something felt fundamentally wrong about the whole situation. It's kind of hard to explain without sounding insane. But it was like the whole forest was conspiring together to try to tell me to turn around. About a mile past the carved marker, I found another one. Same deal, completely covered in those weird symbols. The original information, illegible. This time I didn't stop to examine it. The wrongness was getting stronger and pressed against me, and my gut was screaming to get out of there. I'm not typically the type to abandon a planned route because of some bad vibes. I've pushed through plenty of uncomfortable situations in the backcountry. But this was different. This felt like standing on train tracks and hearing a whistle in the distance. That primal warning that something bad was coming. Fast. The third marker appeared maybe half a mile later, and that's when I finally listened to whatever was trying to warn me off. This one was different. The symbols were not just carved, they were burned into the wood, black and deep, and they were still warm. I could feel heat radiating off of them when I held my hand close. Fresh burns, probably made within the last hour or two. And that did it. I don't care how crazy it sounds, but every single instinct I had was telling me to get the hell away from that trail. I turned around and hiked back the way I'd come, moving faster than I probably should have with a full pack. But the weird thing is, as soon as I passed that first defaced marker heading back, the forest came alive again. Bird calls and insects and normal woodland sounds returned, and that oppressive feeling lifted like someone had opened a window in a stuffy room. I ended up taking a totally different route to my campsite, adding an extra 5 miles to my day, but still getting there before dark. I spent the night wondering if I had overreacted, but I felt fine and slept fine, and the next morning everything felt normal again. But when I got home, I tried to research the symbols. I posted the photos onto a few forums and even reached out to some archaeology professors at our local university. Nobody could identify them definitively, but one professor mentioned that they resembled protective wards from various folk traditions, symbols meant to keep people away from dangerous areas. That got me digging into the history of that particular section of the Ozarks, and it turns out there were several unexplained disappearances in that area over the past decade. Experienced hikers who just vanished without a trace. Search and rescue found their campsites intact, their gear still there, but no sign of the people themselves. The most recent had been just 6 months before my trip. A guy from Little Rock doing a solo hike, similar route to mine. They found his camp, but never him. The article mentioned that the other hikers had reported unusual trail markers in the area around the same time. I've been back to the Ozarks twice since then, but I have stayed well clear of that trail. Part of me wonders if I should report the defaced markers to the Forest Service, but I don't really want anyone else walking into whatever I walked away from. Maybe those symbols really are warnings. Maybe someone or something was trying to keep people away from that area for good reason. All I know is that for the first time in my hiking career, I trusted my gut over my pride, and I'm pretty sure that decision kept me from becoming another unsolved disappearance statistic. The photos I took came out blurry, by the way. Every single one. The camera worked just fine before and after, but those particular shots are just illegible smears. Make of that what you will. The gas station attendant warned me not to take the back road. It was late, and I had been driving for hours. Nevada isn't known for being the most populated state, and the farther I got from the city, the more desolate it became. My phone had already lost signal, and the only light for miles came from my headlights, cutting through the darkness. I'd been told about this back road by some locals back in Reno. It was quicker, they said. A shortcut to get me back to my hotel in Ely. They warned me that the road could be a bit isolated, but I was tired and the thought of cutting down the driving time seemed like a godsend. So I pulled into a small gas station to top off the tank. It was quiet, just a single old station lit by buzzing fluorescent lights with a few rusted pumps outside. The attendant, a guy named Ron, looked like he hadn't had a customer in hours, and he eyed me as I walked in. I bought a bottle of water and a snack, and then went to pay. Ron, who looked maybe a decade older than me, leaned over the counter and glanced at the map I was holding. "You headed out the back road?" he asked, his voice casual, but his eyes scanning me like he was trying to figure me out. I nodded. "Yeah, I hear it's a shortcut to Ely. Saves me like an hour." Ron didn't seem to like that. He shifted uncomfortably, looking out the window as if checking something I couldn't see. "You sure about that? A lot of folks don't take that road at night. Not after dark. You'll be fine during the day, but not at night. Trust me. It doesn't loop back around like you think. It loops you into something else." I laughed. He didn't. "You're serious?" His face tightened, and I could tell he wasn't joking. He just scratched his beard and then gave a reluctant nod. "Just telling you what I know. You might be better off taking the main road, but it's up to you. Just don't say I didn't warn you." The way he said it, with that look in his eyes, unsettled me for a second. But I was tired, and I didn't think much of it. I waved him off and made my way back to the car, mentally shrugging off the conversation. The road was just as Ron had described. Desolate, winding, and isolated. It wasn't even paved for the most part, just a rough stretch of gravel with barely enough room for my car. I kept my eyes on the road, doing my best to avoid the growing sense of unease creeping up my spine. The further I went, the darker it got. No other cars, no signs of life. Just the occasional flicker of a shadow passing across the road in my headlights. It was starting to feel like I was driving through some forgotten corner of the world. I started to regret not listening to Ron. Then, as I turned a bend, I saw it. Up ahead in the distance, A figure. At first, I thought it was a tree or a rock, but as I got closer, I realized it was too tall, too human-shaped. I slowed the car, instinct telling me that something was off. The figure was standing still on the side of the road, just watching me. I couldn't make out any details except that it was tall, way taller than anyone had the right to be. I hit the brakes and stopped a few feet away. I stared at the figure, unsure of what to do. Was it a hitchhiker? A prank? Maybe someone in need of help? I wasn't sure. But then it moved. It didn't walk. It didn't even shuffle. It glided. Its movement was unnaturally smooth, like it was sliding across the ground. And before I could react, it was right in front of my car. It had no face. There was just a void where its face should have been, an inky blackness that sucked in the light, making it impossible to look away. I slammed the car into reverse, heart racing, and sped back down the road. I looked in the rearview mirror, expecting to see it chasing me, but there was nothing, just empty road. I turned the wheel sharply and took the next left, praying that I could find my way back to a more populated area. The road didn't loop back, not in the way I thought it would. It wasn't just winding. I was driving in circles, every turn leading to the same stretch of gravel, the same stretch of emptiness. It was like I was trapped in a maze that didn't make sense. My headlights barely cut through the blackness, and I was starting to feel dizzy, like the road itself was pulling me into something that didn't want me to leave. I finally pulled into a small clearing, desperate for a break. I shut off the engine and sat in the silence, trying to figure out where I had gone wrong. My heart was still racing, and I was sweating, my fingers shaking as I fumbled for my phone. No signal, not even the faintest bar of service. That's when I heard it again, the sound of footsteps, but not footsteps, shuffling, like something dragging itself across the ground, slowly getting closer. I looked out the window, but the darkness outside was so thick I couldn't see anything. My breath caught in my throat as I realized the footsteps weren't outside the car. They were coming from inside the vehicle. I spun around, my heart in my throat, but the back seat was empty. I glanced at the rearview mirror. Nothing. Then I saw it again. The shadow. The same tall, faceless figure was standing just beyond my car. It was waiting. The engine sputtered to life on its own, and before I could stop it, the car lurched forward. I didn't steer it. I didn't have control anymore. The car was moving, and I had no choice but to go with it. Eventually, I ended up back at the gas station. But everything was wrong. Ron wasn't there. The station was empty. The lights flickered above me, and the door didn't open when I tried to push it. I knocked on the windows, but no one answered. I don't know how I got back to Eli. All I remember is that feeling. The feeling that something was still following me. It hasn't stopped either. Every now and then, I'll catch something in my peripheral vision. A shadow. Something too tall. Too wrong. And I know that it's still there.
I've been dying to get this story off my chest for years to people who don't think I'm crazy, as it's rather maddening. Before I begin, I don't believe in things like Bigfoot, werewolves, ghosts, supernatural or paranormal stuff in general. but that doesn't mean that I'm able to explain what happened this night. This was a long time ago. I was a teenager. My parents were not very strict, so I had a lot of freedom. I had 2 friends, and they had their own friends as well. And one of my friends' parents owned this huge part of a forest. My friends, their friends, and I went deep into the woods with a bunch of supplies, and we started making our own treehouse and forts. It was a big part of my childhood, building stuff with my friends, and this place became our sanctuary for a long time, where we'd spend a lot of our time away from the adults. This event happened years after we built the place initially, and also after we rebuilt it because one time it got destroyed. But that's another interesting story for a different time. This is the backstory for all of the events that I'm about to recall. One friend and I spent the night at our sanctuary that we had built, which none of us have ever done before. We only hung out there and then went home. We all planned to spend the night together because it would be fun. Most of our friends weren't allowed to spend the night there, though, because of parents and other things, and one chickened out because he was afraid. So it ended up just being me and one other person, my close friend's cousin. We weren't really close at the time, and we fought a lot, but surprisingly we got along well that night. We spent most of the day swinging from trees, climbing them and hanging out on this tire rope swing while talking. It was a normal day, and then we laid down for rest at about 9 p.m. About 10 minutes after laying down in bed in our sleeping bags, talking to each other under our makeshift tents, we heard rustling. I sat up and saw a very tall silhouette of something that looked to be like a human but was transparent. I could see right through it. I squinted and froze, and it very quickly climbed this tall tree, and as I was looking at it, it disappeared. I was in complete disbelief and shock. I had no idea what I had just seen, if I had seen it at all, or if I had hallucinated. I wasn't scared in the moment, just perplexed. Being young and worried, though, I said to my friend that we should leave, and not wanting it to hear me, I got close to his ear and just said, "There's something in the woods looking at us." After I said that, I saw his facial expression turn to fear, so we got up and started walking down the path out of the woods, calmly. I didn't want to sprint because it might chase, and I also wasn't even sure I'd seen anything. I just didn't want to take any chances. Very shortly after we left, we both got this weird feeling of déjà vu and confusion, like we'd been hit with hard drugs or something, except we don't do drugs, and we had only eaten food that we brought from our house. There are also no hallucinogenic plants in our part of the country. Nothing like that. Everything was so slow, and I felt disoriented. But we continued to walk in this direction for quite a while, stumbling in the darkness because of our mental state. I realized that we should have been out of the forest by now. I knew that this was the way out, 110%, because I'd been going in and out of this place for years, even in the dark. Yet I didn't recognize all the trees around us, just the path. It was like our surroundings were changing. My friend randomly yells, "Yeah, I'm coming," as I'm looking in the opposite direction from him. I turned around, very confused, and asked him why he said that. He said that his mom was calling his name to help lead him out of the forest. I heard nothing. I told him that I didn't hear anything, and he looked at me like I was insane and walked off the path and into the forest. I grabbed his arm and pulled him back because I didn't want him to get lost. That's when my friend sees the transparent thing that I saw earlier, sitting perched on a tree branch in the direction that his mom was calling him from. He points it out to me. Its transparency is almost like a heat wave effect. We stared at it for 10 seconds in total disbelief. It looked like a transparent being, but we were trying to discern if it was something else, and we were just imagining it being alive, because there was no movement. But then, it hunched down like it was trying to stalk or be stealthy, and very quickly, it climbed up a tree a little more, and then went to the next one, and then the next one, getting closer to us. We can't hear it at all. It's completely silent. And its silence was exacerbated by the fact that all the other creatures had also gone completely silent. And it was only in that moment that I had really started to realize that. Not a single bug or animal had made a sound since we started leaving camp. This is when our curiosity turned into fear, and once again, we began to see it move. Once it got above us, though, the only thing we could hear was the crunching of the branch as its weight was put down on it. Every little sound that was made was so distinct because it was so quiet and remote. We couldn't see anything because the tops of the trees are so dark. We actually started running, terrified, not worrying about being calm anymore. We heard noises in the trees above us, and finally it faded away ahead of us, as if it had gone ahead, but the sound was a lot quieter than if a normal animal had been running through the treetops. It sounded as if this thing was very light, but it wasn't very small, so that made no sense. We still kept running forward, despite it sounding like it had gone ahead, and we ended up back at the place that we started. Many, many minutes of walking, and we were back at this place after running for like 20 seconds. It was impossible. But instead of staying on the ground, we climbed to the top of the treehouse with our items as quickly as possible and closed the door, wedging a small piece of plywood on it to keep it shut. We heard something climbing up, and extremely odd noises as well, almost like the mimicking noises of rain and wind, but there was no water seeping into our treehouse, and there would have been had it been raining, and it wasn't wet. This persisted for about a minute, and then we didn't hear from it again. I'm pretty sure at that point it had left, but we spent the rest of the night there until the sun came up anyway, just in case. When he checked his iPod Touch for the first time, right after we closed the door, it was 5 a.m. We started laying on the ground at 9 p.m. 8 hours had passed in what felt to us like no more than 40 minutes of time. Hours after we could start to see the sun through the treehouse slats, we went home. I no longer talked to this friend, but after this incident we discussed it, and we told everything from both of our points of view, and it all jived. We randomly brought it up to each other every few months and relived it, making sure that we were still on the same page about what happened and that we both remembered. I never spent the night out there again, and I didn't really even let myself stay out there past 5 p.m. for a very long time.
Ben, by a now deleted user, posted to r/letsnotmeet. I had a very creepy friend. We'll call him Ben. I believe he might be a dangerous psychopath, or at worst a serial killer. Ben and I met on Facebook in 2014, and he came to meet me in Romania in the summer of 2015. He seemed a little odd at first, but otherwise okay. One strange thing about him is that while he was at my house for a week, he didn't bathe for some odd reason, so he really stank. I showed him around Transylvania, and we both rent an apartment at Bucharest before his departure. We hang around Bucharest, and he leaves. Our friendship continues online, and in 2016, I moved back to Canada. In May of that year, I fly over to Vancouver to hang out with him. Now, it's important to know that this guy is a major gun nut. He collects a lot of firearms and claims to have briefly been in the Canadian Army. He also claimed that he worked as a mercenary and was in Georgia during the Russian invasion in 2008. He claimed to have shot 2 people there and that he suffers from PTSD. I get there, and his apartment is filthy. I'm talking literal trash everywhere. 2 cats that made the place stink of cat piss. This guy kept his lights on 24/7, and on his wall was a clock that played a loud tune every hour. His behavior toward me while I was there was somewhat disrespectful, but I kind of just took it as a buddy messing around with me. He said mildly creepy things, but again, I brushed it off as him being kind of an odd prankster. I leave, and again our friendship continues online. During this time, his conversations with me become darker and more hostile, in a passive-aggressive sort of way. Ben is also a hardcore alcoholic who drinks until he passes out most days. He does all sorts of antisocial and downright vile things while drunk. Also, during this time, he said that 2 men briefly lived with him for a short time. When I had pressed him about what happened to those 2 men, he changed the subject rather quickly. After what happened in 2018, when I last met up with Ben, I have a strong suspicion that something bad might have happened to those men. Fast forward to 2018. My parents and I are driving to Vancouver from Calgary. Perfect time to meet up for a day or two with Ben. Big mistake. Ben's traveling from Kelowna to Vancouver, and we met up at a bar near his house. We have a few drinks, and he goes home for the night. The next day we meet up, and his behavior toward me is disrespectful in that same passive-aggressive way, and extremely creepy. We go to his workplace, and he's very subtly disrespectful to me and his coworkers. He's putting me on the spot and trying to make me look stupid to everyone around him. He was a supervisor, if you can believe it, so most of the people underneath him were too complacent or afraid to say anything. This man was obviously a psychopath. This is where it gets to a point where I believe my life was in danger. We go back to his place. He's drinking a beer and I'm rolling a joint. A movie is playing and Ben's getting tipsy. He's basically now adopted a speech pattern in our conversation where I feel like I'm being interrogated and toyed with. He's playing a video game on his computer and I'm watching a movie. By this time, I'm feeling very uneasy. My gut instinct is screaming at me to leave. Generally speaking, you always listen to your gut. That primal thing inside of you linked to fight or flight is best to be obeyed. Now, as the day progressed and as Ben was becoming drunk, he started to say very weird things. He was mumbling about, "I don't care for anyone but myself. I don't give a shit about people." And there's a loaded shotgun beside the table. He looks at his computer screen and he starts mumbling about being a madman with a gun. A few minutes later, he turns to me and says, "Hey, what if I put some MDMA in your drink, huh?" Followed by, "Just kidding." This sick cat and mouse game continues. He's now talking about knowing a guy who's HIV positive and how he's going to get the guy to give him an infected needle to infect himself so he can live on government benefits. I mean, just unhinged stuff is coming out of this guy's mouth. I'm sitting there in complete disbelief at just how vile this guy really is. I mean, I feel physically sick. I want to leave, but I also don't want him to know that I'm ready to go. It's this awful, vulnerable feeling. He has another beer, and he turns to me, and I am now very uncomfortable. The talk is now about food. He turns to me a little bit more and looks me straight in the eyes, and he goes, "So, if this was your last meal, what would you have?" The look on his face was one of stone-faced sincerity and malice. I knew I had to flee. My heart's pounding. I need to make my move. With my adrenaline rushing through my body, I tell Ben in a very calm manner that the weed I had was making me feel kind of funny, and I needed a breath of fresh air. I quickly put on my shoes and leave before he has any chance to stop me. While I'm going out, he makes me promise that I'll be back. I don't answer. I go downstairs into the sunlight, and I feel like an animal that just escaped slaughter. The place I'm staying at is not too far from Ben's house, and I'm wise enough not to tell him where I'm staying exactly. Thank God. I start walking, feeling like I've just escaped certain death. The phone rings. Ben's asking where I am, and that he's panicking. I tell him, hey, I'm just still taking a breather. Meanwhile, I get to my cousin's house, and somehow I manage to get inside. Night has fallen. The guy is calling my phone constantly. When I answer, he's trying to get me to meet up with him and go for a ride, but the tone of his voice is flat and fake. He says, "We've just had a bad night. It's just a bad night." He's desperately trying to get me to go for a ride with him. I block his number. I block him on social media. And that was the last time I ever spoke to the scumbag. In our many online conversations over the years, Ben would always drop clues here and there about his past, that he did horrible things during this supposed gig as a mercenary, which I have trouble believing. He would go on drunken tirades about being a bad man, having done bad things. He was going to AA meetings and trying to put on this facade of normality by volunteering at an old folks' home. Deep down, I think he's a psychopath, a potentially dangerous one at that. And I just hope he's never killed anybody other than the 2 people he allegedly shot while on combat duty. Vancouver is a sketchy place, full of missing people. So, I guess we'll never know.
Footsteps in the Fog by Pinewood hiker. I've always been a skeptic when it comes to cryptids and the supernatural. Growing up in the Pacific Northwest, I'd heard my fair share of Bigfoot stories, but I always chalked them up to overactive imaginations or misidentified bears. That is, until my solo hiking trip on Mount Adams last summer. I am an experienced hiker, and I'd been planning this trip for months. My goal was to spend a week exploring the lesser-known trails and camping in the backcountry. I'd done my research, packed all the necessary gear, and felt confident in my abilities. The first few days were uneventful, but breathtakingly beautiful. The weather was perfect. Clear skies, comfortable temperatures, and just enough breeze to keep the mosquitoes at bay. I'd seen plenty of wildlife, deer, elk, even a black bear in the distance, but nothing out of the ordinary. It was on the 4th night that things started to get strange. I'd set up camp in a small clearing near a babbling stream, about halfway up the mountain. As the sun set, I noticed an unusual silence settling over the forest. The typical evening chorus of birds and insects was eerily absent. I tried to shake off the feeling of unease as I prepared my dinner over a small campfire. But as darkness fell, the silence seemed to deepen. Even the stream seemed to be running quieter than before. Around midnight, I was jolted awake by a sound I couldn't immediately identify. It was a low, rumbling noise, almost like a growl, but deeper and more resonant than any animal I'd ever heard. It seemed to be coming from somewhere in the forest, maybe 100 yards from my tent. I lay perfectly still, my heart pounding in my chest. The sound came again, closer this time. It was followed by the unmistakable sound of something large moving through the underbrush. Now, I've encountered plenty of large animals in the wild before. I know what a bear sounds like when it's foraging. This was different. The footsteps were too deliberate, too rhythmic. It sounded almost bipedal. I reached for my flashlight, debating whether I should risk turning it on. Before I could decide, I heard another sound that made my blood run cold. It was a sound I had only ever heard about before. A series of knocks. 3 distinct, powerful sounds that echoed through the trees. Knock, knock, knock. I'd heard about this. Wood knocking was supposedly a way that Bigfoot communicated. But that was just a myth, right? My rational mind was racing to come up with an explanation. But my instincts were screaming that something was very, very wrong. The knocking came again, but this time from the opposite direction. It was answered by another series of knocks from somewhere behind my tent. Whatever was out there was more than one. I don't know how long I lay there, barely breathing, listening to the sounds of movement and occasional knocking. It could have been minutes or hours. Eventually, the noises began to fade, moving farther up the mountain. As soon as I felt like it was safe, I burst out of my tent, fumbling to light my lantern. The clearing was empty, but the ground told a different story. There, in the soft earth near my tent, was a footprint unlike anything I'd ever seen in real life. It was huge, easily 2 or 3 times the size of my own boot. The impression was deep, suggesting that whatever had made it was incredibly heavy. But the shape, it was undeniably foot-like, with 5 distinct toe marks. I spent the rest of the night wide awake, my back against a tree, clutching my hiking poles like weapons. As the first light of dawn broke through the trees, I quickly packed up my camp and started the long hike back to civilization. I've spent countless hours since then trying to rationalize what happened that night. Could it have been some kind of elaborate prank? Some kind of territorial display by an unknown animal species? Or was it something truly unexplainable? I don't know if I believe in Bigfoot now, but I do know this. There's something out there in the wilderness of Mount Adams, and it defies any rational explanation. And I'm not sure I ever want to encounter it again. For now, I've decided to focus my hiking and camping trips on more populated areas. I'm not ashamed to admit that the experience shook me. It changed the way that I view the wilderness. Where once I saw only beauty and serenity, I now see mystery and the potential for the unknown. I've found myself paying more attention to the sounds of the forest, always half expecting to hear that distinctive knocking. I've become more aware of my surroundings, more attuned to the feeling of being watched. It's not fear, exactly, but a newfound respect for the vastness and unknowability of nature. Lately, I've been thinking about the larger implications of my experience. If there really are undiscovered hominids living in our forests, what does that mean for our understanding of anything? For our responsibility to protect wilderness areas? For our place in the natural world? I don't have answers to these questions, but I can't stop thinking about them. Every time I see a news story about deforestation or habitat loss, I wonder about the impact on not just the known species, but potentially unknown ones as well. I've started keeping a journal of my thoughts and experiences since that night on Mount Adams. It helps me process what happened and keeps the details fresh in my mind. Sometimes I read back through it, and it all seems so surreal, like something out of a movie or a dream. But then I'll come across a detail, the specific pattern of the knocks, the depth of that footprint in the soft earth, and it all comes rushing back, as real and vivid as the moment it happened. Sometimes I want to investigate. At other times, I just want to go back to my old life, where the most exciting thing I might encounter on a hike was a particularly scenic view or a distant sighting of a bear. But I know I can never really go back. That night changed me. It opened my eyes to possibilities I had never considered before. Whether or not I ever encounter anything like it again, I'll always approach the wilderness with a sense of wonder and humility. There really are things out there beyond our understanding. And maybe we're not meant to understand after all.
Lost in the Loops. I've been an avid hiker for years. Solo trips are my thing. I love the solitude, the challenge, the connection with nature. I've tackled some of the toughest trails in the country. But what happened last weekend on a supposedly easy day hike, that shook me to my core. It was supposed to be a simple 6-hour loop in the Chattahoochee National Forest. I'd done it before, no big deal. I packed light, just water, some trail mix, and my usual gear. The weather was perfect. Cool, crisp autumn day, clear skies. I hit the trail early, around 7 a.m. The first couple of hours were great. I made good time, enjoyed the fall colors, snapped some photos for Instagram. Standard stuff. Around midday, though, things started to get weird. I stopped for lunch at a familiar overlook. At least, it should have been familiar, but something just felt off. The view wasn't quite right. The angle of the sun was wrong for the time of day. I chalked it up to misremembering and kept going. An hour later, I still hadn't reached the next landmark. My GPS wasn't getting a signal, so I pulled out my compass. And that's when I saw it. The needle was spinning. Not just wobbling, but full-on spinning, like a pinwheel in a strong wind. I'm not usually one to panic, but in that moment, my heart started racing. I took a deep breath and tried to orient myself. I looked for the sun, tried to remember the route, but everything looked wrong, unfamiliar. I decided to backtrack. I figured I would retrace my steps to the last place that I was sure of, but after an hour of walking, I wasn't any closer to somewhere that I recognized. The trees all looked the same. The path seemed to twist in ways I didn't remember. And that's when it hit me. I'd been walking for hours, and I was completely lost. I stopped and forced myself to think logically. I had water, I had food, I had shelter if I needed it. I wasn't in any immediate danger, but I also knew that wandering aimlessly could make my situation much worse. I tried my phone again. No signal. My GPS app showed me in the middle of nowhere, the blue dot jumping erratically across the screen. Even the fitness app that had been tracking my hike was glitching, showing impossible distances and elevations. I looked at my compass again, still spinning. I held it next to my phone, thinking maybe there was some weird electromagnetic interference. The needle slowed for a moment, almost settling, and then spun even faster. The logical part of my brain kept saying that there had to be a rational explanation. Magnetic anomaly in the rocks, maybe, or my compass was broken. But another part of me, a more primal part, was screaming that something was very, very wrong. As the afternoon wore on, my unease grew. The forest seemed different, quieter. The birds had stopped singing. Even the rustle of small animals in the underbrush had gone silent. The only sound was the wind in the trees, and even that sounded strange, hollow somehow. I picked a direction and started walking, trying to keep as straight a line as possible. I used the sun to orient myself, figuring even if I didn't hit the trail, I would eventually reach a road or the edge of the forest. But the sun didn't move. For hours it sat in the same spot in the sky. My watch said time was passing, but everything else said that it wasn't. As it got later, I started to worry about spending the night in the forest. I had a light jacket and an emergency blanket in my pack, but the temperatures would drop significantly after dark. I needed to find a way out before then. Then I saw a flash of color through the trees. My heart leapt. Another hiker? A ranger? I moved toward it, pushing through the dense underbrush. I burst into a small clearing and froze. There, hanging from a low branch, was a jacket. My jacket. The one I was wearing. I looked down at myself, sure I was losing my mind, but no, I was still wearing my jacket. So, how? I approached it slowly. It looked worn, faded, like it had been out in the elements for months. When I touched it, it crumbled to dust. I stumbled back, my mind reeling. This was impossible. I felt like I was in a nightmare, but I couldn't wake up. I ran. I don't know for how long. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs couldn't do it anymore. When I finally stopped, gasping for breath, I realized I was back in the same clearing. The dust from the jacket was still there on the ground. As the last of the daylight faded, even though my watch insisted it was only 3 p.m., I made a decision. I was clearly no longer on the trail I knew. Whatever was happening, wherever I was, normal rules didn't apply. So I stopped trying to find my way out. Instead, I found a sheltered spot, built a small fire, and set up camp for the night. As I sat there, watching the flames, I tried not to think about the jacket that couldn't exist, or the sun that didn't move, or the compass that wouldn't stop spinning. I must have dozed off at some point. When I opened my eyes, it was dawn. Real dawn, with the sun that moved and birds that sang. My phone had signal. My GPS worked. I was a half a mile from the trailhead. I got out of there fast. I hiked back to my car and drove home in a daze. I've spent the last week trying to make sense of what happened. Researching time slips, dimensional shifts, all sorts of fringe theories I would have laughed at before. I don't have any answers, just a story that sounds crazy, even to me, and a fear of compasses I never had before. I'm writing this as a warning, I guess, to solo hikers, to anyone who goes into the wilderness alone. Sometimes you find yourself in loops you can't explain and can't escape. Sometimes the way out isn't to keep pushing forward, but to stop and let whatever has caught you let go of you. Be safe out there, and if your compass starts to spin, don't follow it. Make camp, wait it out. The normal world will return, eventually.
This incident occurred during the summer of 1983, as I was about to begin my senior year in high school. My family lived in rural Pennsylvania, in northern Indiana County. Our farmhouse was built in the mid-1800s. In the early 1900s, an addition was added to the back that more than doubled the size of the original house. The original house was a 4-square house, so called for the 4 square rooms, 2 on the first floor and 2 on the second floor, with a staircase in the back. The house as a whole was sturdy, albeit a bit cranky. Every night in summer I fell asleep listening to the pops, cracks, creaking, and groans as the house cooled off in the night air. The house was built on high ground, next to the mouth of an ancient ravine that ran for over a mile, deeper and darker and rockier as it went, down to the north branch of a little creek. The ravine was heavily wooded at the beginning. Then the trees got sparser to a few old ones tenaciously rooted into the eroded rocks and glacial till. It was dark and cool and damp down in there, even on the hottest summer day, and I spent many summer days down in those woods. I knew the plants, the trees, the birds, the deer. I heard much that I couldn't see, like the rabbits running through the brush and the squirrels high up scolding me as I walked. I could sense the ones that hid and made no noise, the bobcats lurking and the nocturnal critters and peeking at my back after I passed their burrows. Sometimes sudden waves of total silence would descend on the woods. The air would be still, The birds would silence themselves. I taught myself to stop at these moments and to observe. I knew it wasn't me that made the animals go silent, so I figured something, a bobcat perhaps, was close by. I never saw what it was that caused the silences, but I loved to imagine myself as a skilled tracker. Nothing of the sort, of course, but I will claim to know those woods. I also had a friend and companion that roamed the woods and ravines around with me, a big male German shepherd named Chap. Chap loved to run and roam and chase groundhogs. We prowled along through the woods for years. This particular night, I awoke suddenly, very awake and alert. The wind was blowing against the open window. Our room had the crank-out windows that were popular in the 70s, when the hose had been remodeled. The bottom of the window tilted out and the rain ran off. There was a low rumble off in the distance, the thunder of a summer storm blowing in from the west. I was laying on my belly, my face on the left side on my pillow, and my arms around and under my pillow. I listened to the rain. It was not unusual for me to wake up in the middle of the night. It's been a regular occurrence in my life since I was very young. By that point, I was 17 years old. I was used to my 3 a.m. ritual, though still very irritated by it. Across the room, I could hear my brother breathing. I could hear our dog lying on the foot of my brother's bed, sniffing at the rainy night air blowing in the window. Across the hall from our room, I could hear my dad's low, steady, rumbling snore. Then I heard something that made my eyes fly open in the pitch-black room. From down in the ravine, off in the distance, I heard an animal call unlike any I had ever heard. It was a roar, an angry roar. To the best of my knowledge, the apex predator in those woods was the bobcat, but this was too deep, too throaty for a bobcat. Then I heard it again, surprisingly closer, a lot closer. I listened for my brother's breathing. Silence. He was awake. "What was that?" I loudly whispered. "I don't know," he whispered back. There was obvious concern in his voice. Then we heard it again. It had to be no more than 75 feet from the house, down at the corner of the yard where the trail led into the woods and down into the ravine. First of all, it was no bobcat. It was not a dog. It was not a coyote, and it was most definitely not a man. Next to my bed was a softball bat. I still have it, as a matter of fact. That night, all I wanted in the world was to slide my hand out from under the pillow and reach down and grab that bat. But I couldn't move. Everyone in the house seemed paralyzed. I kept expecting to hear my dad throw his bedroom door open, but he never made a sound. Then, two things happened in rapid succession. There was a tremendous crash, like something or someone had run headlong into the house. Then there was another roaring, screaming howl, this time right next to the house. It was an angry, roaring shout, so loud that I felt like it was next to my face. I had never in all my life heard an animal make a noise that loud. It was like a V8 engine with straight pipes was running wide open throttle. At the same time, there was a throbbing, a low-frequency growl that seemed to make the house vibrate. All I could do was close my eyes and try to scream, but nothing came out. I must have passed out. The next thing I know, it was morning. The sun was shining. The house was still there. I slept in, which was very unusual in my family. I went downstairs, and my dad and brother had already left for the day. My mom stood at the sink, washing dishes. I looked at my mom wide-eyed. Surely she had heard what happened. She met my eyes and pointed to the back porch of our house, a small side room that housed the washing machine, dryer, and coat closet. I walked to the back porch to see that the door that led to the outside had been ripped from its hinges and lay flat on the floor of the porch. In the coat closet, with his nose pressed as far back as it could go, laying in a puddle of his own urine, was Chap. He lay there, whimpering for 2 days before he finally came out again. I was given the task to fix the door. When it was up and repaired, I went to my mom and basically asked, "Are we just gonna pretend that nothing happened last night?" My mom sighed with obvious exasperation and said something along the lines of, "Well, what would you like to know? You know what that was. Your dad knows. I know. We all know. Not much to talk about, other than how scary it was, and frankly, I don't need to talk about that, thank you." And for my family, that was pretty much the end of it. I brought it up once not long ago. My dad just shrugged and said, "I know as much now as I did that night." Me? I drive there on occasion, when I'm in the area. I stop on the old country road and listen a while. I listen to the wind and the birds, and then I drive on.
A couple of years ago, I babysat for a family friend. She and her husband lived with their 2 kids, a girl about 7 who we'll call Kay, and a boy about 12 who we can call Jay. I babysat these kids so much that we became very close, brother and sister type deal. They weren't difficult kids. They had a hard home life because their parents were borderline abusive, but they were still good kids. I tried my best to be a positive adult. I was only 18 or 19 during this experience. The family moved around a lot. I've known them now for over 6 years, and they have moved every single year. This experience happened in 2015. I was halfway through my senior year when the family moved into this house. It was really nice. It had just been built in 2013 or something like that. It was a nice neighborhood, but rent was really low. The mother often bragged about the steal of a deal she got for the house. To put it in perspective, the average rent in this area is about $1,200 a month just for an apartment. These guys got a whole 2-story house, 3 beds, 4 baths, freshly built in a nice neighborhood for $650 a month. I thought it was weird and asked if there was anything wrong with the home, to which she replied that the inspection had come back clear. I didn't think much about it beyond that. I started babysitting, and I immediately felt something was off. I have anxiety, so going to new places really puts me in a funk, so I just figured that's what it was, at first. The way the home is set up is important. On the bottom floor, they had a living room, a dining area, and a kitchen with some other rooms. I spent most of my time in the living room, working on things for school while the kids were upstairs playing games or hanging out with friends. While you're in the living room, there's a wall that blocks you from seeing the stairs. Upstairs, there are bedrooms. Immediately off the stairs and above the living room is the parents' room, which was off limits to the kids. Then there was a loft area that looked down over the front door to make a grand foyer feeling. There's a light that can be on, which can be seen from downstairs because of the loft. Then the kids' bedrooms were down the hall. So nothing really happened at first that was too mind-boggling. Little noises here and there, knocks on the walls, things being misplaced, lights flickering, but nothing that made me think ghosts. I figured they got what they paid for, and my memory was garbage. After a couple of months, things started to pick up, and I could no longer blame it on a bad memory or a faulty electrical system. The kids, who were usually very sweet and kind to each other, started becoming noticeably more snappy to everyone, especially Jay. He complained about having nightmares, about somebody standing in his doorway watching him. His parents wouldn't listen, though. Their behavior grew even worse as time went on. It was a weekend, and the parents were going to be gone for a while. The kids were upstairs just doing their thing. I was downstairs in the living room,
looking at pizza to order for lunch. Out of nowhere, I hear really loud footsteps coming from above me in the parents' bedroom, thunderous even. Thinking that it was the kids being little dingus meats, I immediately headed upstairs to tell them to get out. But I was greeted with the two kids standing in their doorways, staring at the closed door to their parents' room. The footsteps and bangs were still going on inside. At this point, I thought it was an intruder. I instructed the kids to get into their rooms and lock their doors, and I called emergency and explained the situation. As I stayed on the phone, the footsteps continued to walk around the room. I could hear them moving in different locations. 2 officers arrived, so I grabbed the kids and we waited outside. The banging still went on as one of the officers escorted us out. They came out empty-handed and said that there was nothing there, and that there may have been something with the door because the banging stopped as soon as they opened it. I had felt the shaking of the floor moving around the room, so I knew that it wasn't a door, but I guess in my denial I ignored it. I took the kids out for ice cream and tried not to think about it. Another time, the kids and I were sitting in the dining area eating dinner. It was just us 3 in the house. From the dining area, you could see the light upstairs was on, and it cast a shadow onto the floor. I was making a joke about how I'm the only one who knows how to turn a light off around here. And that's when I saw a shadow of a hand from upstairs on the front door. And I think that's when it really started settling down with me, that the house was haunted. The kids didn't see it, and I didn't tell them. I figured it would just add stress that they really didn't need. I told the parents that night when they came home, but they brushed me off, saying they've never experienced anything at all. This continued on for a while. I would experience something, the kids would, but the parents wouldn't believe any of us. It was summer, just after I graduated high school. I remember it vividly because I was awake, reading articles about a huge shooting that happened in my town. That's when the banging from upstairs started happening. I was used to it at this point, but what I was not used to was the banging footsteps coming down the stairs. These steps were methodical and menacing. I felt terrible energy in the room, and it was cold, despite it being in the middle of summer in the south. I counted the seconds between steps, and it was 5, every single time. I called out to the kids and told them to stop joking around, but I knew it wasn't them. I was terrified. The footsteps stopped at the bottom of the stairs, and I couldn't see who was there. Then I saw an apparition of a little girl. She had brunette hair and a red dress. She looked innocent enough, but the energy in the room was so heavy I almost threw up. She looked at me, and I looked at her, and she didn't move. I thought I was hallucinating, so I started to rub my eyes. But when I finished rubbing them, she was still there, right in front of me. No longer at the foot of the stairs. I never heard her move. In that situation, I couldn't move or do anything. My mind just went to kid brain, and I hid under the blanket I was using. I called the parents crying and told them to come back immediately. When they came, the energy in the room lightened, and I finally came out from under the blanket. She was gone. They asked what was wrong and what happened, and I told them, but of course it didn't matter, because they wouldn't believe me. I then informed them that they needed to find another babysitter, because I would not be returning. I still wonder about the kids. I hope they ended up okay. They moved out of that house at the end of the year, but I'm not sure if what I saw was attached to them or not. I'm still not sure what I saw. Anyway, I still have nightmares about the girl, and it's still a really frightening event for me. I've been sitting with this story for many years now. It's not as exciting and creepy as some of the stories I've heard, but it is eerie, and I'm wondering what might have happened. My aunt has owned a large piece of land,
over 100 acres, in northwest Connecticut for many years now. Her property is located in a state park that is mostly uninhabited and only frequented by backpackers. Her land is well off any main roads, and we have to drive through a lot of forest to reach her house. She bought the land and remodeled the old house that was already built on it so that it was more livable, and going up to visit her has always been my favorite thing to do. I have been going yearly since I was a baby, and have spent countless hours exploring the woods, creeks, and land around the house. We call it the farm, although it's not a true agricultural or livestock farm. My aunt does have rescue miniature horses, alpacas, donkeys, and back in the day there were ducks. The animals are on one part of the property where area has been cleared out for them to graze, get fat, and be happy. The rest of the farm is untouched woodlands. In the early 2000s, she decided to install 12-foot fencing around the property, although it only enclosed about 80 acres of the land she owns. She explained to me that she could not stand the sounds of the coyotes howling right outside her window at night, and that she had had some creepy encounters while living there. She didn't go into the details of these at the time, since I was a young child. She lives alone, so I understand why she wanted to feel a semblance of security in those deep woods. We're originally from the bayou of Louisiana, so being in this type of environment was new to all of us. Anyway, despite being initially unfamiliar with the land, I eventually learned to navigate the area very well as a child. I had a few favorite spots, and one was up a small foothill in the deepest part of the woods. I would go up so often that eventually a small path was established in the brush, and I would bring my cousins with me to show them my little oasis. In 2008, when I was about 10 years old, I took a summer trip to my aunt's, and I brought my best friend Alex with me. She and I often took trips here together during our childhood, and this was not her first time accompanying me to the farm. I remember that we were in the woods at my favorite spot, sitting together and listening to Katy Perry while playing Doodle Jump on our iPad touches. This makes me laugh to remember, but we were just trying to enjoy some nature while getting our fill of new tech, I guess. We were there for a while enjoying ourselves and talking about random kid stuff, when there was this shift in the air, almost like a suffocating stillness and silence that settled upon the woods. I paused the music and looked to Alex, who was already staring at me with a concerned and worried expression on her face. We stayed still and silent for a minute, tilting our heads to listen to the woods and search out any of the familiar sounds that normally crescendoed day and night across the farm. There were no birds, no summer bugs, and the trees almost seemed to stand frozen in place, as if the light winds that normally rustled their leaves had left us completely. It was a vulnerable, terrible feeling, and I knew Alex felt it too. Then began the sound of footsteps, coming from even deeper in the woods. It took a moment for me to determine what the sound was, but the distinct rhythm of weight being picked up and put down on leaves and brush was impossible not to notice. It was bipedal and heavy, and it was coming up toward us from a steep slope down the side of the mountain. I remember thinking that it was impossible for a human to move so easily through that part of the woods, since it was very thick with growth, fallen branches, trees, and rocks, even making it hard for an agile small child to navigate, let alone a large adult. It felt as if the woods lay still in wait, while these footsteps made their way swiftly up the steep incline toward us. "Do you hear that?" I asked Alex in a whisper. She nodded. "It sounds like footsteps," I continued. She nodded again, looking like she was about to burst into tears. I took her hand and began running down the makeshift path with her, trying not to fall or let her lag behind me at all. We didn't stop until we reached the house. I don't think we told anybody that day, because we were just too shaken up to even comprehend what might have been out there. The next day, I asked Alex if she would go back out to the spot with me. She was very hesitant at first, but eventually agreed,
and said we could go look for signs of another human. We made our way back, nervous but determined to discover what had invaded our little sanctuary. When we reached the spot, I looked down toward the direction we'd heard the footsteps. I think I even slid down a bit to investigate passable indentations in the brush and leaves. I didn't go too far because I was about to lose my nerve, and I hadn't noticed much anyway, so I quickly climbed back up to where Alex waited nervously for me. We decided that it must have been some sort of animal or deer, despite every logical explanation indicating otherwise. I knew what deer sounded like, and that was not a deer. But I wanted to forget and have fun again. We took our iPods out and began the same ritual of relaxing and playing games while chatting about nonsense. It seemed that things were back in their natural order again, so we quickly forgot about the terrifying experience and let our naive, childlike wonder take over. After a little while, the stillness returned, and it happened so quickly it felt as if the forest took a gasp and never exhaled. This time, the footsteps started almost immediately. They were louder and coming from a different direction. The best way I can explain their location is that it was in a similar spot to the day before, but somewhat more to the right, where the forest was very dark and the incline to reach us was less steep. I didn't wait too long to run, but it was enough to realize that the sound was faster, closer, and definitely not a deer or a bear. I didn't look into the woods too closely because I just wanted to get out of there, and I was too scared to see whatever it was. I knew it was close enough that it would be upon us any moment if we didn't flee. So without a word, Alex and I took off and ran as fast as humanly possible out of the woods. It's not a really super exciting story, but it was my very first creepy experience in the woods. I've since had more because I'm an avid backpacker and I love the outdoors. But the experiences on her land have always been the most bizarre and inexplicable. If anyone has any ideas as to what we might have witnessed that day, or what was after us, let me know. I think about it every time I'm in the woods. It still sends chills up my spine to remember.
The Whispering Pines Incident. I've been fishing the lakes and streams of upstate New York for over 3 decades, but what happened at Whispering Pines Lake last weekend has shaken me to my absolute core. I'm writing this down partly to try to make sense of it all, and partly because I need to tell someone. My wife thinks I'm losing it, and maybe I am, but I know what I experienced out there was real. It was a typical fall morning when I set out, crisp and misty. I had been looking forward to this solo trip for weeks, a chance to clear my head and maybe land a few nice brook trout. Whispering Pines is off the beaten path, requiring a good hour's hike from where I park my truck. I like it that way. The solitude is part of the appeal. The trail was wet with dew, and the forest was alive with the sounds of birds and small animals going about their business. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary as I made my way to my favorite spot, a quiet cove on the lake's eastern shore. I set up my gear, baited my hook with a fat nightcrawler, and cast my line into the still water. For the first hour or so, everything was normal. I caught a couple of small trout, tossing them back as I usually do. The sun had burned off most of the mist, and I was settling into that peaceful state of mind that only fishing seems to bring. That's when things started to get strange. It began with the birds, or rather the sudden lack of them. One moment the forest was full of chirps and calls, and the next, silence. The kind of deep, oppressive quiet that makes your ears ring. I've experienced sudden silences in the woods before, usually when a predator is around. But this this was different. It felt unnatural, like someone had flipped a switch and turned off the whole world. I sat very still, straining my ears for any sound. Nothing. Not even the rustle of leaves in the breeze. That's when I noticed the lake's surface. Despite the lack of wind, the water was moving. Not in waves or ripples, but in a slow, circular motion, as if the entire lake was gently being stirred. A chill ran down my spine. In all my years of fishing, I had never seen anything like it. I reeled in my line, my hands shaking slightly as I tried to rationalize what I was seeing. Maybe there was some kind of underwater current I'd never noticed before. But even as I thought it, I knew that I couldn't explain the perfect, almost hypnotic rotation of the water. I stood up, deciding it was time to pack it in and head back to the truck. That's when I heard a sound so faint, I wasn't even sure if it was real at first. It was like whispering. Dozens, maybe hundreds of overlapping voices, too quiet to make out any words, but unmistakably there. It was like walking into a cathedral or some kind of church, with hundreds of people in it, all whispering prayers to themselves. It was like that. I spun around, heart pounding, expecting to see someone behind me, but there was no one. The whispering seemed to be coming from everywhere and nowhere all at once. I called out, thinking maybe some hikers were playing a prank, but my voice sounded muffled and flat, as if the very air was dampening it. The whispers grew louder, and with it came an immense pressure in my ears, like when you dive deep underwater. The trees around the lake's edge began to blur, their outlines becoming indistinct and wavering. I rubbed my eyes, but the effect only intensified. It was as if reality itself was becoming unstable. Panic set in. I grabbed my rod and tackle box, not bothering to pack things up properly, and started to run back down the trail. The whispering followed me, growing in volume and intensity. I could almost make out the words now, but it was a language I didn't recognize. The pressure in my head was immense now, and my vision swam with strange colors and shapes. I don't know how long I ran. Time seemed to lose all meaning in that nightmare dash through the woods. At some point, I tripped over a root and went sprawling. I hit the ground, hard. It knocked the wind out of me. For a moment, I just lay there, gasping, certain that whatever was behind me was about to catch up. But then, I heard a bird call. Just a simple chickadee, but in that moment, it was the most beautiful sound I had ever heard. I opened my eyes, when had I closed them, and saw the forest had returned to normal. The strange blur was gone, and the whispering had faded away to nothing. I got to my feet slowly, every muscle aching. My clothes were soaked with sweat, and I'd lost my hat somewhere along the way. I looked back the way I'd come, half expecting to still see something pursuing me. But there was only the familiar trail. It took me another hour to get back to my truck. I kept stopping to look over my shoulder, jumping at every noise. When I finally got to the parking area, I nearly cried with relief. I threw my gear in the back and got the hell out of there, not stopping until I was home. That was 3 days ago. I haven't told anyone except my wife, who's convinced I suffered some kind of panic attack or hallucination brought on by dehydration. Maybe she's right. God knows I want her to be right. But I drank quite a bit of water. I was really prepared. I felt good. In my heart, I know that what happened out there was real, even if I don't know exactly what it is. I haven't been sleeping well. Every time I close my eyes, I hear those whispers. I wake up in a cold sweat, certain that when I open my eyes, I'll see my bedroom walls blurring and wavering, like the trees around whispering pines. I've called in sick to work, unable to focus on anything for long. I don't know what specifically I experienced out there. Some kind of paranormal event? A glitch in reality? Or am I really just losing my mind? All I know is that I'll never look at the world the same way. And I won't be going back to Whispering Pines. I'm not sure I'll ever be able to go fishing again. The peace, the solitude that I used to cherish, now it all just feels threatening. The thought of being alone in the wilderness fills me with a deep, primal dread. That experience stole something from me that I have loved for 3 decades. And now I don't know if I'll ever experience again. Either way, be careful out there, because this world is full of things you could never imagine.
My family and I moved to Colorado when I was 8, so around 1997. We lived with my brother and his family for a while until my parents found a more permanent place to settle. We had a few terrifying experiences in this house. The short version is that his basement was almost certainly home to something very bad. But these are my stories about some of the experiences in the house that we moved into after leaving my brother's. I will give you as brief a description of the place as I can. My parents found this house almost in the middle of nowhere. Unfortunately, it is now surrounded by new housing developments and stores. But when we first moved in, there were just fields for miles and miles, and we had a gorgeous, jaw-dropping view of the Rockies. The land left adjacent to our property was Rocky Flats, the place where they stored nuclear reactors and who knows what else, underground for years and years. They claim it's all cleaned up now, but we still get dragonflies bigger than my head in spring. And once I even saw a 2-headed bull snake in the backyard. Anyway, my parents got a good deal on rent and the landlord was fairly agreeable. To an outsider, though, the living arrangements probably seemed strange. Our landlord was basically renting out his basement, but the house functioned like an apartment building. We had our own entrances and our own driveway and garage, but we shared the mailbox and address. The main drive into the top portion of the house was a huge circle that branched off on either side, going downhill into our section of drive and house. On your way down, you would pass this little brick building with a glass window and a very old, very visible toilet and a bunch of junk. It read General Store on the front. When my parents inquired about this strange setup, the landlord said that the whole property used to be a gas station a long time ago, when the highway that ran in front of the house was the only way into the mountains. Later, the big hill eroded a bit from the weather, and we found an old tank and bucket stuck in the hillside, corroborating the story. The rest of the area was farmland. A steep drop below us behind the house was a horse stable, and beyond that, a pasture where a farmer would rotate Angus cattle throughout the year. All of this is just to give you a sense of the area. We were literally surrounded by nothing, and sometimes it was a bit terrifying, albeit beautiful. First experience. One of my first nights sleeping in the house, I had a very vivid dream. As a kid, I never really had vivid dreams, so this was something entirely new to me. I remember walking out of my room in my dream and coming directly into the living room. My mother was sitting in her chair staring at the TV, but there was a circle of people standing right in the middle of the room. People I didn't recognize and who didn't register me being there. They were looking at something on the floor in the middle of the circle. When I squeezed past them, I realized they were looking at a woman, lying on the floor, presumably dead. She was wearing a long, mauve-colored Victorian-style dress. and her blonde hair was long and covered her face. I say she was dead because she wasn't moving, and a good chunk of her dress was visibly stained with blood. The most chilling part of this experience, however, was that her body was floating about 4 to 5 inches off the floor. When I noticed this detail, I also noticed the people around her were chanting. As soon as I noted these two things, I woke up. Second experience. This one will forever give me chills when I think about it, and I will never forget it. I don't remember how long we had lived there at this point. I remember it being a normal night. My parents had gone to bed and I was tucking myself in. I don't remember dreaming about anything else that night, and if my memory serves me right, I had fallen asleep instantly and went right into this experience. I'm laying in bed, eyes closed. I can feel my body is asleep, but my mind is awake. I feel eyes on me. I open my eyes and see myself floating above me, staring down at me in bed. Then out of my periphery, I notice another me crouched in the entrance of my walk-in closet, also staring at me. Both of the me's had glowing red eyes. I remember wanting to scream, and when I closed my eyes to do so, I opened them again, and now was on the ceiling staring down into my bed. Bed me was still there, but it too had glowing red eyes. Closet me was also still there. They were both staring up at me. I screamed in silence. They began to grin wider than any human should be able to. And then I fell. I woke up in that instance for real, drenched in sweat, still in my bed, feeling like I was going to vomit. I didn't sleep the rest of the night, and I've struggled with terrible insomnia ever since. Third experience. Remember the cattle herd that I mentioned earlier? Well, I'm pretty sure they were mutilated. My dad used to look out our back door with binoculars, just to watch scenery and spy on distant neighbors. One day, I came home from school, and he hands me the binoculars and says, "Look at the cow pasture. Tell me what you see." It took me a minute to center on the right area, but once I did, my jaw dropped. The field, which usually housed about 50 head of Black Angus cattle, was completely empty, save for 2 black lumps on the ground. Ever since we moved there, that field had never been empty. We couldn't see properly that far away, so that night my dad and I crept down the hill with some flashlights to get a closer look. The 2 lumps turned out to be 2 cows, no heads, legs, or tails, and the torsos that were left were completely hollowed out. It wasn't like something had killed them and then snacked on them over time. No. We had coyotes come through all the time. We knew what that looked like. And also, these coyotes avoided these carcasses like the plague. They didn't smell. There was no blood or viscera, and the cuts were surgical. Everything about it made us creeped out. The farmer that owned that chunk of land never came back with the rest of his cattle, and eventually a for sale sign was erected after the bodies had rotted away into nothing. Those are 3 of the experiences I remember best from that place. Don't get me wrong, it definitely had its beautiful moments scenery-wise, but living on what was previously known as Rocky Flats was definitely weird, to say the least.
Texts from Beyond by Midnight Whisper 42. I never believed in ghosts or the afterlife or anything like it. But that changed 2 years ago when my best friend Zoe died in a car accident. We had known each other since kindergarten, shared every secret, and supported each other through thick and thin. Losing her felt like losing a part of myself. The first year after her death was a blur of grief and therapy, I tried to move on, but it felt impossible. Then, about 6 months ago, something happened that shook my world to its core. It was a regular Tuesday evening. I was scrolling through my phone, half-heartedly checking social media, when a text notification popped up. The name on the screen made my heart stop. Zoe. I blinked hard, certain that I was seeing things. But there it was, clear as day. A text from Zoe's number. With trembling fingers, I opened the message. "Hey Lex, did you see the game last night? I can't believe they pulled off that comeback." I stared at the screen, my mind reeling. Our team had indeed made an incredible comeback the previous night, securing a playoff spot in a nail-biting finish. But how could Zoe know that? And moreover, how could she tell me? Her number had been disconnected shortly after her death. I had tried calling it countless times in those first few weeks, desperate to hear her voicemail message one last time. I showed the text to my roommate, Jace. He frowned, suggesting that it might be a cruel prank or a glitch in the system. I wanted to believe him, but something just felt off. The casual tone, the use of my nickname. It was so unmistakably Zoe. Over the next few weeks, the texts kept coming. They were always about current events or things happening in my life. Zoe commented on the latest political scandal, asked about my new job, even mentioned a date I'd been on, which I hadn't told anybody about. I tried responding, of course. My messages showed as delivered, but I never got a reply. I called the number countless times, but it always went straight to voicemail. I even contacted my phone company, but they insisted the number was not active in their system. As the messages continued, I found myself torn between excitement and terror. Part of me was overjoyed at this impossible connection with my lost friend, but another part was deeply unsettled. How was this happening? What did it mean? I started seeing a new therapist, Dr. Reeves. She listened patiently to my story, neither dismissing it nor feeding into it. She suggested keeping a log of the messages and my emotional responses to them. "Whether this is real or not," she said, "it's clearly impacting you. Let's focus on understanding that impact." So I did. I noted every text, every surge of emotion, every sleepless night spent staring at my phone. As weeks turned into months, patterns emerged. The texts often came when I was feeling particularly low or facing a tough decision. They were always supportive, always quintessentially Zoe. One night, after a particularly rough day at work, I received a text that nearly broke me. "Remember that time in the 8th grade when you bombed that presentation? You thought your life was over, but look at you now. You've got this, Lex. You always do." I broke down sobbing. It was a memory I had almost forgotten, a small moment of teenage drama that Zoe had helped me through. The specificity of it, the perfect Zoe-ness of the encouragement. It felt impossible to dismiss as coincidence or prank. I found myself living in a strange limbo. By day, I went about my life, working, socializing, trying to move forward. By night, I obsessed over the messages, analyzing every word, searching for clues or explanations. I tried to keep it a secret, but eventually word got out. Some friends drifted away, clearly uncomfortable with the whole situation. Others became overly interested, pressing me for details, or asking me to pass on messages to Zoe. It was overwhelming. My family was divided. My mom, always more open to spiritual things, was cautiously supportive. My dad and sister were concerned, urging me to change my number and move on. But how could I? How could I sever this precious link, as unlikely as it was? As month 6 of this strange communication approached, the messages began to change. They became less frequent, but more profound. Instead of casual observations, Zoe began sending things like, "Life's too short for regrets, Lex. Remember that. Tell Mom I love her, okay? She needs to hear it. That dream you had as a kid, it's not too late." It felt like she was saying goodbye, again. The thought was unbearable. Then last week, I received what I somehow knew would be the final message. "You've got so much life ahead of you, Lex. Live it for both of us. I'll always be with you, but it's time for you to let go. I love you." I haven't received a single text since. I've spent the last week in a daze replaying the last 6 months in my mind. Was it real? Was I crazy? Does it even matter? What I do know is this. For 6 months, at least in my experience and mind, I got to talk to my best friend again. She encouraged me, supported me, and ultimately helped me move forward from her, as weird as that is. Whether it was really Zoe, some cosmic glitch, or just my subconscious mind giving me what I needed, I'm grateful. I'm not sure what happens now. Part of me still hopes for one more message, but mostly, I feel a sense of peace that I haven't known since Zoe died. I don't expect anyone to believe this story. Most days, I'm not sure I believe it myself. But I know what I experienced, and I know how it changed me. And I know that wherever Zoe is, whatever comes next, I'm ready to face it. Because she's right. I've got this. I always do. Stalked in the Woods by Rep143, posted to r/letsnotmeet. This may be a ramble of thoughts, but after recently stumbling on this sub, I finally felt a place I could offer something that my family and I experienced a few years ago. To this day, it still gives me a shiver. I've been camping, solo backpacking, and hunting my whole life in Oregon, and felt comfortable in the woods and have a deep respect for nature. A few years ago, my wife, daughter, and 2 German shepherds went camping north of Mount Jefferson, Oregon. It was not an established campsite, just a nice horseshoe off of a U.S. Forest Service road that had a flat ground, full trees, and a fire pit. The first night, my daughter wanted to sleep by herself in a 2-man tent right next to ours. It was maybe 2 feet away from the tent my wife and I were in. We made the male German shepherd sleep, Guts is his name, with her in the tent. That whole first night, neither my wife nor I could sleep. We both heard footsteps, and they were heavy, not like typical forest critters scampering around in the night. I was well armed because I was paranoid from reading recently before departing about a dad in California who was shot and killed in a tent next to his 2 infant daughters. Needless to say, both my wife and I had 2 pistols and my rifle with me. My dogs are great at detection, and that's why I felt my daughter could sleep alone, because Guts is completely fearless, and nothing would lay a hand on her without a battle to the death with him. All in all, nothing but bad vibes and loud footsteps occurred that night, which I ultimately decided was deer or maybe some elk. Day 2, morning. We go for a walk down the road, and maybe 300 feet away we see this circle area. I see an abandoned road where a rusted gate post, the gate was missing, was covered in vegetation. Something of blue color caught my eye, and Guts immediately takes off running down this abandoned road. My heart begins to race because I think it's another family camping like us, and he's gonna get himself shot, or scare some innocent people half to death. so I chase after him as fast as I can, and he stops about 20 feet into the road. I was yelling his name, but I've covered just enough distance to see that there's nobody there, and that there's something very off about the sight. I yell, "Hello? Is anyone there? Sorry about the dog." I got no response. My curiosity gets the best of me, and I have to see what the sight conditions were. As I get closer, I just know something is wrong. It had all the necessities for a campsite, including a cooler, propane burner, tent, blankets, folding table, but every single item had been completely destroyed, smashed and torn, from what appeared to be claw marks. We all walked around in circles, puzzled why anyone would leave all their camping gear behind, including a very expensive REI tent. I figured, well, somebody left in a hurry and animals got to the rest, as I thought that was the only logical explanation. Still, a propane tank and cooler were flattened by something, and it certainly wasn't snowpack with tree coverage in that spot. As the afternoon rolls in, my daughter and I are playing a game at the campsite, and my wife goes walking maybe 70 feet north to do her business. I do not have a direct line of sight on her, but all of a sudden I see Guts make a mad dash straight toward her. Normally he would always be with me unless he was called over, and she did not call for him. His speed and focus caught my attention, and I knew something weird was happening. So I ran over there, and my wife starts jogging at me. I immediately draw my pistol. Not at her, obviously, but she looked alarmed, so I thought maybe something was up there. Guts has completely continued running into the forest another 100 feet before I call him, and he stops. My other dog, Leia, who never misses the opportunity to be the pack leader, is not taking point. I have had her for 7 years, and this was the first time in her life she ever refused to leave my daughter's side. She was in full hair-raised mode and attached to us at the hip. Again, anytime we hike or play, Leah is up front bossing everything in her path, pauses to look to see where we are, and continues, so this was really unusual. I asked my wife what had happened. She said, "Well, I was trying to pee, and all of a sudden, I just felt every hair raise. I just knew somebody was watching me. And then I saw Guts running toward me, and so I just got up and moved toward you." We spent 10 minutes looking for signs of anything, and saw no trails, broken branches, nothing to point to what and where something might have gone. We decide we're spending one more night since it's too late to pack up and drive, but we will all be in the big tent together. Before we go to bed, I put a rope with a makeshift coin alarm around the perimeter of our campsite. I used a mint can and some coins and keys from our truck, and zip-tied it so that anything hitting the rope would give a little jingle. Very unsophisticated, but it put my wife at ease. As I go to tie my last corner off at a tree near our tent, our third mystery item unveils itself. It looks like someone has done the same exact thing that I've done, with a rope that was so old and brown I didn't see it at first. It was broken, and only a few pieces remained, but sure enough, it was tied at roughly the same height, about 8 inches to 10 inches off the ground, and it even had a few rusted washers on it. I immediately felt that somebody had stayed here before, and put the same makeshift warning system on the same tree that I am, maybe 10 to 15 years ago based on the condition of the rope. Perhaps my paranoia has now reached a new height, but I had to make sure the girls felt we were safe, and at the time the only thing I could think of was when the evening came around, I made them sit in the truck, and I fired a clip of my .45 into the dirt as a signal to whatever was out there that we were armed. I reassured the girls that anybody listening to that now knows that we have 2 wolves and are armed, and we're too risky of a target, so we can sleep safely. That night, we heard no footsteps, and the dogs never perked up or barked. We left early the next morning. Fast forward to today, and I'm watching the Amazon Missing 411 Hunted documentary, and I notice the cluster smack dab close to where we camped that weekend, and a flood of dread rushes me as I think of that mysterious abandoned campsite with the ripped tent and the smashed cooler and cooktop. We've been camping since and have enjoyed the beauty of the Northwest, but there was something there at that place that possibly took or harmed someone else less than 300 feet away from where we were camped. And we all thank our lucky stars that Guts was doing his thing so well that afternoon.
I've lived in California my whole life. As soon as I had my driver's license, I would save as much as I could so that I could go down to Disneyland at least once a year. It was a lot cheaper to do that back then, and I'm a Disney freak. When this happened, I was almost 22, and I was still living in my first apartment. It was in the South Bay area of the Silicon Valley. Earlier in the day, I had driven into the North Central Valley to pick up my best friend at the time. We were going to Disneyland, and this was her first time. She was so ridiculously excited, I didn't even mind the fact that I had to drive 3 hours north just to go back down south again once I had her in tow. We were finally officially on our way at about 9 p.m. so that we could avoid any traffic. We were going to make a quick stop by Isla Vista, where my partner was staying for school, to catch a nap and pack him up so we could all go together. I always took Highway 101 when I was driving down to Santa Barbara. It took longer than taking the I-5, but honestly, I just preferred it. This trip was no exception. A few hours into the trip, as my friend and I were blasting Disney music to get us in the mood and singing along, we had passed through King City. And that's when I began to see the strange shapes along the side of the road. I didn't think much of it at the time, attributing it to the Tully fog beginning to settle in onto the highway. Then, seemingly out of nowhere, there was a deer carcass right in front of us on the highway. Without enough time to avoid it, and going probably a little bit too fast, we ran right over the thing. Instantly, my car began to reek of decay. Honestly, it was horrific. We pulled over under the nearest street lamp to make sure that there was no damage to my car. We called animal control to report the corpse and pull the putrid deer meat out of my front bumper and grill. Soon enough, and only a little nauseous, we were back on our way. I remember that I had started to feel off right about then, but I thought it was just me being sick from the deer smell. At the time, I didn't even entertain how strange it was that there was a rotten deer carcass in the middle of a busy highway. They're usually prompt about at least moving those things to the side of the road where nobody will hit it. About 20 minutes later, the strange white shapes moving, almost rolling, along the side of the road became much more prevalent. There were zero traces of any fog, and with the smell almost completely gone, the sinking feeling in the pit of my stomach was only getting worse. I knew something was off, but I didn't want to say anything about it because my friend was a little bit of a scaredy cat. Then I saw what looked like a body wrapped in gauze roll onto the shoulder from an embankment. But when I looked for it again in the rearview mirror, there was nothing there. I had slowed down considerably at this point, which tipped my friend off that something was wrong. I could feel her nerves rising almost instantly. When I finally pulled my eyes back to the road in front of me, that's when I saw it. And my friend saw it too. On the side of the road, a man was standing beneath one of the sparsely placed street lamps. He was no ordinary man either. He was half as tall as the lamp, making him at least 3 meters tall. The not actually a man was wholly unclothed, but lacked any genitalia at all, almost like an alien. Despite this, I more or less just understood that he was male. He was emaciated to the point of almost being skeletal, but still managed to be standing perfectly straight. His hair was long, wispy, like cobwebs, and his skin looked like white, tanned leather stretched over his bones. As we passed him, the only part of him that moved was his head, to slowly turn and keep watching us. His eyes almost looked like they were made of chrome metal. I kept my eye on him through the rearview mirror, watching him get farther and farther away, until we crested over the hill and were no longer able to see him. In the passenger seat beside me, my friend was sobbing uncontrollably, which to me meant that she had seen him too. Not wanting to stop, all I could do was offer her my hand and floor it. I tried to get to my partner's house as fast as I could. We spent several minutes not saying a word. I wanted to say something, but trying to wrap my brain around what I had just seen left me speechless. At some point, the radio had been switched off, leaving the only sound in the car being my friend's sobbing. What happened next all happened more or less in the same moment. Without even a shudder, my friend abruptly stopped crying and almost threw herself at the window control on her door with one hand, frantically trying to buckle her seatbelt with the other. Her belt had been on the whole ride, and she was particular about seatbelt safety. Before she could even reach it, the window was already halfway down, and she was scrambling to keep it from lowering any further. She screamed something about not letting it take her, and eventually got the window to roll back up. At the moment I saw her begin to move, I could hear the window was already going down. My hands were nowhere near the window controls on my side of the car. They both had been white-knuckled on the steering wheel since we saw the man, except for when I held her hand. At the moment I heard the window going down, I heard a raspy, biting whisper in my ear that said, "I'm gonna pull your friend out of that effing window." After hearing the voice, I slammed on my brakes and swerved onto the shoulder. By the time we stopped, the window was up and my friend was sitting back, shock white and wide-eyed in her seat. I was livid. I turned to the seemingly empty back seat, and almost in a growl I spat out the words, "Get the F out of my car. You are not welcome here." I never thought that anything would answer me back, but at that moment both my friend and I heard it, the same voice that had whispered in my ear, saying, "Fine." That was all it said, before I could feel that something had changed. I floored it again, calling my partner as my friend began to sob once more. I instructed him to do some warding things in his room before hanging up, and desperately tried to build a protective bubble around the car. We still had an hour or so to go before we reached Isla Vista, and honestly, it was one of the longest hours of my life. Eventually, my friend became more lucid and we talked about what had happened to her. She told me that she didn't know why, but all of a sudden her seatbelt unbuckled, and she just knew something was going to try and pull her out of the window. I told her what I had heard and confirmed that we both heard the response to my demand. We eventually made it to Isla Vista and decided to pack up with my partner and continue straight down to Orange County. Nothing else happened on the trip down, and we eventually got back to feeling the excitement for Disneyland. We all had an absolute blast, almost completely pushing what happened from our minds. Almost. We took the same route back home as well, and we didn't see a single thing out of place. I've made that drive probably 100 times between Disney and visiting friends and partners in Southern California, and to this day, that's the one and only experience I've ever had on that drive.
This story was posted to Reddit by user Werner who tells about a theater with a ghostly reputation. Here's the tale. About 30 years ago, I spent several years working in movie theaters in Worcester, Massachusetts. My favorite was the huge old building that had been chopped up into 4 separate cinemas. It had been a beautiful theater back when it was built in 1926 as the Poli Palace. Though it had been semi-destroyed during modernization in the late 50s, there were still many original features of the building that remained. As a manager, I had been issued a big keychain that gave me access to the entirety of the building, and I spent countless hours exploring nearly every part of that building. Except the curtain loft, which would have required climbing an iron ladder up about 80 feet. No thank you. The building had attics and basements and crawl spaces. There was an area in the front of the building on the 2nd floor that had 2 or 3 abandoned businesses that had been walled off. There was a music store and a ballet studio and maybe an office. There was also a bathroom. Everything looked like it was from the 1940s or 50s. Faded wallpaper with ballerina motif, a peeling mirror on the wall. In another section of the building was the old manager's office, with high ceilings and crown molding and a beautiful stained glass window that I believe dated back to 1912 and had previously been part of an adjacent theater. There was still an old safe in the office. I found a newspaper article in the public library from 1942 or 44 that detailed an armed robbery when two men had tied up the managers in the office and robbed the safe. One of those men was later executed in the electric chair for an unrelated crime. We used the old manager's office to store giant 30-gallon bags of popcorn. There was also a sort of crawl space under the box office that was accessible by lifting a hinged plywood panel and climbing over a 4-foot wall. On the other side were the remains of a couple of basement rooms with broken concrete and bricks strewn about. In one of those rooms, I found an old flared Coca-Cola glass in perfect condition. I kept it for years. I also found a deck of cards in a handmade leather pouch with a snap closure, fashioned out of a buffalo nickel. There were also old dressing rooms with makeup mirrors and light bulbs. The paint was peeling off the walls in potato chip-sized flakes. As you can surmise, the building was purported to be haunted. The head manager claimed to have had ghostly experiences, so I'll start there, I guess. When the building was remodeled in the late 1950s, the men's room in the basement was converted into the manager's office. One night, while closing up, the manager, my boss, made his way up to the stairs to the main lobby. As he emerged, something caught his eye. Way up by the ornate 30-foot ceiling, he saw an apparition floating there. It disappeared into the ceiling. Terrified, he ran back down the stairs and hid in the office until daylight. Another time, he was again working late. There were several arcade machines in an area of the lobby, and they were normally powered off when the last shows were in. As he climbed the stairs, he heard all of the machines making their electronic bleeps and bloops. He was annoyed that the usher had clearly failed to turn off the machines before punching out, and realized that he would have to go do it himself. As soon as he opened the door, though, the noises stopped dead. Looking across the lobby from where he emerged, the machines were all dark. They were indeed powered off. A projectionist claimed that he looked out of the booth window one night in the big theater upstairs while shutting things down, and saw a face looking in at him. I take those stories with a grain of salt. I was always skeptical of those based on the sources, but here's my experience. I was obsessed with the history of the building and would research newspaper archives for articles about it. There were rumors that a stagehand had died there in an accident during the time that it had been a vaudeville theater. I was never able to confirm that. I had talked about the building to my mother, and she, in turn, happened to discuss it with a woman that she worked with. The woman claimed to be a psychic or clairvoyant, or maybe just that she would get feelings about things. She told my mother that she had been to that theater, and that she felt that somebody had indeed been killed there, and that his name began with the letter M. My reaction was, okay, sure, she sounds nutty. Sometime later, I was the sole manager on duty on a slow night midweek. I was alone in the office in the basement. The 7 o'clock shows were in, and I was doing paperwork. The intercom buzzed. It was the box office cashier calling to tell me that I had a phone call. I asked who it was, and she said that she didn't know. I hung up the intercom and pushed the button for the main incoming line where the call was holding. The earpiece erupted with loud, close squealing and static. I used the word close because it was so loud and distinct that I assumed that it was something wrong with the phone PBX in our building, rather than the line itself or the caller's phone. It was just the impression I had. Hello? Nothing. Just more squealing and static. Hello? I repeated. Hello? A man's voice. Calm, flat, distinct. Then nothing further. Who is this? I was a bit perplexed. All of the noise on the line and the caller seemingly reluctant to speak. This is Mike. Calm, quiet, not shouting over the noise of the line like he couldn't even hear it. Quite audible and clear, then nothing but the awful squealing and static. I waited a few seconds for the caller to continue. After all, he called me. Presumably there was a reason. But nothing. Mike who? I said, feeling a little bit impatient. Mike is a common name, and there were 2 Mikes employed there at the time. One of them had a fairly high-pitched voice that sounded nothing like the caller. It didn't sound like the other Mike either. The line abruptly went dead. Silent. The squealing and hissing stopped. I waited. Nobody called back. I called Sandy, the box office cashier, and asked her if they had asked for me personally or just to speak to the manager. She said that the caller had asked for me by name. And suddenly, I remembered my mother's friend. A man's name beginning with the letter M. Mike. It never happened again, and the phone never made those noises again. No one ever confessed to some kind of a prank. And I never figured out who it was.